presentation I uploaded yesterday evening, but in the first session plenary of today, no? I uploaded yesterday evening in the first plenary of today. It's not there. No, I'm sure. But maybe that other one is not good. My mistake. But it's the first one. Plenary. Mariano, proprio Mariano, perché c'avevo questo yesterday was very interesting. Okay. Yes, I know. It's perfect. It's working.
kaartje. Okay, welcome everybody. We need to start as we need to be a little bit punctual. So I hope that you all enjoyed yesterday as much as I did and enjoyed wonderful Italian food in a nice restaurant in Padova. So today we have again a full program. We start now with a session on policy updates from the three most connected DGs to the carbon farming topic, being DG Agri, DG Environment, and DG Klima. Then after that, we have a plenary session that will be on common objectives, carbon farming for everyone. Then we have a coffee break that hopefully will be a little bit faster than yesterday. Then the parallel sessions you have in the program later on will show you also which choices you have. Then lunch, and after lunch we have another plenary on managing risk in carbon farming. Then you quickly change to the parallel session 4, and then finally the poster session like we had yesterday for networking and chatting with the people at the posters. So now I would like to start with the policy update. The first speaker is unfortunately online. He wasn't able to join us over here in Padova. It's Mirko Barbero. He is representing the DG Environment. So he's the policy officer in soil protection and sustainable land use, and he leads the soil team since 2019 within this unit of land use and management of the Director General Environment of the European Commission. Mirko has a degree in physics and has worked for dozens of years in the private sector as responsible for the quality assurance of products and services. And he and his team have prepared the EU soil strategy and the proposal for the EU soil monitoring and resilience directive, and negotiating this with the European Parliament and Council. So please, Mirko, have the floor.
Thank you so much, Saskia. I'm sharing now the presentation. Just a moment. You should be seeing it now. Okay, so I will speak of the implementation of the soil monitoring law, the directive, and the link with the carbon farming, the possible synergies and contributions. So clicking, okay. So, well, the legislative process of the directive has finished. So the Commission, you remember, has proposed, and then Parliament and Council have negotiated together with the Commission, and finally we came to an agreement, and the law is now in force since the 16th of December. So it's a matter of implementing it. Implementing it in an efficient and effective way that contributes to the many challenges and initiatives, including carbon farming. So let's see how this could happen. Just have some ideas and possible links. Well, first of all, the objective of the directive is to achieve, well, that's an aspirational objective, to achieve healthy soils. Why? Because healthy soils are good and can contribute to the many challenges we have in front of it. And here you see a summary of them. So indeed, healthy soils contribute to mitigation of climate change and adaptation, but also to stop the biodiversity loss At the same time, they can prevent and mitigate the impacts of natural disasters. And at the same time, they have to ensure food security and protecting the health of citizens. All of that together. So we try to solve one problem, and we should also take care not to create other problems for the other elements linked with the soil health. And this is very important. So just an overview of what is the content of this law. Well, first of all, it covers all soils. It's a directive, so it has to be transposed by member states, and now they have 3 years to do that, and the Commission is very much involved in that. So we are cooperating, working with member states for the best implementation. It has a staged approach, so the long-term vision of achieving healthy soils, but then the directive sets up a common framework for assessing soil health, including soil organic carbon in a harmonized and comparable way. This is very important indeed, and where the assessment is indicating, so the data are showing that there is an issue, including for soil organic carbon and soil organic carbon stock, then there is an obligation actually for member states to take action in terms of support to the local authorities and soil managers in terms of information and of advice and even of research if this is needed. Then you see the hexagon on the right, that's about contaminated sites. Okay, and then everything is very light with minimal administration to keep it really as light as possible. So there are no implementation plan mandatory, but the idea is to integrate any action into other existing targets and measures and plans. Okay, so it is also important to see all the links with the other existing legislation. For example, for the nature restoration regulation, you see this is a visual summary of all the different restoration targets, and with the arrows, those are the ecosystems where there are clear links with the soil monitoring law, urban ecosystems, agroecosystems, and forest ecosystems where also the soil organic carbon stock is measured. So if we come to the questions of the Carbon Summit, the 3 questions, let's see what could be some elements of answers from the SML. So which practices for European soils? Well, in the soil monitoring law, the Commission is asked to produce a knowledge repository of the effects of soil management practices on soil health by pedoclimatic conditions and land use, so locally relevant, but with a holistic approach, looking at all aspects of soil health. This is for member states, if they want, to use this knowledge repository to provide advice. So you see already the interest that there could be to see the effects of practices also on the aspect of soil organic carbon together with all the other aspects of soil health. Then on the question, what standards and certification mechanisms? Well, in the soil monitoring law, there is a strong common framework which provides harmonization of the measurements of soil organic carbon and soil organic carbon stock, starting from common requirements for soil sampling, methodologies for measuring it in a comparable way, and also there is accreditation for the laboratories and the obligation to participate to ring tests. So you see, this is a big opportunity for using this harmonization from the SML also for LULUCF, NRR, and all the other uses. And then on the question how to monitor carbon fluxes, well, it is important to know that, let's say, some governance structures for the soil monitoring law are the soil districts, which are administrative, and within soil districts, there are soil units. And member states should take samples in a statistically representative way so that they are able to conclude on a soil unit level, on the level, for example, of soil organic carbon. So this could be indeed interesting to have a statistically representative assessment at quite local level also of soil organic carbon stock, which would allow obviously also to see the evolution and trends with the following cycles of the assessment. Voilà, these are some reflections I'm happy to share with you. Just a quick look at the timeline for the implementation of the directive. There are 3 years in which a lot will happen because we are already very busy with member states to help them transposing the directive, looking at all details and try to further harmonize in a voluntary way. And then there will be the first soil assessment where the Commission will contribute with another survey of Lucas soil. And this will happen in 2030, at the end of 2030, so in 2031 we will have the first assessment. And by the way, at that time this will be used for the first evaluation of the soil monitoring law to see whether it is fit for the purpose or it needs to be modified, improved. It will be the opportunity also to integrate any input from any new knowledge from science and research. Voilà, that's all from my side. I hope this was useful and interesting contribution for you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mirko. This was very enlightening, and I think that if you agree, we could share your email address if anybody has any questions to you. Then we need to continue with our next speaker, who is going to talk about the mission A Soil Deal for Europe. It's Mariana Paolino. She is an experienced European Union policy officer with over 15 years of service for the European Commission. She is currently working for DG Agriculture and Cultural Development as a program officer in Unit F2, which is the research and innovation, where she is responsible for the Horizon activities on climate smart agriculture. And she is also part of the Soil Mission Secretariat team. So please, Mariana, have the floor.
Thank you, Sasha, for this nice presentation. And dear participant, it's a very big pleasure for me to be present to this inspiring and energizing Carbon Farming Summit. I use, as you can see, words that were already mentioned yesterday from other speakers, but I really believe that indeed the nice part of this summit is the fact that we have a common goal. Yes, I will present you in my slide a short introduction on the mission and on the mission soil in particular, and a few words about the mission soil implementation, covering all the aspects of the 4 building blocks of the mission soil, so on the research and innovation program, on living labs, on soil monitoring, and on soil literacy and citizen engagement. After, I will also spend a few words on the work program for 2026 and 2027, and a few words on the next steps. The slide move very slow, but okay. So I imagine that most of you are very well aware of the mission soil. However, considering the platea we have in this summit, I thought that would be useful to have a short introduction on mission in general. Mission are part of the EU Research and Innovation Program, Horizon Europe 2021-2027, and are very particular initiative. In fact, the EU mission are a new way to bring concrete solution to some of our greatest challenges, delivering concrete results by 2030. While this is only a short sentence, it includes several very important concepts, because indeed we see that we need also concrete solution to some greatest challenges. And we were very well aware also after the presentation of yesterday that we are in these cases having great challenges. And also very peculiar is the fact that we have a deadline to achieve the results. The mission, our portfolio approach, are initiatives that cover both projects and instruments, and they need to be strongly anchored to relevant regulatory and policy initiatives. As you can see from the slide, we have 5 missions that are ongoing, and we have all the 7 deadlines. One is exactly on climate change, one on cancer, another one on climate neutral and smart city, another one on ocean, and the last one, not less important, is soil deal for Europe, the one on which I will present you a state of play. The mission soil expect to have great impact to update of sustainable soil management practice and to enhance soil health, to improve soil health across Europe. Okay, the mission implementation, the state of play. As you can see, we had a budget of 812 million euros to be covered in time lapse of from 2021 to 2027. So we are more or less at midway. And until now, we're already financed 63 projects for a budget of 469 million with more than 900 participants. As you can see on the right side of the slide, the project under the mission covers several topics, and there is also a specific project under the carbon farming, mainly devoted to carbon farming. In this slide, in fact, I have a list of the projects dealing specifically with carbon farming. The first one that comes to our eyes is Credible, the project that is hosting this nice summit. But also we have Marvich, that aims to develop a context-specific MRV framework to encourage farmers to engage in carbon farming activities. We have MRV4SOC project that is acquiring data on carbon sequestration, on greenhouse gas emission linked to land use in 15 demo sites. And we have Deep Horizon that has a specific goal to look also not to the soil surface, but to the subsoil, that also is a very important part of the soil that is less known and where we have a gap and we need to improve our knowledge. And after we have OGCR, the European Geospatial Carbon Register, that is driven by the mission to provide transparent, scientifically validated and open accessible geospatial carbon accounting tools. So all this and CAFAMORE, I imagine that also the majority of these projects are represented here in the summit, and I'm sure that also in the poster you will know, or outside in the stand, you will know more about that. But just to show you that we have also a specific project on carbon farming. So one of the topic, one of the goal of the mission soil was to get 100 mission soil living lab by 2013. And also on that, I would like to share with you that thanks to the partnership soil, we have very nice map that show how these living labs are distributed in Europe. And we already have 45 living labs ongoing, covered from 9 projects, for a total of EU budget of 107 million, and more than 1,500 sites. The map produced from soil show how this living lab are covering different land uses, biogeographical region, and soil challenges, and are obviously available online. Here we have the map where the living lab are divided by land uses. You can see that Europe is quite well covered, and also the land uses, in particular agriculture, but also we have urban, forestry, industrial and natural and semi-natural landscape. And by biogeographical region, and also there we covered, and we will cover more also in the future, all the biogeographical region. I decided to include also a specific slide on Lila for Soil project. You know very well, Lila for Soil project is also sponsoring this event as well. You can see also, imagine on the screen, Lila for Soil, and there is a stand outside. There was one of the parallel sessions yesterday organized by Lila for Soil. But why? Because it's one of the projects with Living Lab that test carbon farming practices in farm managed by individual farmers. There is already 5 living labs across 6 countries. And very important, Lila for Soil is using the cascade grants. So it's the financial support to third party. And with this cascade grants mechanism is able to involve farmers and to support them. Also with a small amount, but still 5,000 euro per year per farmer for 4 years can make a difference to involve the farmer as well in the project. Now we are at the stage of the other building, the soil health monitoring. As you know, or maybe I share with you now if you don't know yet, we have a very great collaboration with the Joint Research Center. The Mission Soil and the Joint Research Center work together, and we hope that this can continue in the future. And we try to engage also to have the Mission Soil project working with the Joint Research Center. As was already mentioned yesterday from Alexandra, the Director General of the Joint Research Center, thanks to them, we discovered that more than 60% of new soil are degraded. So this is a very important information that now we are aware of. A few years ago, we were not aware of that, and then we need to act. As in addition to that, we have the EU soil degradation dashboard that is available since 2023, that is looking at all the 19 key reference degradation processes. So the physical one, like water erosion, with erosion, soil compaction, but also the chemical one, like salinization, alkalinization, the biological one, like the organic matter loss, the loss of biodiversity, all words that we already heard during this day of summit, and also the environmental degradation process, like the reduced carbon sequestration. So very important work, and this work is done EU-wide with harmonized data set. We have more than 25 mission projects developing indicator and cost-efficient monitoring methodology, and also most of them collaborating with the GRC. What the work we do from all this work done is to support member states for the soil monitoring law. We just had the presentation from Mirko. We support land manager, to support the relative legislation and the common agricultural policy. And the important step is also the integration of new data sources step by step, as soon as they are available. And now we are at the fourth building block on soil literacy and citizen engagement. Also for that, from the mission soil side, we try to do our best, and we have a lot of activities. For example, we had the European Mission Soil Week that is taking place since the beginning of the mission. This year we had more than 300 participants in person and more than 1,000 online. Several people are also reached from social media, and more than 5,000 subscribers to the Mission Soil newsletter. We have a series of soil podcast, and regular promotion of Mission Soil funded project under the Mission Soil platform website. But not only that, we have also the Mission Soil Manifesto, already more than 350 signatures, 2,800 individual and 700 legal entities. And I would like to underline here that we will also mention to you that also Regione Veneto and the Comune di Padova both are signatory, already signed the Soil Manifesto. As you can see, there is a QR code, and we invite you all to sign for the Mission Soil Manifesto. And there is, again, another important initiative that is the Mission Soil Ambassador. So those ambassadors are individuals selected for demonstrating their commitment to soil health. This is a program that was launched in 2023 and will last until 2028. The aim of the project is to support the mission objective and to increase the soil literacy in society. At local and regional level. We have until now 49 ambassadors in total, covering all the EU member states and 21 associated countries in Horizon Europe, with different expertise, so communicator, entrepreneur, practitioner. Now we have in this slide a short overview of the work program of 2026. As you know, every year there is call for a new project, and with the big help of the Research Executive Agency that is also present in the summit today, yesterday, and tomorrow. In this slide, we have the work program of 2026. This means that this work program was already published at the end of 2025. And for the topic on single stage, the call are now open until September 2026. And as you can see, we have more than 100 million budget in total for 7 different topics. And for more than 10 projects. I think I counted 11 projects that can be funded based on the budget we have, and we have different kind of projects as well. So research and innovation action, and cooperative coordinated action like the one of Credible, for example. So I would like also to underline that for the work program of 2026, we have also a joint topic with the EU mission adaptation and climate change. The work program of 2027 was already published as well. And also there we have more than 100 million euros available for different topics, for 8 topics in total. So there is still a lot of opportunity for you to be funded if you like to apply for project. There is still budget, and we invite you indeed to create consortium and to apply for this project. These call are not, the one for 2027 are, on the other hand, not yet open. And now we are at the next step. So with the Mission Soil, as I said, we are at midway. So now we need to adapt and disseminate information and practical tools for different audiences across Europe. We need to ensure that the diversified portfolio of instruments work together to address all stakeholder needs, linking also to other networks, so not only the research, but yes, the CAP operational group, agroecology partnership, and whatsoever. And very important is also the feedback to policy, to soil monitoring law, but also to the CAP and the CRCF. Valeria will speak about the CRCF immediately after my presentation, and others. And I would like also to highlight the next event we plan. For the first time, we will have on 30th of June, so not very far from now, in Brussels, a Mission Soil Investment Forum, where we will speak about the soil health business model and investment, because this becomes more and more important. And as usual, we will have the European Mission Soil Week 2026. This year will be on 17 and 18 of November in Dublin. And also, I will conclude saying a few words on the topic from the work program 2025 that therefore is already closed and will be signed most probably before the summer, on a topic that is the continuation of this network on carbon farming and emission reduction of agriculture and forest land, and is then the continuation of Credible. So we really hope that this third summit will be not the last one, but we will have occasion to continue working together also in the future. And with that, I would like also, before to conclude, to say that I only presented part of the funding opportunity, because this is only what is presented under the Mission Soil, but under Horizon Europe as project, the project can be funded also under the Cluster 6, under the other mission, and also under the LIFE project. And I saw that there is a stand outside from the colleague working on LIFE project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marianne. She will be around here, so if you have any questions for her, then please do approach her during the coffee break or later. So now we go for our last speaker in this part of the day, which is Valeria Forlin. She's going to tell us about the state of play and next steps for carbon farming certification in the EU. Valeria is working at is the deputy head of the unit of land economy and carbon removals at the European Commission DG Climate Action, where she's specialized in the land sector's pivotal role in combating climate change, and her work focuses mainly on the reducing agricultural emissions, enhancing carbon sinks in soils and forests. So please, Valeria.
Thank you, Saskia. Good morning, everyone. So I now complete this lineup of very geographically diverse speakers. So you might think that Credible invited only Italian speakers because we are in Italy, but it's actually not because of that. It's because, by sheer coincidence, a lot of people who work on carbon farming in the Commission happen to be Italian. So go figure. It's not because we are in Padova. Okay, I also give you an update. It's a bit heavy, I suppose, 3 presentations with all this information to digest. But okay, I will try to take it slowly, even though we are already late. Okay, so we work on many fronts in our team to implement the CRCF as swiftly as possible. I put on the slide 6 topics on which I will want to give you an update. So I have 6 slides with a lot of information. The first topic is, I've just written that the methodology, the recognition of the certification schemes, the registry, the carbon farming database, the review of CRCF, and the Buyers Club. So the first topic is the certification methodologies. This is what I've personally worked on most of my time for the last couple of years. We are finalizing the methodology for the certification of carbon farming. We have drafted 1 delegated act, so 1 piece of law, which includes 3 methodologies for 3 activities: agriculture and agroforestry, peatland rewetting and restoration, and afforestation. The draft delegated act was received some feedback recently from the expert group that advises us on the development of CRCF. From all of you, the draft was published for feedback between January and February, and we received around 250 pieces of feedback. Now we have been working to integrate this feedback, and we are finalizing the delegated act. We aim to present it to the expert group on the 23rd of April. The date is still to be confirmed, but I think we will manage. And then our intention is to adopt the delegated act. According to the legislative procedure of the European Union, the adoption is followed by a period of 2 months of scrutiny, during which the co-legislators, so the Parliament and the Council, might block it. But if that doesn't happen, then the delegated act enters into force. This process is a bit more advanced for other methodologies, the ones on permanent removals, which includes biochar, which could be interesting for you. So the biochar methodology is already in this 2 months scrutiny period because it was adopted end of January. And if everything goes well, it will enter into force in a few weeks. It's been now discussed in Parliament and Council. We are also working on a methodology on carbon storage in buildings, and there we are a bit behind compared to the other ones, but we are confident we can finish it by the end of the year. And then a very important piece of the puzzle which is still missing is the methodology for forest management, which we have decided to take in a second step because that's already a lot of work what we have been doing so far, but we really intend to focus on that and advance our work on forest management as soon as the current methodologies are over. So maybe already on the 23rd of April or rather sometime after that, we can present our first findings and the first review. I just want to acknowledge that if some of you have seen the draft delegated act when it was open for public consultation, you might have found it very difficult to read, and this is understood. When you write law, you have to follow some legal drafting convention. And also we structured it in a way to avoid repetition. So we structured it by criterion, the quantification, additionality, long-term storage, and sustainability, because some of these criteria were the same across the methodologies, and we didn't want to repeat them all the time. So obviously, for an operator interested in peatland restoration, it just wants to see the rules that apply to peatland restoration. So what we want to do next is to prepare a user-friendly version of the methodologies by activity and with some advice how to interpret the rules, how to read the rules, some examples. So this will come. Okay, second block, second front on which we are working is the recognition of the certification schemes. And I took the liberty to put on the same slide a slightly different process, which is the recognition of the models. But the two processes are somehow linked. So this recognition of the certification scheme is about the schemes that can implement CRCF on the ground. So this is hugely important because without the schemes, there is no certification. But we want to make sure that the schemes are credible, reliable, trustworthy. So we want to check how the schemes work before saying that they can certify under CRCF. So we adopted already an implementing regulations in November with rules about the operation of the certification schemes, of the auditors, what we call the certification bodies, and of the auditing process in general. And so here you have rules, for instance, on the governance of the schemes. And now we are working with consultants to prepare the call for schemes that we hope to publish in April. This will be open-ended, so anytime schemes can apply to be recognized. We will also publish the protocol, how to apply. And then we will check two things: whether the scheme is governed, operates according to the rules in the implementing regulations, so the governance, the rules for addressing non-conformities, addressing fraud, transparency, all these rules are complied with. And then the scheme also needs to show to the Commission that they know how to implement, they are competent to implement the methodology. So the methodology is sometimes leaves some choices to the scheme. There are some elements which are not so precise in the methodology and are left to the context specific, to the specific context where the schemes operate. So each scheme will present their protocol, how they intend to implement the methodology, and this will be checked against the delegated act, so the methodologies. And so if the assessment is overall positive, the Commission will adopt a Commission decision which recognizes the scheme. So this is really a legal procedure. Now, on the right hand of my slide is a more informal process, because when writing the methodologies, we realized that, of course, it's important that for carbon in soil and biomass, we use models and as accurate as possible models. But it was difficult already in the methodology to be too specific on exactly which, we don't want to tell you what models you have to use, also because we don't want to block innovation. New models and better models are coming out all the time. And so we just defined some criteria which we think define a good model, which are on the slide: transparency, credibility, suitability, accuracy. I won't go into the details. But the idea is that we will make a more precise rule book or a protocol for operators or certification schemes to demonstrate the quality of the model. And this is similar to what happens already under existing certification schemes in the voluntary carbon market. Verra has such a protocol, CAR has such a protocol, Gold Standard has such a protocol. The idea here is, however, that the European Environment Agency will assess the fitness of the model. And so this is a service that normally on voluntary carbon markets, operators have to pay for. They have to pay auditors to do this check, but this will be offered as a service by the European Environment Agency. So this process is really starting. We are starting to design it now, but the objective is to provide a level playing field, so a certain level of confidence that the models used are good, are calibrated and validated for the region where the activity happens. They're able to estimate the impact of that activity, so we can all trust it. And also, over time, we will have a repository of all the good enough soil and biomass models that have been recognized. So hopefully this could also help in terms of improving our national greenhouse gas inventories and in general improving the level of quality of carbon farming modeling in the EU. Third block, the registry. The registry is also hugely important. It's one of the main contribution of CRCF to the transparency of carbon markets. The idea that you have in one place all the units, all the credits that have been issued by different certification schemes. So the idea indeed is that this registry will not replace the existing registries of the existing certification schemes, but rather be a platform that is fed by the existing registries. So the existing registries need to become interoperable and will be linked with a blockchain approach to the central registry, which will be the single source of truth for all the other registries. We have, like Mariana said, 2 soil mission projects working on specific aspects of the registry when it comes to carbon farming, because in carbon farming we have, as you all know, issues of traceability, issues of allocation of credits, for instance, in the case of crop rotation, issues of double counting, which is very specific between scope 3 inventories and carbon credits. So all these topics are being addressed by these 2 projects. And in parallel, we are discussing with our, we are working with our colleagues in the IT department of the Commission to create the IT infrastructure. So they're doing this proof of concept for the CRCF registry. And we are testing it with the involvement of also of existing certification schemes to learn from their experience. And maybe I didn't mention, but the registry should be established by 2028. So the idea is that next year, in 2027, we adopt a delegated act with the rules of the registry so that we are ready for implementation in 2028. Fourth block, the carbon farming database. We have a sentence, so a commitment in the bioeconomy strategy that says that the Commission will establish an EU carbon farming database of models, emission factors, remote sensing products, and benchmarking data sets to reduce monitoring and administrative costs of carbon farming certification. The JRC has already been working with us and making a lot of progress in the last years on the standardized baseline for CRCF. But not only, they have also provided a very useful tool to assess the risk of carbon release, which has now become an integral part of the methodologies. And this work will continue at the GRC, as they will continue developing tools to quantify carbon farming, both in terms of baselines and benchmarks, and in terms of impact of the activities. And they will continue to fine-tune this tool for the risk assessment, for the resilience of carbon removals. And as I said before, the EA will work on this process to recognize soil carbon and biomass carbon models, which will also contribute to this tool set. Of course, all this work can build on what is being done under the soil monitoring law. Mirko presented before me the soil health framework, and under the mission soil, what Mariana just presented with these monitoring tools that they are putting together from the existing projects. So all these, we are all talking about the same thing, and we are just trying to centralize it in a place where MRV for CRCF is stored. Fifth element, the review. We have an opportunity by the end of 26 to review the CRCF regulation. The main trigger for this review is that the co-legislators asked us to assess the inclusion of livestock. So, as you might know, right now, livestock is not fully integrated into CRCF. An extensive livestock farmer who manages their livestock in a way that more carbon is stored in grazing land or in a silvopastoral system, that is already eligible. So that's carbon sequestration, that's eligible. But what is not eligible under CRCF is the reduction of emissions from the cow itself, so from enteric fermentation, or from the animal, from enteric fermentation and manure management. So the idea is, the question is whether we should include this. So we are currently working on a pilot certification methodology, and on this basis we will decide whether to include these emission reductions in the scope of CRCF. Another very important topic on which many parallel sessions are focused these days is how to use CRCF for Scope 3 reporting. So especially in the agri-food sector, most carbon farming certification is done in the context of insetting and or Scope 3 reporting, and the recent Greenhouse Gas Protocol provided international guidance how to do that. And so we really want CRCF to support this type of approaches, but it might be that some of its current rules are not aligned with it. And so we are now assessing whether we need to adjust any rules in the regulation to ensure this alignment. One specific example is additionality. Of course, additionality is a feature that is important when you want to sell a carbon credit so that the buyer can claim that action happened because of the incentive provided, that the buyer has provided. But this is less relevant when we look at an inventory, in an inventory approach, where you just want to know how many emissions and removals happened in your value chain. Now, only additional activities can be certified, can be considered compliant with CRCF. So we might want to look at it and check whether we can look into a certificate of performance which does not require compliance with all the quality criteria. So this is what we are currently looking at. And we will package these proposals together with this surgical proposal. We are not reopening completely the CRCF, but we want to package it with the proposals for national targets and flexibilities. So these are the proposals for the member state target for 2040, climate target for 2040. This proposal is planned for the end of the year. And there is currently an open public consultation that you can all participate in. It's open until the 4th of May, and you find it on the Have Your Say portal. And there will be, I think there is one question on the inclusion of livestock and one on alignment with Scope 3 reporting. Finally, the Buyers Club that has been getting a lot of traction. I think I heard it mentioned many times yesterday. So in the bioeconomy strategy, we also committed to establishing a buyers club to pool demand for carbon farming. So it's clear from the discussion yesterday and the discussion we hear recently that now that the system is in place, or almost, we really need to create demand. So we are working currently on a blueprint for the EU Buyers Club for both carbon removals and carbon farming. So this is also about bio-CCS, DAX, and biochar. Of course, the design might differ a bit, the needs might differ a bit, but we still want to do one Buyers Club with probably different modules. And so the Buyers Club in itself will be a pool of buyers that together commit to buying carbon farming units or certificates. But in parallel, we also need to design a purchasing facility, so a sort of infrastructure of a service that the Commission provides to the Buyers Club to support its activities. So we are currently working to understand the demand and the motivation of different buyers. Different value chains will have different features. In agri-food, as I said, it's a lot about Scope 3 reporting. In forest-based industries, it depends what you look at. It depends how integrated the value chains are, but there as well we look at both offsetting uses and the Scope 3 reporting uses. And then there are other sectors outside of the bioeconomy who might be interested in carbon farming nature-based credits for offsetting purposes. And there, for instance, there is a huge potential for peatland credits because there is no value chain. Often with peatland rewetting, the production stops, but it's a very, very effective mitigation practice. It's emission reductions, so there is no problem of permanence. So there we might need to have a specific blueprint of Buyers Club for this type of motivations. So we are preparing a survey which will be published soon, targeted really at the potential buyers, where we ask what type of public support do you need? Do you need grants? Do you need risk management risk coverage? Do you need guarantees? So there are many different types of support we could offer if we have budget, but as Kurt Vanderberg said yesterday, give us ideas, give us a blueprint, and then we try to find the budget. And the other thing is, what should this purchasing facility offer? So what is a service that we can offer to facilitate the operations of the Buyers Club? Should we organize the purchasing rounds? Should we just be convening partnerships along the value chain? Should we offer templates for contracts? Should we build the portfolio? Should we look into risk-sharing mechanisms, support project developers? So these are all ideas that we are considering and on which we want your feedback. And hopefully we manage to launch the survey soon, because we would like to present its results at a conference we will organize in Brussels on the 21st and 22nd of May, and where we want also to present a draft blueprint for your consideration. On these 2 days, the first one will be devoted to permanent carbon removals, and the second to carbon farming, but there are a lot of synergies between the two, as I said. Oof, that's the end of my presentation. I hope you found it interesting and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I have the pleasure to host the summit's third plenary session right now. My name is Mathieu Mal. I work at the European Environmental Bureau, EEB. That is the largest network in Europe for environmental civil society organizations. We're also part of the Credible Consortium, where we work on the policy mix for carbon farming. And I just want to mention that we just published a policy brief on the Buyers Club, because indeed it's getting a lot of attention, so go and have a look if that's a topic that interests you. For the session today, right now we will be talking about policy, but the starting point is slightly different. It goes as follows. Carbon farming is a relatively new concept, but movements that have been working towards more sustainable agricultural practices are not new. Organic farming has been around for many, many decades. Regenerative farming has been around for decades. The FAO's climate smart agriculture has been there for well over a decade. And there is a new generation of farmers that is, at least we hope, there's a new generation of farmers that is about to step into the sector. And when they look at farming for the next decades, I'm sure they have their ideas as well about what is needed for long-term viability and sustainability of their work, of their livelihoods. And so this discussion tries to bring together these perspectives and to find out how people representing these different perspectives look at the developments when it comes to carbon farming under the CRCF in the EU, how it matches or maybe sometimes doesn't match with what they have been trying to do over the past decades and where they see the future of EU agriculture go. So with that being said, let me introduce the people that can bring those perspectives to the stage. Martina Dal Grande is a wine grower based in the Conegliano Valdobbiadene wine region. For the past 7 years, she has been managing her vineyards, implementing regenerative agricultural practices. She's a member of ANGA, which is the Youth Association of Confagricultura, and she also served as a delegate to CEJA, which is the European Council of Young Farmers. Her work focuses on knowledge dissemination and sharing of best practices in agriculture. Welcome to the stage, Martina. Next, we have Marco Paravicini. He is a biodynamic farmer and owner of Cascine Orsine farm in Bereguardo. He brings over 10 years of experience in the organic retail and distribution sector with Ecor Naturasi, and he currently serves as the vice president of Federbio, the Italian Federation for Organic and Biodynamic Agriculture. Welcome, Marco, as well. Next, we have Peter Fröhlich, who is a farmer, agronomist, and entrepreneur with over 20 years of experience. Driving agricultural innovation. He's a founding member of EARA, which is the European Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture, and he is a prominent voice in European regenerative farming. He has spent the last decade advancing data interoperability, precision agriculture, and digital agronomy, and his work now converges in AgriPurpose, which is a framework for regenerative agriculture. Is Peter in the room? I haven't seen him yet this morning. We might have to do without Peter, it seems like. But last but not least, we have Ivano Asenza. He is a carbon market specialist at the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO. He works at the intersection of carbon finance, climate smart agriculture, and nature-based solutions in European and international policy frameworks. And he ensures that carbon markets contribute to resilient agri-food systems, deliver measurable climate outcomes, and strengthen farmer livelihoods. Welcome, Ivano, as well. Right, a slightly reduced panel it seems this morning, but I don't think that's a problem. I think we have plenty to talk about and plenty to say. So welcome and thanks for joining us for this discussion. I also have a mentee for the audience. So if we could get up the QR code again, that would be great. Because of course you know which perspectives we have here on the stage, but I wanted to get a sense of how much these perspectives and backgrounds are also represented in our audience here in the room and online, just to get a sense of how foreign the perspectives on the stage might be to you, or how much aligned you might be. That'll be interesting to know. So while the mentee is being arranged, maybe I'll start with you, Martina, if I may. So maybe you can tell us from your perspective as a representative of young farmers, but also a young farmer yourself, what is your vision for sustainable agriculture? What do you think it should include? What does it not include? What does it look like?
Okay, thank you for the question. Good morning, everyone. So my vision of sustainable agriculture is pretty simple. It's about having a productive and high quality food producing, protecting the ecosystem and preserving the resources. It's a very delicate balance between environmental stewardship and economic viability and social responsibility. So let me tell you that I have an economic background. So when I started 7 years ago to farm in my family vineyards, located not far from here, I came across to an old vigneron that told me a very simple sentence and said to me, keep in mind that you are not owning your farm, your land, but you're actually renting it from your son or your daughter. So you have a responsibility of working and give it to the next generation back, if you can, at the same condition you found it, but if you could, and if you have the opportunity, at a better condition. So currently, I'm renting my vineyard from my 2.5-year-old daughter, Margherita, that is a very proud, sustainable farmer. So straight away, when I start farming, I realized that, probably because of my background, I had a different level of priorities. So if people were keep telling me how beautiful my vineyard were, how healthy my canopy was looking, how beautiful roses were located in the front of my vineyard, I was not actually interested in that, because I was keep asking myself, am I doing the best I can to make my soil healthy, to make my soil working at the best condition possible? I realized that these kind of questions were not very common from my neighbor vignerons. And this question that I was asking myself came before I knew that 25% of the earth biodiversity lives in the soil. So I said to myself, I have a strong army that can really help me to reach my goal and reach my sustainable vision. So I started with a very simple action, that is the soil sampling test. As we do with the blood test, we analyze the level, our immediate situation of the soil, to understand how, which kind of activities, which kind of action I can do to plan future goals. So I started with these little actions, and also I started to question myself how to start working in a more sustainable way. So that's how I came across to regenerative agriculture, because I found out that my soil were a little bit heavy, a little bit tired, not very, working very fully at their best. So through regenerative techniques, I started to ask the soil what was the real question. And as a very important mentor told me one day, remember that the soil has a great memory, so treat it in a good way, because he will not forget eventual tricks you made. So that's my philosophy, my goal, and that's what I'm trying also to share with other farmers too.
Thank you very much. So strong environmental, social, and economic components. I think a nice philosophy of renting the land of future generations and knowing that the soil has a memory. I think those are very nice ideas behind what you do. I'm just looking at the replies on the Mentimeter. It looks like regenerative agriculture is in the room. There's less responses on the other ones, so good that we have those views on the stage. Now I realized young farmers can maybe feel a bit subjective, so I looked up, and the age is 40 years old, which for me works fine. I'm happy to define youth that way. Yeah, but actually only, even with that quite generous definition of youth, only 12% of farmers in the EU are actually below 40 years old. So I think that's an issue we have in terms of age structure in the sector. Over to you, Marco. Your vision for sustainability from an organics and biodynamic background.
Hello, thank you. Yes, I believe that to be really sustainable in agriculture, you need to focus on the whole farming system in a more holistic way. And this means minimizing imports and wastes, so a farm that tends towards a closed cycle, and with balanced components in it. So you need to have balance between the natural part, the animal part, the livestock, the cultivation part, and also the human component. Because we've seen that many issues of modern agriculture came when we decoupled livestock from land, and we had some very intensive livestock farms with little to no land, and some very intensive food for livestock production farms. And this meant that in both areas. We had high pollution, little to no biodiversity, and in the livestock case, we had the manure that is such a precious component for fertilizing and enriching the soil that it became from a resource of waste. So in a balanced farm, you really can have a good synergy between components, and if you don't have this, it gets really, it turns around totally. Also, clearly, I believe that being organic, I mean, we should go towards a reduced use of pesticide or no use of pesticide, and this should be ensured by clear and robust certification, like the organic one, European organic certification, or in case of biodynamic, the Demeter certification that starts from the organic one. This means that we can earn the consumer trust, and we can also ask the market to pay a correct price for our product, so we can have control of our supply chain. I have a farm close to Milan in Pavia. It's a fairly big farm. It's 300 hectares arable land, 300 hectares of woodlands, 300, but that's it, cows, and 30 employees. And I've really seen how this type of organization can be much more resilient in recent times. Just a few examples, like because we sell everything with our own brand, in our own supply chain. We've seen massive shocks in milk price recently, and milk was paid a lot 2 years ago. Now it's paid not very little, and having control of the supply chain means that you can have stability. And also more recently, we've seen that with the war in Iran, we had a very big problem with urea, which is a byproduct of oil refinement, which is widely used for fertilizing in conventional agriculture. And this is creating a big shock for conventional farms, because we use only composted manure and cover crops to fertilize our fields. We really don't see this supply shock on our side. So we really can feel more and more that this too long of a supply chains can really stress the system. So to be very sustainable, you need to be more closed cycle.
Thank you very much. Also, in your intervention, I find the social, economic, and environmental aspects. One thing that you did stress was certification, robust certification according to transparent rules that can then help with consumer trust. And you mentioned also the importance of supply chains, that when they are very long and there's many actors along the way, then geopolitical shocks can influence those. That's some of the elements you brought. Ivano, from the FAO side, climate smart agriculture. What's the vision there?
Thank you. Hello everyone, and before I start, I wanted to say a big thank you to the organizers. Thank you, Matteo. Thank you also to the participants of the panel today. It's a very relevant event, especially from what's happening recently, and how the recent events are shaping food supply chains and food security. So I want to really express a big gratitude to the organizers, and the reason why this event is getting more and more successful is because we are getting a diverse variety of people from policy, institutions, banks, project developers, farmers, which should be at the center of the stage for this conversation. And this is quite unique. It's not common to have the possibility to participate in such events. So I'll reply to the question from an FAO perspective and then from a personal one. So FAO's mandate is to ensure food security and sustainable agriculture for all. We have developed many tools around supporting governments to monitor, to verify, and to to put farmers at the center of the conversation. And I mean, when it comes to defining smart agriculture or even sustainable agriculture or organic farming, we try to ask ourselves how do we embed those paradigms into also, in this case, to be also relevant for CRCF, into a mechanism that is trying to frame that logic or approach into a verifiable, measurable mechanism in terms of mitigation and adaptation. When it comes to carbon markets, I've been asked several times about what does FAO do, and how is smart agriculture, as we represent them, being addressed. And we take it from, as our counterparts, our governments. We work a lot on benefit sharing mechanisms, and that is where we place farmers at the center to make sure that revenues arrive to the most vulnerable groups. And these also can be defined as obviously farmers, local communities, rural livelihoods, obviously indigenous peoples. But probably what it means in terms of, just to build upon what has already been said and that we totally agree on, is the fact that we need to find a way to intersect those paradigms into a common ground that translates into, for the EU, the CRCF mechanism, the framework for removal and carbon farming activities, so that we have concrete actions. So we move from intentions to verifiable actions. And today, I don't know of any other instruments or tools that actually can help the transition to happen in a verifiable manner through MRV components. And FAO has been focusing most of its work on mitigation and adaptation, of course. So what is defined from the Article 6 as 6.8, so a non-market approach. But we've been getting requests from governments on Article 6, so carbon market approaches. And how do we position ourselves as a neutral technical advisor in the niche market is on the safeguards. And this is where farmers should be always placed at the center. We have protocols, methodologies that will help address benefit sharing mechanisms. We've been doing it for many, many years, and this should be essential, the essential part of the discussion. In terms of what does it include, for sure biodiversity on top of soil health, water security, but especially people. And what I mean by people is not just addressing farmers in the sense of farmer community, but also how do farmers engage with labor? I mean, in Europe, not just in Italy, we have a big issue with forced labor, and how do we address benefit sharing mechanism to give the right tools to farmers? So from a smart agriculture perspective, so that we ensure that when the revenues arrive to those farmers, that also we prevent and we address those issues. And you know, we talk about immigration a lot. They should be also represented, food security and the food that we eat every day. What you've been eating also yesterday. I come from, and here's where I also give quickly my personal perspective. I'm from Sicily, from a town called Vittoria. I was born in a very farm-centered area. I used to also pick up those cherry tomatoes that you tried yesterday. And I know what it's like to work in such farms. It's very, very tough conditions. And immigration plays a huge role in Italy and in Europe. And how do we ensure that those farmers have the right knowledge? Because and we will address this later, I hope, to actually represent and ensure integrity in the work that they do. So this is kind of my both take. Sorry, thank you.
Thank you for both takes on the question. You mentioned the working conditions as part of the social component. I feel often when we talk about the social aspects, it's very focused on income, but of course the working conditions are a very, very important part of that as well. You mentioned mitigation and adaptation. Now, just last week, the European Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change, which is a group of scientists that advises the European Commission, came out with a very interesting report looking at climate and agriculture, and what they conclude is both on mitigation and on adaptation, EU agriculture is not doing well. We're lagging behind on both those accounts. You've mentioned, I stay with you, Ivano. You've mentioned what your vision or the FAO's vision for sustainability looks like. What do you think is holding us back? Where do you think are the obstacles for more people to adopt more sustainable practices? And while you answered that, I would like to get the second Menti question on the screen, because we have the same question for the audience. Where do you see the main obstacles? What do you see as the main obstacles for a transition to sustainable agriculture and land practices?
Thank you. Yes, I've seen the report that was published recently, a very comprehensive report on mitigation and adaptation. Some of the risks that I will mention are the risks that have been addressed in this report, and some of, obviously, risks and barriers that we as FAO are working on every day. Some of the barriers and risks, and this I'm trying to relate as much as possible this to farmers. One of them is the economics and risk management perspective. Given that they operate with low margins and they are at the forefront of what's happening with the climate crisis, there is currently limited investment capacity at the moment to help them transition in what the Green Deal is requiring and what the governments are requiring in Europe to have this transition from happening. And this is where carbon farming and CRCF can be an entry point. Surely is not the only instruments. When we address carbon markets, we always explain that carbon markets is one of the instruments in climate finance, not the only one, especially if we look at the data that we saw yesterday at the scale that is necessary for us, EU as a bloc, to meet those objectives. Surely voluntary carbon markets play a big role, but they shouldn't be seen as the lifesaver. I always use the metaphor of the cake. We try to create the enabling environment, the infrastructure, the capacities to have the cherry on the cake. The cherry on the cake is having instruments that can diversify those economic opportunities for farmers. Another risk is uncertainty. So farmers are being placed with several different types of uncertainty, from policy to climate uncertainty, market uncertainty. So if those rules are not creating a level of certainty for farmers, voluntary carbon market and CRCF will remain a niche market. Because, as also was mentioned yesterday, farmers are risk aware. There is a theory of change that we have to take into account when we address farmers' ability to change and transition to adopt new practices. And sometimes it's also a question of interpretation. I speak a lot with the farmers also in the EU, and most of the time we have to start from the basics. We take for granted even the concepts of carbon markets, carbon credits, but we need to explain to them what those mechanisms are, how they can be turned into concrete measures. And now and also what are the risks? So we try to safeguard them, even looking at the legal frameworks, the contracts, benefit sharing mechanisms, and so on. The other obstacle is definitely on the knowledge and advisory gaps. There is a lack in the EU, lack of knowledge, but also advisory services and also digital adoption from farmers in the EU to help address some of the data management issues that they should be aware of. And we also have another barrier that is most of the farmers are, not just in Italy, but in Europe, very fragmented, both if we look at forestry, but also agriculture. So how do we find aggregator models through cooperatives, associations, even the examples of Confagricoltura or Coldiretti and so on, to help farmers, smallholder farmers, kind of fill the gap, the knowledge gap, the technology gap, the policy gap at all levels. And most of the times we have to train all of those different actors because we don't take it for granted that even at policy level those mechanisms are well interpreted. And last but not least, sorry, it's related to digital tools and skills. We have a National Agricultural Observatory here in Italy that mentions that Agriculture 4.0 recovered in 2025, but adoption remained largely stagnant. 42% of farms use digital technologies, but yet only 9% are digitally mature, and 58% still lag behind. So there is still quite a lot of work to be done to address those barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Martina, Marco gave us a bit of an idea of what his farm looks like. Maybe you can do the same. Walk us through the farm. And you've mentioned already your motivation for changing your practices. Why do you think not more farmers are changing their practices? What do you think is holding them back?
So all the barriers that are written in the Menti before were true, but we keep forgetting that our farms are getting older and older because just 12%, as you mentioned before, of farmers are under the age of 40. The average age of a farmer in Europe at the moment is 55, and if we focus on Italy, is almost 60. If we look at females, we are just the 3% under the age of 40, obviously, so we are almost extincted. So this is a very big problem because, as you know, as older you get, as difficult for you to take risk because it's a matter of security. And the real problematic is not just about the fact that there's no young guys willing to take over, but it's an intergenerational problem because what we see overall in all businesses, family business will pass the second generation on only the 30% of family farm in general. For family farms is a bit different because the generational passage happens, but the question is when. Maybe it's too late. So what we need to focus on, if we really want to make a change, is to facilitate, and that's what Confagricoltura is doing really well, helping the two generations to communicate and to find the right moment to do the generational passage. Because you have to take advantage of the real energy when the new generation has the real energy. Because if you are gonna leave it when it's too late, it's not gonna work. And this is obviously leaving the farms at a more, I would say, superficial situation, because if you are run by a over 60 years old farmer, of course you are not willing to invest, you are not curious, you don't sit in a room with a university professor to listen to innovation because you are tired, because it's time for you to enjoy your life rather than working actively in the field. So what we are facing at the moment is the fact that a lot of young farmers are willing to take over, but they do not have a space. So what they want, what they wish, is to take the command and take responsibility of actual decisions in the farm with the older generation next to them, but with a little bit of freedom. So therefore, farms can really innovate, can really have a different vision and explore. So,
how do we achieve that? What is so clearly the timing of the passing on the farm is very
the timing is important, and also talking about this problem, because what we face as a young organization is that most of the time people do not share this problematic. They don't want to share the fact that they don't get along with the parents, that they struggle to make their ideas happen, that they feel sad because they don't really have a position in the farm. No, they don't share that because it's kind of can be kind of embarrassing. So what happens is sometimes young farmers decide to leave the farm and find their own life somewhere else because they are bright and they studied, they are well educated, so they can do their own path. But this is a pity, because we have amazing farms, amazing family farms that can be run by active young farmers with ideas. This is not all the situation, of course, because we have a lot of amazing cooperation between generations. So what I'm facing at the moment is the role of Confagricoltura, for example, that is helping to communicate, to mitigate the problem. There's also another topic you mentioned before, and is the mental health of farmers. Farming is a very lonely job. Sometimes I stay 8 hours by myself, not talking with anyone, pruning or working in the field. This is something that not a lot of people talk about, but again, Confagricoltura is understood that there is a problematic, and we need to support farmers, even if there's a financial troubles, financial problems that they are facing. We are, as an organization, responsible to help them, and we are doing that. We face this problem. And again, it's about sharing knowledge and stand for our position and be ready to help each other.
So some of the obstacles are knowledge, they are the lack of willingness to take a risk, the lack of energy, but they're very much linked to the generational situation is what you're saying. Thanks very much for that. Marco, what is, in your view, what is holding us back from more farmers doing what you do?
First I totally agree with what was said before, so I won't repeat on those topics, but I think we should address the CIP because it is a very powerful tool that not always is implemented on the ground in a way that can really achieve change and transformation in the agricultural sector. Because as I said before, the end goal is also of carbon farming is a climate mitigation, especially for farmers, which we are terribly exposed to climate change. So, and to do this, you need a whole farm approach. You cannot focus on single practice. And this has been an issue sometimes that policy has been focusing on single practice, that if you look at the whole farm, they don't make a change. I just can make a really stupid example, but I'm a rice grower, and there has been for many years an incentive to make some canals, small, deeper canals in the rice pads in order to increase biodiversity, because the deeper water can help amphibious animals and, biodiversity in general. The issue is that if you don't connect it with at least a reduce of pesticide or not use of pesticide, you won't find many frogs in those canals anyway. So this is like a concrete example of how a policy that it was good, but it needs to be put in a context, otherwise it's quite useless. And another thing is the incentive structure. The incentive structure needs to be clear, so you need to incentive everyone according to where they are positioned in a sustainability scale. So you don't need to address only the most sustainable, which is nowadays is organic. You don't only need to sustain those who needs to go there, but you need to have growing incentives. If these are not in place, you won't have a movement in farming that goes toward a more sustainable structure. Because if someone, in the end of the day, accumulating different measures is paid more not to move towards organic, then it doesn't have any practical incentive. So this is very important that this terribly powerful tool that is the CAP is applied on the ground in a coherent way to achieve what we are talking here about, that is climate mitigation.
Thank you. You brought in I'll stay with Marco for a little bit because he brought in the European policy angle, which is where eventually we had to end up. The CAP, of course, is a very important tool. It's also known for certain issues. Thank you for the concrete example. I think that helps a lot to hear these concrete examples from the ground. Now, with the CRCF, there's another European level policy that is coming into play, which has, as you mentioned, the CAP has its objectives, and climate and environment are one of those objectives. With the CRCF, the focus is more on those objectives. So how do you see, and especially since you mentioned in your opening statement, you mentioned the role of certification, robust certification. How do you see the CRCF coming into play? How does it work for the organic and biodynamic farmers?
Yeah, no, I see that it's in general, it's very positive and attention to carbon sequestration in agriculture. As I said before, agriculture is responsible for 10% of carbon emission in Europe, and is one of the most exposed sectors to climate change and its effects. So this is very positive, and it's also positive that the adoption of beneficial practice are encouraged, and that farmers should be rewarded for their efforts. But as I said before, it is also essential to provide at the same time benefit for biodiversity and other environmental objectives, because otherwise we don't need to consider them as co-benefits. We need to consider them as core objectives of a policy, because otherwise, if we don't have a systemic approach to carbon farming, we risk not achieving our objective and just using money in a not very effective way. And I mean, organic farming for many years has been contributing to carbon stock in Europe and carbon sequestration, while also delivering improved system resilience, like biodiversity, soil fertility, less pollution, improved food security, and farmer sovereignty. So organic farming should be considered a carbon activity and an objective. And in general, we should consider this environmental tool objectives as core principles of a policy, which nowadays are considered only co-benefits. So, and this, I think, is a critical part right now.
Thank you very much. Peter has joined the stage. Maybe a welcome applause for Peter as well.
Sorry to everyone.
No worries. Good morning, and happy you could make it. I think actually, if you're ready to jump in, I think this is actually a perfect time for you to jump in. So we were just talking about how, from everyone's perspective, the CRCF coming in as a new, bringing carbon farming as a new concept with its methodologies, the way it goes about certifying sustainability and so on. So from your background in regenerative agriculture, how do you look at this evolution, this development? Is this something that to you make sense? Does it work for you? Where are maybe the challenges or the pain points? If you could reflect a bit on that, that would be great.
Thanks a lot. Yeah, so where are we? Where are the pain points? I mean, what we see, or what I see, is that we take a more holistic approach with regenerative agriculture. Carbon is just one element, and I think that's one thing where we need to see that we do not just focus on something. Finally, nature, it's much more complex than that. On the other hand, you need to start somewhere, and it's a tangible way of starting and moving the system, and I really see this as a great progress, so thanks to everyone putting all the effort in there. We have seen them this morning presenting, so I think it's just great that this is actually moving in Europe. And yeah, seeing that Europe is still holding the flag up, I mean, we see all the global implications, so I appreciate all the efforts that we have on this continent. And when we look at Regen Ag, what I fear a bit is that we become more administrative heavy, and that the administrative burden is increasing. And we have to be careful that this is finally not only used and not abused. Because the more you know about farmers, they become completely transparent, and then the supply chain might know everything they do, their cost, everything, and that's just not going to turn out in a good way for farmers. So we have to be careful there that the farmer is actually also the main beneficiary of everything, because finally he needs to apply the change. If the farmer is not putting the change in the field, nothing is happening. And we should not forget that. Everything we do should help the farmer to get the change done. If we go beyond this, it's a burden and that we should avoid.
Thank you for that. Actually, you touched upon the question that we discussed just earlier. What is the reason that not more farmers are transitioning towards more sustainable agricultural practices? It sounds like you're saying that part of that reason is that they don't feel that they themselves will benefit that much from it. Is there not the perspective of if I take better care of my resources, it will benefit me and my business, my farming will, the quality of my products, the resilience of my system will automatically improve?
Fair point. And as a farmer, you have two hearts in your chest. One is you need to pay your bills as everyone. And that gives you a pretty short-term view. And the other one is you need to actually preserve your soil and your farm and your ecosystem for the next generation. And that combined with the shifting baseline syndrome, so you get born into a situation as you inherit it in most cases. And then you think that's the normal thing. And it's finally not, because if you look around, we're in a mostly artificially environment that we have created. And then the farmer lacks a bit of the awareness what good on his farm would really look like. It's just this kind of standard he knows, and then tries to stabilize, or is okay if it slightly goes down as long as he can pay the bills. That said, what the farmer needs also, a part of all nice stories, is a business case. And I think that's holding back many to do it. They don't have the liquidity or some, yeah, in many ways it's either mental or financial constraints.
Got it. You're saying we need to take care of the social and economic aspects, and only then farmers can actually make the step to also consider the environmental circumstances. Right. Martina, you've mentioned generational renewal. Is there any connection there to the new policies that are being developed, the CRCF? Do you see these kind of initiatives as something that could be appealing to young farmers, or do you think maybe there's other effects as well? How do you see this development?
Yeah, definitely. These can be good practices that can introduce and help potentially new farmers to understand how important it is to farm more sustainably, and trying to find a really concrete solution. What we are facing at the moment is we need to make farmers a little bit more aware of all the positive externality they are actually producing, because deciding to farm in a regenerative way, in a sustainable way, it is very difficult, and most of the time is time consuming, knowledge implementation. There's a lot of failures, there's a lot of problems. For example, in my vineyard, I give you an idea, there's no machineries that can do no-till cover crops seeding. So I have to find an angel that basically build it up, a special machine that fit, and that he comes from 2.5 hours away from me. So imagine with a tractor, it's not very easy. So you have to be very committed if you really wish to implement these practices. Again, practices that, as we said before, are very slow because results take time, but the market is not giving you this time because they want immediate yield, they want volatility, they want the production immediately with fair price, low cost price sometimes, most of the time. So it's not fitting. And for the younger generation that struggle even to find support from the bank, because this is one of the big obstacle of access to land for young farmers, is the numbers are telling us that unfortunately young farmers are not really welcomed for loans. This is another investment they have to make, no? So again, could be a very good opportunity because we know that regenerative and carbon farming practices are really helping our farms. But at the same time, we really need to balance from an economic point of view, because we need to feed our family, we need to pay the bills. Yeah, so.
Thank you. I will soon open the floor for questions from the audience. I think maybe some people would like to hear some more concrete examples of how you do things on your farms in particular. So that'll be in just a moment. Ivano, maybe you haven't really had the chance to connect the climate smart agriculture framework of the FAO with the developments at EU level. How much, to what extent do you feel they are going the same way, having the same logic, or do you see big differences in terms of objectives or methodology?
Thank you. To answer your question, so we are working quite a lot on both market and non-market mechanisms. When it comes to smart agriculture, the methodologies that have been developed are, and the standards are the ones that have been used so far in the voluntary carbon market. So even the Article 6 from the Paris Agreement itself, it's getting inspired by those methodologies and standards. We have seen bilateral agreements coming into countries to buy mitigation units. I mean, I will not explain into the detail because it can be very technical, but we see this as a huge driver for voluntary carbon market, because although it's on the NDC component, Article 6.2 is being used to drive those mitigation activities at country level for countries or even EU as a bloc to meet its own future NDC targets. As the EU announced last year that the planning of buying 5% of credits, carbon credits from the international market, and also given its twined connections with the supply chains on developing countries, we see a strong trend and demand coming from developed countries to help support and finance developing ones on the transition. And then obviously this has a chain effect in agriculture and on supply chains, and obviously getting down to the farm level. But the way smart food agriculture is defined and its methodologies are being driven by also other concepts such as organic and sustainable agriculture. I'd like to stress a point that, just taking the opportunity on what Martina mentioned before, that I haven't mentioned, but it's always irrelevant. on two things. One, on the knowledge gap, which is related to the barrier I was mentioning earlier. If we empower farmers and we provide the tools, and this is what FAO is doing, and also the EU and Lila for Soil, we have great examples of tools and capacities that have been developed. We should aim to reduce this risk and uncertainty gap so that, as also Martina was saying, we empower them, we make them realize of the opportunities, of the solutions that we have, and now to manage risk at the same time. And the other thing which is crucial, I would say, and it's related to inclusion and diversity, it's the role of women in farming, and also, as Martina mentioned, it's the role of the woman should be central and should be also taken into consideration in policies, also in the survey that is Valeria is driving, to ensure that we try to push as much as possible the inclusion of more women in farming. Because they have a central role also historically, but from an FAO perspective, we have been driving a lot of activities and projects around. Even this year is the International Year of the Women Farmer. And it's something that I did not address before, but is very, very important, and obviously very much related even to methodologies and to the beneficiary mechanism I was mentioning before. So I really would like to stress this point that we need to also take the aspects of inclusion and diversity into the consideration for carbon farming, because women play a central role to regenerative practices, and we need to also, as men, as allies, and probably the people that have done trainings on inclusion and diversity know what I'm talking about, to help drive this transition, because also as men, we have a role into this transition, and to help more women be in leadership positions and management positions to take a central role in carbon farming as well. And it's that is gonna help solve a lot of the issues that we have at the moment also in politics. I mean, I always say the joke, if Putin would have been a woman, we wouldn't have a but it's, yeah, a light joke. But yeah, going back to the serious conversation, we don't need to invent the wheel. There is a lot of work that has already been done on methodologies. There is a lot of work that has been done on the voluntary carbon market with robust MRV. And I see a lot of entities building new tools and MRVs, but why don't we sit on the table and harmonize what we already have? And because there has been already a lot of money and resources, and a lot of people are working tirelessly on those mechanisms without looking up, you know, raising their heads and thinking, okay, but what maybe we have already tools available, and even we FAO need to play and do a better role here on sharing and promoting better those tools that are free to use, and see where we can find that synergy.
I do think the Commission is looking at what is out there in terms of methodology, both in the voluntary carbon market space as well as in, for example, under the Paris Agreement. So I do think those things are being factored into the methodology development. I want to maybe, before I pass the questions to the audience, there is one thing that Ivano said, which actually made me think it would be interesting to hear the farmers' perspectives on this, because he mentioned CRCF potentially as a driver for voluntary carbon markets. Now, yesterday, there was a lot of discussions about also the Scope 3 action, so companies paying for action within their value chains. There's the talks about the Buyers Club and so on and so on. So maybe I'll pass the questions to the audience now, but you can think a bit about a short answer on where do you actually think this, because we talked about a financing need, where should this finance come from in your perspective? What is the best suited place for finance to come from for a transition to sustainable agriculture? That would be interesting to know. But are there any questions in the audience? We can take that. There's a question over there, but I don't think there are roaming mics. I think I will be the roaming mic. Or Tristano, or yeah.
Yes, hello. Saskia Visser from Climate Kick. I have a question which relates a lot to the supply chains. I heard the example of the machinery not being available to actually implement the work. I would hear also from the others to explore a little bit, you know, to which extent have actually the supply chains have their RNI in order to actually facilitate the farmers in transforming towards regenerative agriculture?
Thank you for the question. I think that can be linked indeed to the financing question. So what is the role of supply chains in providing everything that is necessary for a transition? Who feels like they could... Peter, maybe? Do you want to go first? Or?
Yeah, so about financing, we were discussing this a lot with farmers and also myself on my farm. By the way, sorry for being late. It's related to a bit of an excitement because my farm got awarded top 50 farmers of Europe, and the release was at 10. Thanks, yeah. So was a bit of too much in parallel, and a bit of excitement and a bit of a cold that I have, so sorry for that. Yeah, we were talking a lot about this. I mean, we see different constraints on the farm, but you know, then the discussion are mostly about de-risking, they are about loans, new loans, and me as a farmer, I'm not so happy about new loans, because what it means is I sell my assets to the bank, kind of, huh? More loans. So what we were thinking is, do we really approach it from the right angle? Because me as a farmer, what I would like to do is I would like to work in the best way possible and be remunerated through the produce, through what I sell. So should we maybe think of stimulating programs that deliver this with companies instead of on the farm, so that the companies are able to pay more to the farmer, and just like, let's say, matching funding. You, whoever it is, large corporate, you put €1, we put another one. It would be turning it upside down. But me as a farmer, I could see that being working. And we see that we have large projects now in Brazil and so, and we see this as a real blocker, that we lack a bit of this uptake. That could be more. It's still not to the extent we would like to see it, and then that all trickles down, you know. It's there's no market, then there's no activity. It's not just the machine not being there. And you know, you as a farmer take a lot of risk, because let's say you have been plowing 20 years, and now you go for no-till. The problem is you're now standing in the field. It's a sunny day. You have a certain moisture in the ground. It's a situation, there's some cover, whatever. You need to decide now what you do, how deep are you drilling, what's the machinery settings and so on. And with the plow, you now have 20 years of experience. You know exactly, oh, when it's this kind of wet, I can do it. Yeah, that should work fine for sugar beets. This works nicely for that. And with the no-till drill, you have no clue. So you maybe just drill 1 centimeter too deep or too shallow, and you have a loss. So, and that no consultant can help you with. That's the experience you as a farmer need to aggregate, and that change costs you money. And then when the business case is not very certain at that very moment, why should you take that risk?
So it all links together. It's the availability of the appropriate tools, also the knowledge on how to use them, and the kind of framework that supports the possibility of testing out new ways of farming, really.
Yeah, and some of it you cannot really just with a consultant. You really need to learn it. Sorry.
Martina, do you want to come in with your experience?
So regarding the machineries that I use for cover crops, no-tillage cover crops, I have to admit that every time it's working and after half an hour is broken or has to stop, or like a little wheel will just run somewhere, I have to try to find. And I mean, again, I'm very committed, so there's no obstacle for me because I really want to do it. But imagine someone who is used to do things in 2 hours and a half sharp and then go somewhere else. They do not have this window, you know. And then again, as we said, there's a lot of mistakes you can make, and then the rain that is our best friend, but is also our best enemy. You know, it's not actually working all the time positively, and so it's a very big challenge. A lack of curiosity, a lack of knowledge, it's not helping within the community, so it's not easy.
I saw there was one more question, well, at least one more. I think we'll take one more and then we'll have to close, so please.
Thank you very much for a really interesting session. I wanted to ask a question to the farmers on the panel. I'm from the UK, from Farm Carbon Toolkit, and we work with farmers all the time, helping them to adopt farming practices to transition to more sustainable farming systems. And I chaired a session yesterday, hearing from farmers about the carbon farming practices they'd adopted. And I asked a question to them, which was, if the external support, financial support for the practices you've adopted went away, would you carry on with those practices and why? Thank you.
Great question. Any answers to that?
I think in general, if a financial support goes away, most farms will be forced not to implement the practice. There are some farms that manage to create a market for the products, and in this case, the public financial support is substituted by the private financial support, so the customers that are willing to pay for the difference. And in this case, the farmer is going to go on. But if you want to look at general numbers, I'm sure if you don't have public financial support, you're going to have a reduced number of farmers implementing those practices.
What about you, Martina? What do you think?
I agree, but again, there's a strong belief on what is the final goal of these practices. So, for what I saw, farmers that became mentors in these years at my regenerative farming community taught me that patience is the main element. So I have to admit that I will definitely doing it even without support because that's my farming philosophy now. So the benefits are too high.
I think that's a very nice note to end on. I would like to thank our panelists for their contributions. Can we get a round of applause, please? Thank you. And maybe from the control room, we can get a slide that gives an overview of the breakout sessions for after the coffee break, so people have a reminder of where to go. And then I wish you all a very nice coffee break and the rest of the summit.
test. Good morning. I think we're supposed to start in 2 minutes. Let's give some time for the rest of the participants to just walk by. I guess we can start, and I'm pretty sure that more people will follow because, I can imagine it takes some time from the coffee to come here and join us. So, first of all, good morning, and I would like to welcome you to our panel discussion for today. Thanks for taking the time and walking by. Our theme or our mission for today is to discuss about carbon farming in practice, and we have prepared a panel discussion for all of you because we wanted to bring our lessons and learnings from different projects we had across Europe and how can be, of course, applicable to CRCF. So what we are currently discussing since yesterday, and of course it's not new information for all of you, agriculture is highly affected by climate change. And for sure we have to make sure that we have to reduce emissions, we have to sequester carbon in the soil. So that means that agriculture is also part of the solution. So across Europe, we have already several projects I would like to discuss with you. I will stop spoiling you for now. And at the last part of the discussion, we'll talk more thoroughly about CRCF. So before we kick it off, I think it's high time that I introduce to you our panel for today. So first of all, we have Dr. Florian Fakes, he's Head of Global Sustainability from BASF. We also have Andy Biddle, who is leading the Global Carbon Farming Program at BASF. We have Alessia Castelluzzi. Maybe you saw her yesterday at the parallel session that she was also presenting. She's working at Horta, and she is responsible for sustainability and carbon farming. And we have Emanuele Piacentini, who is Vice President at Sette Colli, a wine association here in the region. He's producer, and he's also owning a winery named Fratelli Piacentini. So thank you all for your time today, and we're very excited to have you all here in this panel. At the end of the panel, we'll have a Q&A session, so make notes, prepare your questions, we'll be so happy to hear your thoughts. So, Florian, I would like to start with you, and we already discussed yesterday about carbon farming, and it's very crucial for Europe. So I would like to understand from your point of view and maybe get some reflections on why carbon farming has become such a centric topic for Europe, and what steps are required to turn these promising pilots into more scalable solutions. Can we test the other microphone? Now, I hear something. Some
Hello?
of them, this is the one.
So welcome everybody also from my side. It's great to have you here. allow me a few words on BASF before we dive into the topic of carbon farming. As you know, BASF is a producer of chemicals, so that's the industrial side of BASF, and we are all here from the agricultural part. So that puts us in a special position because we understand agriculture, we understand carbon farming, we have own projects on the ground, but we also, with the insights from the colleagues of the holding, we understand the demand side. I mean, a lot of industries are under pressure, energy industry, cement industry and chemical industry, they need to reduce the carbon emissions. Free allowances are being cut. I mean, this is under heavy discussion. But I think it's very healthy to also look at the demand side of things and to understand their logics a little bit. Now coming back to carbon farming. So why is it so attractive and why are we engaging ourselves so much in this? If you compare agriculture to other industries, it has a structural advantage. You can keep up production while sequestering carbon. If you look at other industries, this is not possible. So they have no other opportunities to keep up production, food production or feedstock production, while also decarbonize at the same time. For other industries, this is a really big pain. And I think this is a structural advantage of agriculture to combine the both. And we should not forget, and I think this was discussed in other sessions as well, the co-benefits. Having more resilient soils, having much more stable systems. Now coming a little bit into what does it mean economically. So when we were starting our activities a couple of years back, and we will come to the starting point and the first project in a bit, we thought, okay, what is the overall potential? We looked at the numbers as, in the normal strategy process, and if you think about 100 million hectare arable land or agricultural land in production in Europe. So this is big. If you then assume, give or take, a ton of CO2 per hectare, that is 100 million tons potential. Certainly not every farmer and every farm will join those programs, but at least it has the capacity. So this is pretty big. And if you then multiply whatever number you can come up with, depending on the market penetration, with, let's say, a reference price of, let's take ETS, 75, 80 euros, this is $1 billion or €1 billion market. But to really unlock that potential, a lot of things must happen. And now coming to the details. So that's the high-level view of the business potential. That is easy to put on a PowerPoint slide, but making it work requires a lot of work. So first of all, and I think we have heard it also in other panels, every project developer has learned the lessons of data management. Getting the data in, getting the baseline done, making sure everything is according to the protocols. We, for example, use the VM42. So that is the first step. With it comes the education piece. The field of carbon farming and carbon accounting is super complex, and if you talk to others in the field that are not totally into it, I think it deserves a little bit of time to educate, to explain, and to make things a little simpler than they are in the papers. So the data management, the education, this is one thing. The other thing is then to also come up with results fairly quickly. Certification process, getting the credits, so to also give feedback to the farmers, hey, this has resulted in something tangible. And then the last step is really to find the off-takers for the credits. In our case, we always team up with food value chain companies to ensure that there is direct demand, so that we are not piling the credits somewhere, wait for better prices, but really say we make the connection right away from the one that uses the benefit to the one that produces it. So with the reference to CRCF, I think it's absolutely key, and I think this audience discussed it also before, is to establish a mechanism to get constant demand, to take out risk and volatility of the whole system. And these are a couple of considerations from my end.
Thank you very much, Florian, for setting up the stage so clearly. First of all, we had some reflections from different sectors. And Nevertheless, we have challenges throughout carbon farming, but as you mentioned, we have also a lot of opportunities as the agricultural sector has this structural advantage you mentioned. What is really important to say also is that we as BSF have a global carbon farming program. You already touched it. And we will come shortly to this one because we have also Andy in the discussion. Andy is leading this global carbon farming program. And this is super important because we would like, or I would like, and I would be so curious to share with the audience here, what have we learned so far throughout these years that you have this practical experience on the ground?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thank you, Stella, for the question. We've been running this now for about 4 years, actively. 4 years ago, we started our first carbon farming program. We started in Ireland, working on malting barley and whiskey production. Since then, we've moved into Europe. So other parts of Europe, we currently have programs in Germany. We have working with food value chain players in bread production, where we're impacting wheat and following that through the value chain. We're working in France. We've started recently doing some work in Japan, working on rice with some value chain players. And then coming back to the alcohol side, we're also very active in Scotland and England, working again with a malting company that's supplying 70% of all of the malt for the Scottish whisky production. And then in the US, we're looking at CI scores, carbon intensity scores, particularly for biofuels and how that will relate to the emerging regulations that are coming out in the US, particularly around 45Z. But one of the key things that we've learned right from the very beginning is that we cannot do this on our own. We have to involve the complete value chain. We have to involve farmers. Everything starts with the farmer. We have to have them on board as well. And we need our other collaborators. So we need very good relationships with companies that do soil sampling. We have good relationships with companies that give us the models that allow us to do the modeling and the assessment of the savings that we're doing. And also, very importantly, we need certification. It cannot be BSF saying, yes, that 1 ton of carbon has been saved. We need independent third-party validation, auditors who will very, very closely check everything that we're doing and then giving the validation, the stamp of approval at the end of the day. Because at the end of the day, it has to be transparent. Everything has to be transparent, and there has to be trust, there has to be confidence, particularly within the marketplace, that yes, indeed, that 1 ton of carbon has been saved, and that 1 ton of carbon has not been sold multiple times. If we can't have that, trust in the system breaks down. The other thing we've learned is that farmers generally are very enthusiastic. They like to try new things. Most farmers that I've met are innovators. They're really, really passionate about protecting their soil, improving the health of their soil, and to leave the land to their children in a better condition than what they found. So farmers extremely very, very supportive. I think the other thing we've learned is there's a little bit of confusion, particularly in the food value chain, on how to use what we provide and deliver to. Oops, sorry. And there, the whole issue of standardization also needs to be looked at. Another key point is data and data interoperability. We cannot have farmers entering the same data multiple times. So we have to find simple systems. We have to find an easy way in which we can collect the data and make that data work at the end of the day for the farmers. But at the end of it, I think I remain extremely positive. We've learned a lot. Is the system we've put in place perfect? No, it's not. But does it deliver? Yes, it does. And I think we mustn't strive for perfection. If we can do it, then let's do it. And we are trying to do that with all of the partners that are working with us. We're trying to get this off the ground running for the benefit of farmers, for the benefits of the food value chain players, but ultimately benefit for us as society, because we're actively playing a very important role in tackling climate change through these types of activities.
Thanks, Andy. So many keywords or things that I would like to just wrap again up with you. So first of all, we are talking about a non-perfect plan at the moment, but it seems that all of us are willing to help and contribute. So you mentioned, Andy, that farmers are willing to change, and we have also an innovator here, another farmer, Emmanuel, who is going to say to you shortly what he changed. So he's also an example of an innovator on the ground. Secondly, you mentioned, Andy, that data is complex and we have to find a way so that we make sure that everything is counted once. And for sure it's not easy, but we cannot do it alone for sure. So all of us have to collaborate somehow. And we have a momentum from what I understood. And also what I would like to just mention and then go to Florian again. You said that we have a global carbon farming program around the globe. We have different programs, different kind of, how can I say, projects. So they are totally heterogeneous, from US to Asia to Europe. But the meaning is one, the point is one, that there is interest and there are farmers that they are willing to change. So that's for the part of on-the-ground experience, and I would like to come back to Florian for the corporate or the business perspective here. So can we just say that carbon farming is a catalyst that connects sustainability with business?
Yes, we can. And I mean, at the beginning, when you start a project, there is great enthusiasm, there's lighthouse projects, there's also willingness of the food companies to invest a little bit more. But the business must continue under normal business conditions. Yeah? So otherwise, this will not continue. And I think this can. So we run the numbers, not only for us, but you then do a kind of value chain economics analysis if there is enough margin to be made along the entire chain. Yeah? So someone pays a premium or for a credit. There's a distributor in between, there is a farmer, there's a project developer, there is cost with it, soil sampling, MRV cost. So you do the normal business case logic in the end. I think and what we have learned from all the projects we are doing is that this can fly at a credit price of 70 euros. Yeah, so I mean, below this, it's gonna be tight. You can do it for a year or two, but if the margins are too slim, it will not continue. I think we can not expect that players in the value chain continue at negative margins. And if this happens over a longer period, farmers will drop out, other players will drop out, and then I think we have lost the momentum. But I mean, 70 euros, 65, 70 euros, something around this, is actually in comparison to other decarbonization efforts that industry is doing attractive. Now I'm taking the BSF hat on. Yeah? So if you take the cost there for decarbonization, carbon capture and storage, for example, there are prices of 150 to 200 euros per ton. Direct air capture, very, very expensive. Yes, no problem with permanency. But those are the options for the heavy industry at the moment. Yeah? And if you then compare to agricultural credits here, it can be quite attractive. However, the systems are not collected. Offsetting credits are not eligible under ETS. And as long as this remains, there is no constant demand. The moment we can connect the voluntary system that is in the making with CRCF, with the ETS, then I think we can create a stable demand at relatively attractive prices. There is a small caveat though. Public should accept that industry is also getting a couple of credits from outside their own industry. There was a heavy debate a couple of years back with offsetting. So the criticism was the industry should not let other sectors decarbonize and then keep on polluting. That's a valid argument. But I think if we say credits from agriculture, offsetting credits, are one tool out of many that can also bridge a couple of years where it's actually pretty tight also in terms of budget for decarbonization, then I think we can connect the two worlds. And we as BASF, we really hope that the CRCF initiative is going in the right direction. We know ETS is under pressure, but we could also turn this into a kind of positive view to say, okay, ETS and a lot of companies are under pressure, under financial pressure at the moment, so let's open the option space for solutions from the agricultural space that are cost-wise attractive. Will they do the job for industry completely? No, they shouldn't, but there can be one option in the portfolio of measures.
So thank you very much, Florian, because I think it was a very clear answer on how we can blend the needs on the ground with the business perspective here. You heard several data from Florian's point of view on how the pricing can be attractive and what's the limitations. And of course, we have to be, how can I say, more pragmatic than ever to make this scale step by step. And of course, big question is how policy can also help, but this is something we will touch later on. So thank you very much, Florian. Again, back to Andy, because Andy, you were sharing a lot of things from the ground previously. And I think that after Florian's perspective, makes a lot of sense then to ask you, how can you describe, or how can we say that delivering carbon farming at scale, what can actually involve, what can include? So how can we make it scale?
Yeah, I wish there was a magic silver bullet, Stella, to say, right, suddenly we can scale it. But there are challenges, certainly, but there are also opportunities. Let's start with the challenges. Resource constraints. Programs often require significant time and investment if we're going to implement them effectively. And those additional costs always fall in the main, particularly at the beginning, on the farmer. Because if we're asking the farmer to do something different, then invariably that comes at additional cost. So for example, if we were wanting them to plant cover crops to sequester more carbon in the soil, those cover crop seeds don't come for free, they have to be bought from somewhere. If we're asking them to change a practice, that also requires them to change, in essence, their farming operation. Also comes at a cost, both financial, but also sometimes in a resource way. The other challenge we have is complexity. These carbon farming programs, by their very nature, are extremely data hungry. We need to collect a lot of data. Even before we start a program, we have to set a baseline. So typically we have to work with the farmer to go back 3 years or 5 years to collect data on the crops that were growing on in that field in the preceding years. And that is not an easy task. You know, some farmers have that data readily available in some form of farm management system, but very often they have it in files, on pieces of paper, and we should never underestimate the time it takes for farmers to collect that data. And then also moving forward, once we've done the intervention, we need to continue to work with the farmer to collect data around that particular crop that is growing in that growing season. And then we have the complexity of the MRV. We talk a lot about an MRV, but it is complex. We need data in a specific form in order to feed into the MRV. We need soil sample data, so we also have to get onto farm, collect data. We need to put that into an MRV. And then, of course, we need to bring all of those results together in order to then pass them forward to the certification body. And then maybe the final challenge I have is around lack of transparency. You know, we need more clarity around the use of MRV. We need clarity on methodologies and verification processes. It needs to be clear and simple such that both farmers and value chain players actually understand what it is we're doing, why we're doing it, and what it is we're going to get at the end of it. And then maybe another one which I should have mentioned earlier on as a lesson learned. One of the other challenges we have is how do we bring on or bring in the early adopters? You know, at the moment, if I'm trying to describe my most ideal farmer to bring into a carbon farming program, it is not a sustainable farmer, which is, to me, is wrong. We should also be working with those innovators in our industry that have for many years recognized the power of soil health, recognize the benefit of reducing emissions in production. At the moment, they're cut out of a lot of the certification schemes or the protocols. I'm very happy to see that CRCF is recognizing it and are giving us some leeway to bring those early adopters on board. I would like to have seen it for much longer in terms, but at least some of those early adopters are being brought in. And then my final challenge is confusion. Confusion, particularly in the food value chain, around what it is they should be doing to be accounting for their Scope 3 reduction, and how programs like what we run, like CRCF is going to deliver in the future, how those programs can really help them in accounting for the really positive things that the food value chain are doing to reduce their overall emissions. But from an opportunity side,
thank you, Andy, because I was waiting for this.
We should come to that. And I alluded it to earlier on, and Manuel will mention it, I'm sure, in his talk. But farmers are always interested in anything they can do to improve the health of their production system. So what is it that they can do to improve their soil health? When we talk to them about soil health, we see their faces light up, they smile, they get really, really energized around those sorts of activities. So in many ways, from an opportunity perspective to scale, we're pushing a little bit at an open door with farmers around recognizing what the benefit to their farming operation is going to be from a carbon farming program. And if we can somehow get some early finance on the table as well to help them with those additional early costs in moving to a new way of farming, then again, I think no problem in scaling from a farmer perspective. And then also from a farmer's perspective, if we're doing a value chain project, we're also, through the very nature of that project, getting the farmer more connected with the purchaser of their crops, and the farmer is being able to see how improving the quality or the CO2 footprint of their crop is then benefiting the customer of theirs, the person who's purchasing it, in the production of the final product. And I think then maybe finally, you know, I think once we have a credible science-based certification system in place, and I'm looking very much also to CRCF to further help us here, then we should be able to start mobilizing other types of financing for climate action in agriculture. So I'm personally optimistic that we will be able to scale this, but we should remember that there are certain challenges which we still have to address as we move forward.
Absolutely, and it's also worth to mention that, of course, we as BSF are also exploring this. We're also taking this journey. And that's why it's nice to share with you how we feel about this from what we learn on the ground. So if I could wrap up a bit Andy's answer about challenges and opportunities, of course, we have resource constraints You mentioned that very clearly. We have complexity that we have somehow to tackle through a better, how can I say, system or a better ecosystem. And by discussing years with you about this, we're trying to be as close as possible to farmers to make that as easy as it gets. Of course, transparency is also a topic. What about the early adopters? This is also a great question. What about pre-financing them? It's also a great topic that we'll discuss about it later. But there is also light in this discussion, so it's also some opportunities here. So farmers, of course, they are willing, as we said, to just make something new. And of course, there are also some success stories happening on the ground. And before I go to the second part of our discussion, where I will ask Alessia and Emmanuel about several things, I would like to have a final question to Florian, because we mentioned, or Andy mentioned already, the collaboration in Ireland with Bournemouth. So I would like to understand, or it's nice to reflect more about this with the audience. What was this project, how this started, and why was it special?
Yeah, thanks, Stella. And I mean, this was presented last year in Dublin. Yeah? So we started a project, a carbon farming project, the first one in 2022 with Bournemouth, a global malting company, one of the biggest. And we did this in Ireland with barley. Yeah? So the idea is to team up with a partner that also is not only expecting a final credit, but joins us on that journey. Yeah? And we were able to generate the first insetting credits, so VIUs, exactly around the Dublin conference. You presented this, Andy, last year. And I think it's super important to work with partners at the beginning that are also flexible and are a little bit open for extra loops, yeah, and learning cycles and feedback loops. I mean, this came also with side effects, not only getting the first VIUs, and I will tell you in a second about the amount of carbon we could store. But it comes also with side effects of supply chain transparency. Yeah? So once you have the data in the hand, you can say, okay, I mean, now I can see the better farmers, I can see the healthier soils. It comes a lot of, there's a lot of side benefits. What we were able to generate was 2.3 credits per hectare, which is pretty high. Yeah? So when we saw the results, we thought, wow, this is on the higher end of the corridor. And I think we were tempted to take this as a new benchmark, yeah, for the other projects. Yeah? But then I said, okay, let's be careful. Maybe we stick rather to a conservative number for our scale-up plans with a ton or 1.3 tons per hectare. Yeah? Because if you are so enthusiastic about the first successes, it can also lead to too high expectations. Yeah? But I mean, if you now calculate the carbon savings to a ton of barley, it's a saving of 90% of carbon. So this is really remarkable. And I think it's also important to talk about these success stories publicly. Yeah? So because then, as you say, you have the opportunistic view on things despite all the challenges. Yeah?
So it works. It works. It worked. And I don't know, how many people of all of you last year joined the summit in Dublin, but we had the opportunity to discuss it very, very in detail, and also have partners talking about that, because it's a collaborative effort. We're not doing this alone, and we're trying to just say it again and say it again. It takes a lot of partners together to make it happen. So I have 2 points here. First of all, Florian mentioned that we generated the 2.3 tons CO2 per hectare, which is very close to net zero, and this is highly impressive for sure. But I think that before we jump to a video that we have prepared for you, Andy, maybe could you describe this value chain? Because I think it's worth to mention who was part of this journey.
Yeah, well, we were lucky. It was a short value chain, but who was part of it? Well, of course, the farmers were part of it. They were the integral part of it. They were growing the barley. The barley then went to a malting company. Bourmont, as Florian mentioned. But it was done slightly differently because the end partner was a whiskey producer, a very specialized whiskey producer in Ireland that traced the bottle back to the field, not even the farm, the field. So their unique selling point was a bit like French wine, where they link it to the soil, to the terroir. For this whiskey, the marketing around each bottle was taste the field. The taste in this bottle of whiskey is really being developed around the conditions in which the crop were grown. So when the grain came off of the farm and went to the malting company did something very different from what they normally do. They malted it on a per field basis. So the barley was segregated on a per field basis. But at the end of the day, the players in that chain, they could all benefit from that 90% reduction in the carbon footprint. And if you can ever get hold of a bottle of Waterford whiskey, I really recommend you do, because it tastes absolutely fantastic. And no, I'm not employed by Waterford whiskey.
No, he's totally independent. Yeah. But that really shows the power of collaboration here. It was, and I just wanted to point that out, that it was a lot of parts into this chain. So this was something that happened last year, and for this reason, would like to show you a video and make things even more tangible. So not only the final product that was produced in a more sustainable way, but also give you some testimonials throughout the project. So I would like to ask the audiovisual team to press the button for me and play the video.
Okay, so I'm James Irish, agronomy manager with BSF Ireland. We're here today in New Ross, County Wexford, in the field of malt and barley destined for Bort malt. Our carbon project initially started here between Bort malt, BSF and Waterford Distillery. In Ireland, related collaboration enables both companies to effectively measure and reduce their carbon footprint through BSF's unique carbon platform tool. Our programme also aims to deliver soil health, grain quality and quantifiable benefits to the end user.
Neil Conway, head brewer and director here at Waterford Distillery. We're in operation 9 years now. This is our 9th year of distillation, and our core range of products is producing single malt Irish whiskey. Yeah, what makes it unique is that we focus on flavour, and that flavour comes from the raw material. In our case, it's barley grown at single farms right across Ireland from different terroirs, taking them into the distillery as single entities, seeing what flavours come from each single farm, and then maturing them in 4 different types of wooden barrel to produce a single malt whiskey. Farmers play a very, very significant role in what we do at Waterford Distillery. Because we want to promote Irish tillage farming, we only use 100% Irish grown barley to produce our single malt whiskey. So with collaboration with Bort Malt, these guys source the farmers for us. We invite the farmers into the distillery here once we produce their spirit using their grain. We invite them into the distillery. We have an annual growers gathering where we invite the growers in. We give an award for the best barley grower of the year. So there's a lot of engagement with the farmers. Our biggest suppliers are raw material, which is our barley source. So in collaboration with Bort Malt, we're looking at how each individual farm's carbon footprint influences our own footprint at the distillery to produce single malt whiskey.
My name is Declan O'Hanlon. We're farming here in the southeast of Ireland, just outside New Ross in County Wexford. We supply to Dials, Gulladine, for Bort Malt and in turn for Waterford Distillery. We've been growing malt and barley for generations, and we would have originally been with Minch Malt onto Bort Malt, and in 2016 Bort Malt approached us about supplying Waterford Distillery. So the project sounded very exciting, so we jumped at the opportunity. Quality barley is massive. If it doesn't meet spec, it doesn't get over the weighbridge. In our case, if it doesn't get over the weighbridge, we'll bring it home and feed it to our animals. So about 3 years ago, we were approached by Waterford Distillery and Bort Malt to see if we'd be interested in doing a carbon project. And the first stage of that was to do a deep soil samples. Bort Malt sent out somebody and they went to all our sites where we have different pockets of land, took all the samples, and that was how we got into it initially. Found it very interesting, the process involved in it.
Declan is the 6th generation of his family here to farm. and Declan wants to set up this for future generations to come. The starting point for this is to gather baseline information on where Declan is at the moment and what interventions he can make and measure to improve this going forward.
So I hope we managed to give you a glimpse of what this project involved and how this was manageable. So we wrapped it up, the first part of why carbon farming is important, challenges and opportunities, and the first, how can I say, reflections of how we feel about it from the ground and also from a business perspective are already covered. We already presented to you a milestone of a carbon farming project in barley. And I would like to jump now to another crop. So we're talking about now perennials and something, for me, my favorite crop as an agronomist, grapes. So now we'll come to Alessia and to Emmanuel. So at this point, it's time to present to you another success story happening in Italy. So we are coming in the region. From Ireland to Italy now, and we're talking about a European-funded project named Plutos. So first of all, before Alessia will give us an overview about the project and we'll have Emmanuel sharing his thoughts, I would like to introduce you first Alessia more thoroughly. So Alessia is working at Horta. And what is Horta? So Horta is a company that is working around digital decision support systems and precision agriculture. It started as a university spin-off and is part of BSF Agricultural Solutions Digital Solutions. So Alessia, you have been heavily involved in the project and you were part of it from the beginning till the overall implementation of it. So can you just start and sharing with us what exactly was this project and what it involved?
Okay, I think it's working. Hi everyone, thank you Stella.
Don't you forget to have it close to your mouth because I'm afraid that you are not very heard.
Do you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, and thank you Stella. So I'm here to talk about Plutos project. This is a European project within the Horizon 2020. So the time frame for this project was from 2020 to 2023. And the project had the aim to study more the financing of the sustainable cropping management. So the aim of the project was to distribute and balance throughout all of the food value chain the value that is created from the sustainable cropping management, and also transparency to keep in mind, and as a value. And what we were doing, it was to, the aim was to rebalance the profit that is created thanks to those practices. And this is fundamental to have a more sustainable agriculture from the point of view of the environment, and then also socially and economically, which are the main, all of the aspects are key to have a real progress inside of the agriculture. And how did the project implement these values? What did we do? So first of all, it was important to have good relations and coordinations within all of the stakeholders of the food value chain. And then actions were taken all across of the European land, and spanning also from different agriculture and food industry sectors. And this gave the opportunity also to combine behavioral innovation and also collaborative business models and services that were data-driven. So we had a sustainable innovative pilot, SIP for short, that took place in Italy, specifically on vineyard. We got to study the potential of viticulture, and we got to study what were the opportunities that we can take in this sector.
Great, Alessia, thank you so much. So this is, how can I say, the high-level information about the project. So let us zoom in into the vine plots. So what exactly happened and what did you want to achieve?
Some innovations were taken and were implemented and studied in the viticulture. And we are talking about getting alternative ways of payments with measurable outcomes. So the data are crucial for having payments. And yeah, so we are talking about carbon credits for sure, and also payments for the ecosystem services, and parametric insurance. These are the three key elements that were studied. Carbon credits are key for having like alternative payments for a general sustainable management, while parametric insurance is useful when optimized management of the crop is not enough to adapt to the climate change and to the changing climate that can give not predictable outcomes. Yeah. So other than this, we also used specific consultations to create the best management case by case, and this is crucial for to have real results thanks to the strategy that takes place. And also crop-specific DSSs are used to create the optimal management. So we are talking about optimizing all of the inputs to get the best result and yield. And also one of the aim of using the DSSs, so decision support systems, is also to have to decrease the environmental impact and increase the ecosystem services.
Excellent. So I have several questions that throughout the discussion will be covered. I have to ask you a lot about the DSS and how it works because you're the expert here on that. But hold on for a second because as we already discussed, every project has several partners, so we're not doing this alone. So in these projects, particularly Alessia, who was with you? Who were the contributors and the partners?
Yeah, other than us at Horta, the university, Catholic University, had a big had a big part, yeah, in the project, and thanks to the departments, the CRCF, that is a research center on technology, innovation, and finance services. And then also the Department of Sustainable Crop Production that was involved in the studies and in the promotion and communication. And then there is also the Sette Colli Wine Producer Association, which I leave to you to present.
Thank you. I will be very delighted to do so. So we had academia, as mentioned by Alessia. We had also partners, and we have also a wine association taking part on this. So today, as mentioned, we are super happy to have here Emanuele Piacentini. Just before I go to the first question, Emanuele, let me also share a bit of you and also talk about the Wine Association. So first of all, after talking with Emanuele, the association is based in Gianno, and it's the Piancetino region. Excuse my Italian, I'm trying to learn. And it brings together 24 wine-producing farms. You are covering more than 500 hectares, and you're producing around 1.5 million of bottles annually. And trust me, the wine is beautiful. So after the session, we're happy to have you at the table. Maybe you will get a glass of wine if you're fast enough. So, first of all, you have a mission. You have a mission that you promote both wine and also you protect the territory, which was something mind-taking when we had the discussion together, because this is not about only producing wine, but it's also about the future generations to come. and how we can do it. So Emmanuel, first question to you. Why are carbon accounting projects useful for viticulture?
Hi to everyone. Okay, carbon accounting projects and carbon credit are useful for viticulture because they help wineries measure, reduce, and enhance the climatic impact of vineyards. And sustainable agricultural practice become about environmental and economic benefits. Vines like soil plants absorb carbon dioxide through photosynthesis, and a part of this carbon is stored in biomass of the plant and in the soil organic carbon. And by managing the vineyard with a regenerative practice, for example, cover crops, reduction of tillage, increasing in biodiversity, carbon storage in the soil can be increased. And there are also chances to achieve circularity by returning improved residues to the soil by shredding and incorporating them in the soil, and, which increase soil health and fertility, and is more efficient use of technical means.
Okay, so you just reflecting about the environmental benefits of this project and why it's important for you. So I would like to come back to Alessia now, because as mentioned, Alessia was very deep into the project, and I would like to understand then, reflecting to Emmanuel's points, what then were the innovations that took place in this pilot?
Mainly there were, let's say, two types of innovations. The first type is involving the DSS that, as I said before, get to optimize all of the seasonal management and so get to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And then there were sustainable practices. These, in this case, were decided field by field, according also to the story of the field and the soil and every, the agronomic aspects were considered in the consultancy. And so these practices were involving the pruning residues retention, also grassing into the interrows, so also reducing the soil tillage in the interrows, and also distributing some organic manure in some cases. Also cover crops inside of the interrows were sown. And so these practices got to increase the soil health, general soil health, but also fertility and soil carbon in soil. And then the carbon accounting schemes were followed by the farmers, and this created more value that were equally distributed then into the all of the food value chain, that in this case included the farmers of the Sette Colli Association and then the winery of the association. And the Sette Colli Association, thanks to these schemes, were committed to maintain the sustainable management until 2030, so from 2021 to 2030.
Thanks, Alessia, for bringing more clarity. So DSS played a crucial role in these sustainable practices for sure, and already cover crops were mentioned in the discussion, and of course the carbon credit schemes played a vital role so that the Sette Colli Association had a long-term plan about this. Sure. So back to you, Emmanuel, because I would like to understand more. We had already discussion together when we got to know each other. You are a farmer and you also are vice president of the Wine Association. So what motivated you to start with something else and to participate in this project?
In the recent years, sustainability has become an increasingly important topic in wine sector for buyers and consumers. And reducing the impact does not mean improving production practice, but also strengthening the position of the wine in the market and enhancing the link with the territory. And it all started from a need of our colleagues, And he had the necessity to have a hut at the weather station, so to be able to monitor with scientific data the seasonal trend. But the economic effort was quite important, so he decides to involve a whole group and to buy several DSS and MAS. And the idea was accepted and was liked, and many of us immediately understood the potential of the project. First of all, mapping the whole municipality, have a whole series of useful data to improve production, adopt innovative practice to improve soil fertility and structure, and why not, maybe even save some phytosanitary treatment, and so we started. And also in this context, this project has contributed to increase the value of our production, especially in terms of communication and promotion. In fact, during the wine tasting or during the evening when we presented our association, and we presented also the common project of precision agriculture and carbon farming, aimed to have integrated attention to environment, targets carried out when are necessary. Sequestering carbon dioxide and increasing organic matter, we noticed the consumer response positively to this situation, and they appreciated our efforts. Certainly, I cannot say at this moment if the sales have increased significantly or if the people come looking for us for this aspect. Also because it must be said that we are only at the beginning of our journey. But another interesting aspect is the shift of the consumer interest from an exclusive organic approach to a broader vision of environmental sustainability.
So first of all, there is a vision. Thank you very much, Emmanuel, for sharing your thoughts. What also was very captivating when we discussed with each other is that you mentioned that climate change was the initiator of making all of you think about the future and honestly change something, do something different. Because climate change, you mentioned, is really, how can I say, is highly affecting different parameters, and it's highly unpredictable. So all of you in the Wine Association wanted to make sure that somehow you become more resilient in the future and you do something different. So you mentioned that you are part of this project and you started already, changing things, implementing new practices, getting into, how can I say, this DSS world and being onboarding to new things. And what I also got from your point of view, of course, you cannot translate it into sales, but for me, sounds like you have a competitive added value because you take care about the environment and you have also something to say to your potential buyers.
Yes.
So that's great, and thank you very much for reflecting already about that. So coming back to the project overall. What changed on the ground?
The practice adopted in the project have generated agronomic benefits that go beyond the carbon aspect alone. And in particular, one of the most important changes has been the process of digitization of in-year management. Mm-hmm. And the decision support system has progressively become a tool used in the management, supporting farming in the decision-making process. And this is made it possible to improve the precision of field intervention, while at the same time increasing the efficiency and the sustainability of agronomic practice, and in order, above all, to safeguard production. And importantly, the adoption of these tools had not been driven primarily by compliance or certification needs, but rather by the real improvement of agronomic practice and field results. And it has also led to increase and exchange information between us. And we are in a very heterogeneous area with different soils. And we began to compare ourselves more constantly on a different response to the vineyard according to the seasonal trend. And above all, we also helped each other to have an answer to this problem.
So you see it collectively as, how can I say, the heterogeneity of the soils is something that you already see collectively, that it can be challenging, but thank God you're all together on this and you are paying a lot of attention to soil health, because at the end of the day, we're talking about carbon farming programs, carbon credit generation, but what about soil health? So this is important to mention. And now that we're talking about DSS a lot, I would like to go back to Alessia, to our expert, because I would like to give us more clarity about how DSS is working and how it does support farmers from your point of view. We have already heard the farmers' perspective and the Wine Association perspective.
Sure. DSSs are digital tools that collect data, basically, very shortly. These DSSs collect data and transform it to give back useful information, as it could be an advice. So what we do is we connect different sources of data, and these can be standard data sets, and like the emission factor datasets for the estimation of sustainable impact. And we also have a network of weather stations, but also soil analysis are crucial for all of the estimation for the DSS working. And all of this kind of data, but yeah, it is important to say also that also the farmers directly can input data, and not only on the field operations, but also on characteristics of the field that can be also soil features. And so all of this data that is collected with the digital tool then is converted, interpreted, and elaborated thanks to mathematical equations and also different kind of models that can be also process-based models. And so maybe applicable to different locations since these models represent the process, basically. And thanks to all of these interpretation and models, we can give back different kind of advices to the farmer to give the best management that optimizes both the inputs and the effort that you put into the crop. So these advices can span from pest and disease control to sowing or irrigations. We have a variety of aspects that we want to include since the fields are a complex system. And we also have a tool for the estimation of the sustainable impact, which is crucial to the estimation of the reduced greenhouse gas emission. So we have also different kind of indicators involved into the system. And,
okay,
yeah.
So interesting to know. So if I'm a farmer, I can very easily include into the DSS maybe my fertilization rates, maybe, yeah, more or less diesel consumption, any parameter that is involving in the field, and then everything is estimated, tracked, monitored, and can be, of course, be processed throughout the decision support system, right?
Sure, yeah.
So data collection made somehow simple.
Yeah.
Through DSS. Okay, that's important to know. That's important to know. So different aspects included in these systems. So back to you, Emmanuel, then, because we said right now that DSS played a crucial role, that we can, of course, use technology to track and monitor different kind of parameters. At the end, was it complex for you?
But the implementation was relatively complex, relatively in the sense that for a really young boy, it's not a problem. They interface immediately with the DSS and with the computer. For those a little older, it was not so, immediate, but in any case, it was not so difficult, and so much so that the ease of use of this technology has favored the participation of farmers and has made the integration of digital tools in daily activities more natural.
I see. So that's kind of optimistic. So at the beginning, of course, everything new is challenging, but I can understand from what you said, Emmanuel, that at the end it was not a catastrophe, it worked. Okay. So back to you, Alessia, because I would like to understand now, as we can wrap it up, what have we achieved throughout this project? Can you share some numbers with us?
Sure. We got to the estimation of the reduced emissions. As I said before, it was done with the help of indicators and emission factors. The reduction of greenhouse gas emissions were led mainly by the use of the DSS, since the inputs were reduced. In this case, we are talking about vineyard, which is quite peculiar crop among all of the crops that are involved into the DSS. So the most important part in reducing inputs were the pest and disease control, because in vineyard we can have also 20 interventions, 20 treatments with the pest and disease products.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. And so reducing half of the treatments to 10 treatments, it means already a lot. So this was mainly the reason of the reducing of greenhouse gas emissions. And then we have also a soil organic carbon estimation, thanks to the ROTC model. And this one was led thanks to the sustainable management practices. There were the grassing into the interrows, so and also the organic matter inputs from the amendment. So we had more carbon input to the soil, and also thanks to the pruning residues that were retained into the soil. The final estimation of the carbon credits coming from both reduction and sequestration of soil carbon is 6,485 tons of CO2. So it's quite a lot, and it's coming from 116 fields that were registered into the DSS, into the digital tool, and this was accounting for almost 325 hectares.
In 2 years, Alessia, right?
In 2 years, yeah. We are talking about the seasons of 2021 and 2022. After the recording of all of the informations made both from us as two providers of soil of sensors in general and from the farmers, we used the data to compare with a baseline that was including the cropping management of conventional farms in the area. So this is how we got these big results.
Very impressive, and we're talking about significant emission reductions. And of course, really important and really impressive was, how can I say, that the efforts around disease management and how the DSS also helped in this end. Very impressive. Thanks, Alessia. So we were talking about carbon credits and CO2 emissions reductions at the moment, and I would like then to come back to Andy to understand more how these results were verified and brought into the carbon market.
Yes, sure, and I'll be quick because I'm conscious of time. So they were independently validated by a VVB, in this case, RENA, and those credits are now registered and held on the Eco2Care voluntary carbon platform. What we have done here is we've followed various standards and protocols. So we have followed ISO 14064 for carbon accounting. We're in line with the VCS methodology for sustainable land management, and that we hope as we move forward with CRCF, we can somehow dovetail this activity that we've already been doing into future CRCF projects. All of this ensures credibility, transparency, and market trust. Very key points that I made at the beginning of this presentation. If we are going to progress this, we need to ensure that the market really trusts what we're putting out there.
Absolutely, and thank you very much for the bridge, because I wanted to go back to Florian now, because I wanted to just ask you, why is it important then, or why are we talking so heavily about credibility and this trust in carbon farming?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is the backbone of a business model, right? So, I mean, if this is fundamentally questioned by parties outside the protocol or the methodology, I think we burn a big possibility. We saw this with agroforestry certificates a couple of years back, and I think this would then create a lot of confusion for the off-takers. I mean, we had discussed this also within BASF. Are those credits credible? And if there is doubts around it, then you would not ask and you would not buy those credits. So I think everybody in the chain is really responsible to make sure that the integrity is fully followed.
So reputation and integrity are two levers of this matter. Thanks, Florian. So very quickly back to Emmanuel then, because we heard the perspective of ourselves as BASF. Why is it important? Why regulations and frameworks have to work even on more on that? For you, Emmanuel, as a farmer and participating in the project, what carbon credits mean for you? So, I mean, the generation of carbon credits, what does it mean for you?
But the project also offers some economic and strategic benefits for the company. In particular, it represents an additional source of income through the sale of carbon credits, and more directly through a better position of wine with the consumer who are sensitive to sustainability issue. And certainly, the sale and the consequence revenue of receivables is a very strategic aspect. First of all, it gives a value to the effort and the commitment of the winemaker. And it can be quantified, it can be given a dimension. It is a stimulus very interesting for a winemaker and the winemakers like it. And the second aspect is that we'll have a fair amount of money available that we can use for communication, the use for training without having to burden individual companies, because we can divide this earning between us, so maybe we use the money to grow the entire association.
Great, thank you very much for sharing, Emmanuel. So as we're getting tighter with the timing, I will jump to the last part of the discussion, because we promised that we will touch the practical part of carbon farming, and at the end we will touch the part of CRCF. So the audiovisual team will help me again here to just show 2 Menti questions we prepared for you, because we would like to hear your reflections as well. So I would like to have your voices somehow in this stage, on this stage. So first question for you regarding CRCF. What is the biggest barrier to scaling CRCF? You can scan the QR code or use the code you see on the picture, and you can submit your answers. First of all is cost, and I would like also Florian and Andy, while seeing the answers, if they can comment or if they would like to complement. So we have cost, we have also uncertainty, We have also complexity. Maybe the other microphone we can try. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these, I guess we're not that surprised. Carbon farming is complex. It needs a whole amount of data. Cost, yes. If we're going to change something, it always does come with a cost. And I think maybe also uncertainty. You know, asking a farmer to essentially change their business model that has run very successfully for the last generation, that's a very big ask. And in our experience, you know, we never see, quite rightly, we never see whole farms immediately adapt to carbon farming. They want to try it out on 1 or 2 fields first, see how it really, really interacts with their business before committing. And then finally, maybe my final comment before I pass it back on to Florian. Yeah, MRV. It is so untransparent, MRV. We all have all of us have a completely different definition of what an MRV is, what it should do, how it should be fed into carbon farming programs. So here is a real opportunity, I think, for CRCF, for the European Commission, to get some structure, to get some standardization around a lot of these issues that are appearing on the screen here.
Before we jump to Florian, first of all, I would like to thank you for voting. We have a beautiful word cloud here. I would like now to ask the audiovisual team to give you the second question we have for today for you. So where do you see the biggest opportunity? And then I will ask Florian if he wants to comment on the answers. Where is the opportunity? So where is the light in this tunnel? Soil health, I'm pretty happy to see that because we heavily touched it with Emmanuel and the efforts on the ground. Another idea, revenue for farmers. That's also a big part. What about resilience, Florian?
I mean, we can look at the challenges, but we can also look at it from the opportunity side, right? So I think CRCF is a good vehicle for harmonization. If we now can connect this midterm to ETS, for example, if we can connect this to subsidies that are paid anyways via the CAP and could reallocate some of those money flows to regen practices, I think we can cover a couple of those challenges. But I think this requires a lot of political support from all angles, from DG Agri, DG Climate, member states, etc., to make this instrument work.
So do we already have touched part of your answers about my first question, like why CRCF is very important for Europe? Do you want to complement something on this answer, or shall I jump already to Andy? What do you think? You made the perfect bridge, I think, eh?
Yeah.
So, last question to you, Andy, and then we're coming back to you because we would like to hear your thoughts on or answer your questions of what you heard today and you learned from our practical experience. So, some comments from what is announced regarding CRCF from you, Andy. What do you want to highlight?
Yeah, I think you know, we've all seen the latest CRCF draft. I think generally from our perspective, we're highly supportive, particularly to see in place a mechanism that allows farmers to choose from: do I do sequestration, do I do soil health, do I do reducing greenhouse gas emissions? And I, for one, because everything we do in the BSF carbon farming program, I was delighted to see that it's aligned with global standards. So particularly the framework which we are setting, we haven't reinvented the wheel. We're using stuff that is already in existence and understood within the voluntary carbon market. Maybe just 2 or 3 very quick points of what I would like to see better. Sorry?
Very quick.
Very quick. From an eligibility perspective, I'd like to see the toolbox as wide as possible. So I think farmers should be able to choose: do I do reduction, do I do removal, or do I do a combination of both? We need total flexibility there. I like the the differences in quantification, so the flexibility in quantification approaches that we can use, because that also gives farmers flexibility to tailor participation in a carbon farming program to their local conditions, their local farming operation needs. I also like the co-benefit side, but here we need to see greater clarity. We all know that if we do carbon farming, there are going to be co-benefits in terms of biodiversity, in terms of water use efficiency. Somehow the Commission at some point, though, needs to bring CRCF, carbon credits, and potential future nature credits into line so that farmers can benefit from both. They shouldn't be able to have to choose from one or the other. And then maybe the most area of concern that I have about CRCF, and the biggest concern I've seen from this conference in the last couple of days, is lack of clarity around the demand side. This will only work if we have buyers lined up, if we have a structured framework to bring those buyers together, to bring in the finance that is needed. So maybe I'll stop there in the interest of time.
But of course we can continue the discussion at our table outside, because I can imagine that there's a lot of interest around CRCF, or if you have questions or comments already, we open up the round for you. Would like to hear your thoughts. So I'm very happy to give you a microphone and listen to what you have to comment.
Yes, my name is Isadora. I'm with Nature's Pride. This was very interesting, thank you. We import fruit and vegetables from around the globe, and we're looking to develop a program for regenerative agriculture or carbon farming with our growers. And one thing I'm interested to learn is which interventions work best across all your projects, and maybe also which interventions looked really promising but didn't really get the results that you maybe expected.
Who would like to take that?
I could start generally, or then maybe pass it over to Alessia for fruit and veg, but thank you for the question. What is very clear from everything that we are doing, that if you want to maximize the output on a per hectare basis, you have to have a combination of removal and reduction. Removal significantly is the key driver there. So if you were able to plant cover crops, if you're able to switch the way in which you prepare your soil, that is a very good positive contributor to a removal portion of a credit. Reduction, also very key. If we can reduce on an annual basis the CO2 that's emitted per ton of crop produced, and here we're talking about efficient end management, we're talking about maybe digitalization, so we can optimize input on resources. Again, a key component. One of the big lessons that we've learned, though, in terms of disappointment, is that we need to make sure that we pick the combination of interventions correctly. Because if we pick them incorrectly, a intervention that reduces or a reduction in production could potentially affect the amount you sequester in the soil. So you need to be very careful in how you tailor your specific program. But maybe Alessia, from a fruit or vegetable perspective, you have some more.
Well, what we learned is that it is very important to optimize the management other than using regenerative agriculture practices. So the most profit from all of the projects for the farmers were driven by the use of the DSS, which involved less input use. So this is one of the biggest parts. So just to let you know that carbon credits may not be the only answer there, and also there are other aspects to be considered.
Have we covered your question? How do you feel? We can continue for sure outside at the table if there is something else. Another question from the audience.
Hi, this is Fernando from Terra Madre. Thanks for that, very interesting. My question has to do with the credibility, first, of the credits. I think in the tropics, in forestry, there is the question of how you define the baseline and the question if the forest would have been there without the credits, right? I guess you believe, as most of us do, that in agriculture it's different. The credits are producing a change. So if that's the case, and as a company, as a big company, I guess you have short and long-term perspective. What do you see needs to happen? What is your vision when the farm in a decade or whatever the time no longer gets any revenue from credits, because by the nature of soils and carbon stocks in ecosystems, they saturate. So what happens for a farm that engages in these practices in that mid and long term?
Who would like to start?
Within the Plutus project, we actually made a forecast for regarding specifically, both emission reductions and soil organic carbon sequestration. And we also saw that the soil organic carbon the sequestration rate is decreasing year by year because the soil is reaching a balance. So it's always harder to sequester soil. So the soil organic, the carbon credits resulting from the project will be every year less and less. And this is a known fact, but we can work around this. And I cannot give you an exact number of years that is worth including. But yeah, this is, we're doing the best to get the best results from soil.
But also maybe just generally adding to that, a farmer, in our view, will always be the most important producer of food. I mean, that's their #1 priority. Farmers are not suddenly going to become carbon farmers. At the moment, carbon farming is a catalyst for more sustainable production. So yes, they're getting some income to enable them to become more sustainable. I always describe carbon farming as the cherry on the icing on the cake. And Stella says to me, well, what is the cake? The cake is sustainable agriculture. So if we've got maximum carbon in that soil, we should have a really healthy soil. That healthy soil should become much more resilient to the rigors of climate change. So you're enabling the farmer to reset the whole production base on a much more solid financial basis long term, taking in account of the horrors of climate change that are coming down the line. So that should be the key driver in all of this.
I hope we covered it. And feel free to also pass by. We'll be happy to touch it even more. Any other question? We have also 5 minutes left, so I think we could cover at least one. Or if there's no question, oh, we have one here in the front. Thank you. The microphone is coming.
Thank you. My name is Augusto. I'm from Portugal. We are developing a biochar project. So I want to ask you, what do you think about biochar as an enabler to sustainability in agriculture?
So who would like to start?
We follow VM42, which doesn't allow very easily for the application of biochar. So we don't generally use biochar in our projects. What do I think of it, though, as an enabler of sustainable agriculture? I think a lot. I think we need every tool we have in our box available to us and to farmers to really help drive soil health, soil conditioning. Biochar does that in spades, and also it's a long-term storer of carbon. So around the permanence issue, which we always grapple with agricultural soils, that is one very strong lever that we have if we were to use biochar. And again, maybe we can discuss this outside. My only slight concern is the mass availability of biochar. You know, when Florian started talking about the potential area we have, we can't get biochar on all of those hectares, but on the hectares we can get it on, then yeah, fully agree, plays a very important role.
So thanks, Andy. And yeah, maybe we can touch it also outside for a deeper conversation. So for all of us, for all of you that made it and stayed till the end of this session, we have prepared something for you. Here at the stairs, you will find some agendas, some notebooks to remember us and the Global Carbon Farming Program for sure. So again, I would like first of all to thank the panel, all of you for participating in this nice discussion. And we hope that it was clear enough or it was interesting enough for all of you watching us for 90 minutes. We really appreciate that. You can find more information about the Global Carbon Farming Program at the Global BSF website. And of course, we are outside at the table waiting for your questions or your thoughts. So that's it from our end. Thank you very much. And feel free to take a notebook.
Test. Check. Check. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your participation. My name is Hannes Mollenhauer. I'm from the Helmholtz Center for Environmental Research in Germany, and I'm also part of the Credible Consortium, where I lead the work package 3, how to monitor carbon farming, and it's a pleasure for me to host the 4th plenary session of the summit. Risk in carbon farming does not begin only when something goes wrong. That's why we want to talk today about managing risks. It starts much earlier with how we measure, how we model, and how we define credibility. So for this reason, in this discussion, I would like to conduct like 3 things. The first thing is like uncertainty of MRVs. Second, what does it mean for liabilities and reversals? And third, what makes these risks financeable, endurable, and also like practical in the field? First, we get an impression from Panos Panagos of how providing high quality data and developing risk assessments for carbon removals. Panos is the project leader of the European Soil Observatory and leads the European and global soil erosion assessments, and contributes also to modeling assessments of soil organic carbon, diffuse pollution, and nutrients in soil. So please, Panos, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, thank you for being numerous after the excellent lunch. I hope that I will manage to simulate, to make as much as exciting my presentation. I know it's quite a difficult moment. There will be many technicalities. The topic is quite hot, but I hope that can be also challenging. So just to find my way on how we can change the slides. No, can the presentation be uploaded? Okay, so we'll speak about this hot topic of how we can provide, how the EU Soil Observatory provides high quality data, and of course how we develop risk assessments. It's not a one-man show, it's not only my work, it has been done with the excellent contribution from my colleagues. Emanuele Lugato is a well-known scientist on carbon, particularly in agricultural soils, Mirko Migliavacca as well in forests, but as well Cristiano Balabio in geostatistics, Timo Brera as well, Daniele Marinelli and Mark Pickenbeck, that I would like to thank you. Also some, okay, so who we are. You have listened yesterday, my director, Alessandro Zampieri, who presented the Joint Research Center and the activities that we do, and the activities that we do as well in relation to the to CRCF, but I would like to give you a flavor. I'm managing the EU Soil Observatory. I have this privilege, which has to provide, to develop knowledge for soil policy at EU level. And to do this, we have 5 big objectives, starting from the left. We have to establish an EU-wide soil monitoring system. Most of you know Lucas. We have to assess the impact of different policies in improving soil health and how we do this with different dashboards. The third has to do with the European Soil Data Center. I suppose that you may be one among the 100,000 users who have downloaded the data sets from the famous European Soil Data Center that we manage in GRC. Of course, in the fourth one, we have to interact with stakeholders. Stakeholders for us is academia, is farmers, NGOs, the private sector, as well a lot of stakeholders around, the research community as well. And of course, we are a research organization as GRC, and we produce quite important and innovative research. So, there's a kind of delay in the slides. So the EU policies that we support with the EU Soil Observatory mainly are the three ones that you can see in the left. You have followed the presentation of my colleague in DG Environment, Mirko Barbero. Now we have a EU soil monitoring law. Of course, we do a lot of work about the soil deal for Europe, the soil mission. Mariana this morning has extensively presented, but also we do a lot of work for carbon removals and carbon farming. But there are also other policies like the Common Agricultural Policy, the Nature Restoration Law, the Digital Europe, that we also do quite significant work. And as Mirko this morning, Mirko Barbero presented, we have an important change for soils in Europe. We have a soil monitoring law. This was finally proposed on 5th of July 23, finally approved 23 of October, and it's in place since December 25. So I'm proud that at the end we have an EU legislation dedicated to soils, provides a harmonized definition of soil health, because we are 27 member states and we had different definitions for soil health, but at the end now we have a common definition, puts in place a comprehensive and coherent monitoring framework. As the directive says, we have a lot of focus on monitoring, initiates the gradual implementation of sustainable soil management, and address the situation of unacceptable health and environment risk due to soil contamination, and has these long aspiration objectives to have soils healthy by 2050. Of course, those are the descriptors that will be monitored in the soil monitoring law, and among them, we should not forget that there are two relevant descriptors. Is the soil organic carbon to clay ratio in the Annex 1 and the SOC stock. So they are quite relevant, which means that quite enormous amount of data are going to be collected in the next years due to this directive. Now I'm coming to the mostly to the presentation that is to the theme of our presentation, which has to do the overview of the activities that we do in relation to data and risks assessment in the CRCF. I grouped the presentation in four main parts: how we provide high quality data that can be used by operators as input to calibrate the models, also to quantify, to compare their outputs with our outputs at European scale. I repeat that what we do is at European scale. The second one is to we develop risk assessments for carbon removals. The third one has to do with forestry, as we provide calibrating modeling tools that can be used as well by operators for risk assessment and quantification of carbon removal in forestry projects. And finally, there is a community building, collaboration with many mission projects, but also other projects for the development of standardized baseline, famous standardized baseline for carbon removal. So at the end, by presenting all this, GRC tries to make available data, tools that can strongly simplify. You have listened many times yesterday from my director, simplification. We try to simplify the several steps in the certification process, practically risk assessments, quantification, and monitoring and model calibration, and to lower the burden. I mean, not to have so many obstacles in the work to be done. So everyone, I suppose in the room knows very well Lucas. Lucas is till now the widest, the most well-known soil monitoring scheme that we have in Europe. It's, I could dare to say, the most successful projects that we have done, because we collected enormous amount of data and we make them available to everybody. So practically this means that we manage in GRC the whole chain from the field, where we are going to take, first of all, to select, because it's a huge process. Where are you going to sample? We have to do a process of where are we going to selection process of the points. Then we are going to the field, we select the half kilo based on certificate or certain protocols that are publicly available. And then, of course, we select the properties that we're going to analyze: organic carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, etc., many of them. The good stuff with Lucas is that somehow modular, depending on the emerging needs in policy, we can add or remove new aspects. For example, biodiversity has something was emerging, and we have added modules of biodiversity in 2018 campaign. Now PFAS, other stuff is more emerging, and we add those stuff. And then with complex models, artificial intelligence or machine learning, cubist, descent, etc., Gaussian, we produce those interesting maps which are interesting to support policies as as I described before in my brief, like the soil monitoring law, the EU soil strategy, the soil mission, the carbon removal here, the nature restoration law, the zero pollution, common agricultural policy, etc. So GRC is managing this. It has been run from almost every 3 years, but the periods are not always standard. 2009, 2015, 2018, and the results are publicly available. The results of 22 are now analyzed and in a few months will be available. And the numbers of sums, depending on the campaign, and the budget also, are between 20,000 and 32,000 per campaign. So, based on Lucas, which we have, of course, we measure soil organic carbon. In our group, we follow those two approaches, a model-based approach and a data-driven approach. Practically, model-based approach means that we apply not just one model. We have listened in those days a lot of words about models. Which model do I use, this or that, which is better, etc. We decide to use, let's say, a basket of models. Century, they send MEMS now under development, DNDC as well. And we produce the results based on those process models. But as well, data-driven approach means that we have 2 Lucas campaigns, 2009, 2018, and based on the measured data of Lucas, we try to understand if we lose or we gain carbon. Just a few words about the process-based models. So here, an excellent work done by my colleague Emanuele Giotto, this biochemistry model framework, which at the end estimates the carbon fluxes, and not just estimate the carbon fluxes with day sent. It puts as well the different policy scenarios if we apply cover crops, reduce tillage, no tillage, data that coming from Eurostat, and based on this management and policy scenarios, we see that we lose carbon, even if we apply those management practices, around 4.3 million tons per year. This is the average loss. But without any management, this is double. I mean, the losses are double. Well documented in almost 3 science and nature publications, all this work during the last years. In the data-driven approach, as I said, we try to compare the results from 2009 to 2018, and we see the differences, and again, the results are not positive. I mean, we lose 0.75% between 2009 and 2018. This is the pan-European picture. You can see locally some difference. There are a few areas that may gain carbon, but most of the areas are losing. Again, we speak about 70 million tons in the first 20 centimeters. More or less, the results of this data-driven approach are in convergence with the process-based approach that I presented before. So now we go to we have adapted those 2 approaches, those 2 methodologies, the data-driven and the process-based approach, to those 2 methods to make a standardized baseline according to the CRCF needs. And we have created these 2 scalable, let's say, solutions, 2 scalable models. And those 2 scalable models can take into account either pan-Europe as inputs, you can see the middle, either pan-European datasets that existingly are available, or local condition datasets, and can be run at either local or regional scale. So the overall idea is that either with a data-driven approach or with a process-based and an emulator in the down part, we create those results, and you can see on the right the different outputs that come out of these approaches, and at the end we try to ensemble all this in one. You can see on the down right, ensemble of models. So the data will become soon available of this, and as well the methodologies will become soon available. And of course, this can be applied by different operators in their own data, in their own region, in order to produce, let's say, ensemble or one of the 2 approaches if possible. However, we are not static, and as soon as we receive new data, here is an example of geostatistics, because we put in place the data of 2018, Lucas 2018, and based on this data, we create high-resolution maps of soil organic carbon on 0.20 centimeters with cubist and 100-meter resolution with high validation metrics of 0.78. Covariates used are climate, vegetation, and source of covariates, Sentinel-1, Sentinel-2, Landsat, CLIM, etc. And those data, of course, now are under revision and can be available, will be available through our portal, and can be used for model initialization, model calibration, model quantification, and model intercomparison. So it's an ongoing process that anytime we receive new data, now the 2022 Lucas data will become available, will develop similar as well. So I finished with the data, now I'm going to the risk. So this is the shock risk concept that we have developed in our group, and it's well documented in the publication, Nature publication that we published just 1 year ago, in March 25, and practically follows the IPCC framework, which means a combination of vulnerability, hazard, and exposure. And as exposure, we propose the shock stock under the agricultural soils. As vulnerability here, it is represented by the well-established concept of mineral-associated organic carbon, the MAUC, and as highly saturated, in the MAUC, the saturation quantifies the relative MAUC content compared to the potential MAUC content, because we put this in an equation. I mean, the one that is measured compared to the one that potentially a region or a point can have. So for highly saturated means that there is less stable form of organic carbon. And the combination of vulnerability with hazard practically gives us the result of this index. And as for hazard, we consider, I mean, the driving force here is the causes of shock losses. And we cannot distinguish, we cannot distinguish the natural ones with the anthropogenic ones. So practically, we include in this driving force both the natural and the anthropogenic ones, which can be climate change and land use change and the management scenario. So the lower, of course, is the saturation, the more protected is the carbon in this example. And of course, the combination of vulnerability and hazard gives you the risk. All this is well documented in the publication that I showed you before. Of course, I said before, we have the Lucas 2009-2018 data, and the innovation in this work that I showed you before in relation to risk is not that we applied the MAU capacity, the maximum MAU capacity at European scale at once. We differentiated it. We differentiated it because we know we didn't want to penalize certain areas. And we differentiate it based on a clustering approach. Clustering approach means that we have done 16 clusters based on different soil properties, pH, aridity index, net primary productivity, and landform. You can see the clusters on the right. And for each of the 16 clusters, we calculated the maximum MAUC to provide somehow a regional and tailored value of the saturated conductivity. This was the quite interesting innovation in this work. And all these results now, we make it available in a dashboard. It's just released. We combine practically the hazard and the vulnerability in this index. This is shown in an interactive way in the EOSO dashboard. It's in the EU Soil Observatory. We have the famous soil degradation dashboard, but now we add this for the needs of the CRCF, because we are supporting with this dashboard as well the Delegate Act that's coming. And of course, it's a beta version. It's going to be improved with many additions. We show all these layers that I showed you before, and the 4 classes of risk are available. I mean, starting from high risk to no hazard. High risk means both high shock losses and high saturation. And at the end, in the best option, in the no hazard, means that I have gains of carbon and low saturation. In between, we have the 2 other classes. Of course, this dashboard is available. We can somehow interact with this, but we hope to make it even better. I proceed to the third part of the presentation, which has to do with forest. Thanks to the work of Mirko Mirjavaka, who is here, we provide as well similar to what we have done before with agricultural soils. We provide the risk assessments for the afforestation projects, and the methodology proposed 2 steps. You can see on the blue dashed ones. What are the 2 steps? Is the 3 species, the identification and suitability of species, of 3 species. And in this first block, we take into account the suitability of the species, because you may plant a tree, but may not be suitable for this area. And of course, the climate scenario, because you may plant a tree, but in some years, this tree may not survive because we have climate change and we know the projections. And the second blue box has to do with the assessment of disturbance regimes, which has to do with return period and intensity. For example, how much disturbances will impact in loss of biomass, or how much will be the disturbance in a specific area. Of course, in the intensity, we have to take into account different type of events like windstorms, fires, heat waves, and apart from the intensity, the return periods are very important because those events can be repeated quite regularly or not regularly. And the first release of this EU-wide version of this EU-wide dataset we released is the first version. Now we have released it. In this version, we describe the methodology. It's in a preprint. You can see it below. It's spatially explicit at 35 kilometers. The risk indicators are mapped, and of course, we expect that apart from the preprint, this can be published as a publication. You see, with the colors, we follow the same concept of the risk that I showed you before. I go towards the final part, which has to do with the contribution of the soil emission projects from capacity building, etc. Mariana presented this morning the importance of the soil emission. GRC is supporting fully the soil emissions in the integral part because we are responsible for the 3rd building blocks. In the mission, we have 4 building blocks. The first one has to do with research and innovation, practically data infrastructure, knowledge management, business models, innovative technologies. The second one has to do with living labs, a network of real sites to test and demonstrate solutions. So we expect that by 2027 we'll establish 100 living labs in place. And the 3rd building block that GRC is responsible for harmonization of indicators and measuring of reporting soil health at EU level. That's why we have developed the EOSO dashboard. We're responsible for developing various data sets. We're proposing indicators as well. And the 3rd building block has to do with the awareness, soil literacy communication and citizen engagement, and there we are as well somehow involved. Regarding the 3rd building block, and in specific to soil organic carbon, we know that in the soil emission there are projects present here as well, MRV for SOC, MARVIC, GCR, a new project, CAFAMORE as well, and we have certain collaboration with those mission projects, and I give you a concrete example. So practically, we want to compare our pan-European results with local results because somehow we want to validate to see if our results make sense, what we do, or are completely out. So practically, thanks to the MRV for SOC and MARVIC, we receive data for 6 regions in different climatic conditions. You can see quite sparse: Spain, south of France, Italy, Belgium, Netherlands, etc. And for those case studies, we compare with our results, with our baselines. So, of course, the main inputs and outputs in this intercomparison are quite interesting because you can see that somehow you may have slight differences or big differences, and important to know why you have differences. And differences are for 2 reasons: either different models or different inputs. And we want to improve this intercomparison sometimes by aligning the inputs. I mean, the inputs that they use, we try to use in order to see if we can somehow align, or if there are other structural changes. So we have calculated the standardized baseline in those 6 areas, as I said before, and we align the input values. And you can see that the results are not bad, we're somehow aligned. There are small differences, of course, And we'll continue this exercise with more data, more input that we may have from mission projects or other projects. So I think this is quite valuable and should be continued in this for the improvement of the standardized baseline. Practically, we have also a paper under review on this topic. So finally, I want to mention that all this data, all these outputs are available in the European Soil Data Center. I hope you know it. We have more than 160 data sets available, 700 maps. It's one of the highest visited sites in the observatory, so 15,000 data downloads per year. That's why I expect that we are some of our data users. Now we move to a new area because data are coming to SDAC 2.0, because data are coming from mission projects, and we expect to have more and more data. We have built a catalog together with SoilWise, so it will be a catalog, a metadata catalog. Practically, the projects of the soil mission projects are advised to put their data open access in Zenodo and then put a metadata record that everybody can access this. And we expect as well with the soil monitoring law, we have an increased amount of data sets available for the users. So we expect by 2030 in SDAC 3.0 to have a kind of first-stop shop for all this knowledge. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, thank you so much, Panos, for the insights of your work. I had the pleasure yesterday in the evening to meet already the panel, and we started to discuss many things. Unfortunately, Panos was not able to join us yesterday in the evening, so we decided for Panos and for you guys to continue our discussion today. And so I have the pleasure to introduce the panel. First, I want to introduce Alexa Meyer-Bosse. She leads the nature-based risk solutions at Munich Re. She's the senior underwriter in agriculture, forestry, carbon, and parametric insurance. She specializes in assessing production risk and structural risk transfer solutions, and she's also an active family farmer. Welcome, Alexa. The next panelist I want to introduce is Francesco Morari. He is professor of soil and water conservation and soil physics in the University of Padua. He's also a adjunct professor at the crop and soil department in the University of Georgia in the United States, and also the director of the experimental farm of the University of Padua. Warm welcome to Francesco. The next panelist is Anastasia Volkova. She's the CEO and co-founder of the Regrow AG, and with more than a decade of experience in academia, business, and creating innovative software, she is one of BBC's top 100 women and is also on the Time 100 Next list. Welcome, Anastasia. Our next panelist is Konstantinos Hatziparadizis. He runs the Hatziparadizis farm in northern Greece. He is associated with modern lower impact cultivation methods such as conservation agriculture and reduced tillage. And he's also experienced with practices aimed at cutting carbon footprint and of crop production. And he's also involved in European sustainability and innovation initiatives like Lila for Soils. Welcome, Konstantinos. And our last panelist is Ana Gonzalez Peláez. She's the head of the agroeconomic system at Plenary X. She's focusing on scaling nature and credit markets for regenerative agriculture. Recently, she co-led the EC and European Investment Bank publication of quantifying the climate risk to EU 27 agriculture and insurance systems. And she's also an awardee this year of the FinEarth Women and Climate Awards in Agriculture. Welcome, Anna. Yeah, no, it's working. before we start the discussion, I wanted to also introduce the Menti to you. I don't know if you can now put up the slide. The idea is there are no questions from our sides, it's about questions from your side. So you will be able, when you follow the link, to enter questions and also to rate questions. And if we have time at the end, we want to discuss the most rated questions at the end of the discussion. So to start the discussion, we want to go first to the topic of the MRV uncertainty, and I want to pass the first question to you, Anastasia, because you're directly working with MRV systems. What, out of your point of view, is the most or the biggest uncertainty right now we have? Is it the data, is it the models, or is it the baseline assumptions?
Thank you so much, Hannes. Thank you, distinguished delegates and friends. It's great to be here. I am proud Ukrainian with Greek roots, and I'm sure my mom will be very proud when I tell her that Konstantinos was with me here. We represent. But at Regrow, we monitor 52% of the world's arable land down to field level, and many years of history, as many as 7, cover most of European countries. And so the information that I will be sharing today is informed by that experience and by a lot of regenerative agriculture projects that we support our corporate partners and their supply chain partners to run, which we're very proud to be in that position. Hannes gave me the easiest question of the panel. It's on the uncertainty and attribution of the uncertainty, the inputs. So let me step you through it. So what does a modern end-to-end digital MRV look like? It's a mature enterprise software that performs everything from enrollment of the farmer to measurement, monitoring, reporting, verification, and support of the audit. All of those steps are highly automated, highly QA'd, QC'd. How do you actually make it scalable for the farmer? You use the information that the farmer has in the farm management system, and you combine it with the remote sensing, and you then fuse weather modeling, the fantastic data that Panos talked about, Lucas or other soil data. You put it all through the biogeochemical modeling. This is what results in accumulated uncertainty. So remote sensing data itself is low uncertainty on its own. When you're passing it through a biogeochemical model, it increases in uncertainty. But it is very helpful still, because otherwise we would be asking farmers so many questions. And if we don't have to do that, if we can come with a draft data, because we are smart people, we sit in Europe, we have so much investment into Earth observation, we can bring that data along with us and also increase verification of the practices. Now, that is on the remote sensing. The model itself, of course, you can calibrate any of the models that Panos already talked about as well, whether it's DayCent or DNDC or other models. And when you calibrate and validate the model, you, of course, have the metrics around accuracy and uncertainty against the validation sample. But what you should not forget about, when you're enrolling farmers into a regenerative or carbon project, you, or at least we at Regrow, make estimates as the farmer is enrolling. That means we are taking weather and climate data 12 to 18 months forward to estimate what the outcomes will be of adopting that practice. And that comes, of course, with a lot of uncertainty. No one knows what the weather will be on any one farm in 12 to 18 months, so we're relying on historical ensemble data. Lastly, I would say the baseline is also where uncertainty hides, because for baselines, which is, again, brilliantly supported by GRC, developed for the CRCF. What we see also at Regrow is that remote sensing can really help to understand the historical practices, but we don't know how much fertilizer is used on every farm. You have some remote sensing indicators of oversaturation and nitrogen in crops, but you still cannot deduce from that what was the volume of synthetic nitrogen used on the farm. Of course, progressive farmers are cutting it, but we cannot say exactly how much, so we instead have to use statistical data And that statistical data can introduce a bias to the model. It's the first time I use the word bias as opposed to uncertainty, because it's a flat assumption that in Italy, for example, when it rains this much and when the crops look like this in remote sensing, it probably used this much fertilizer based on the 5 years of history that we have for that field. It's better than nothing. It's a good and well-informed agronomic assumption, but then that needs to be confirmed by the farmer so that the data is more accurate, uncertainty is lower. I think I've covered all of the data and uncertainty, so
thank you so much.
Don't ask me to elaborate more.
No, it's good, it's fine. I really wanted to hear, for instance, about Francesco or Panos from a, let's say, scientific point of view. Do you share this diagnosis of Anastasia, or do you think maybe from time to time the uncertainty is underestimated from the stakeholders?
Okay, thank you for thank you for the question. So, I mean, so I especially for modeling. So I just distinguish, I split so people in modeling believers and modeling no believers, and you know, especially so for the modeling believers, for practical operators. I see that so they often underestimate the structural uncertainty of the model. So why? Because they think that the model is just always give a perfect result, but actually who has worked with models so knows very well that there are some equations that are not correct, so there is a limit in that sense. And also maybe the model is applied out of the boundaries that so it was developed. And also what we saw when so Pano just talk and show about the ensemble of models. When so people started to see that models just apply to the same site with the same model inputs, give a different result, they started to be a little bit upset. And I have just a short-hand experience about that because so we have many collaboration with scientist operators. And so when so we apply just one model, okay, so the message that we transfer is very, very clear. One result for greenhouse gas emission, one result for so organic carbon chain, and so on. So when we start from a scientific point of view to improve our model of operation, so maybe you're running 3-4 models, from the other side, so we started to erode the confidence of the models because they just see that, the model, so different model gives different, give a different result, So that's, something which from our point of view is good because we understand the uncertainty and the accuracy, but from the other side, you don't transfer a very, very clear message. And if I have also to finish talking about the uncertainty in field operations. So in field operation is a big mess. I mean, if because there is a problem of statistics, So and people don't realize that if we had to follow, the statistics, I mean, all the rules, all the equation, the accuracy, so we would need just to collect hundreds of samples just to have an accurate result. But for for the farmers or for the operators, just 2 or 3 samples per hectares are enough. So we need to find a balance in that.
You want to add something, Panos? Go ahead.
If I can back up a little bit, also to make some things more clear. I mean, I'm a modeler, but doesn't mean that I'm a fan of models and the model can do everything today. And we just should leave the machine to decide. We are living in the artificial intelligence epoch, and of course, Everyone can put thousands of sums in a computer and produce a nice map, but it's not the reality. And we hope that we cannot, and I hope that we cannot base our policy just in just those outputs. We need, of course, the human and the expertise, I will underline this, the expertise evaluation here. So practically what I presented before, it means that has been filtered, has been discussed with experts, agronomists in my group, and they have, of course, evaluated from this aspect. Having said that, about models, of course, we move forward. There are new models coming. We should not just, as I said before, just see the metrics of the model, coefficient of variation, RMC, etc., but as well being able to interpret the outputs. Model benchmarking, very important, of course, to benchmark and to see it's an important operation. And of course, to identify the critical inputs of models and to improve the inputs. Compared to 10 years' time, where, I mean, the data inputs is a completely different landscape. We speak about remote sensing data that are available from Copernicus on higher resolution and different types of input data. One point. Second point, we speak about partial data that are becoming more and more available. And third point, of course, management data, which are, of course, management practices that are available in the field are becoming more and more available. Those three, the combination of those three things increase, of course, the accuracy of inputs and, of course, makes our model more trustable. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Panos. So we heard a lot of reasons why uncertainty is inevitable. So, but the real question is for me then right now, when does uncertainty start to undermine the credibility or the value of a project? So this is an open question to the panel. If somebody wants to have a little short statement on this, would be happy to hear it.
It would be great for me to come back with some numbers on what gentlemen shared, because the application of this in real world, of course, is, and the question to the panel here demonstrates it, we all want to decrease risk and increase resilience for our soils, if they're ours, or ours as a community ours. So I think we're all united by the same goal. The reason I'm centering us around that is because of what I'm going to say next. The projects to transition to regenerative agriculture, when they get larger, and this doesn't mean that we need to have every single farmer, it's the law of large numbers. Having a lot of farmers in a specific area, in a specific country, even if they have small parcels, above 5,000 hectares, everything is equivalent. You literally squeeze the uncertainty. And at a very large scale, what we're seeing at Regrow, when the projects get calibrated, validated on the model, and then audited, we're seeing that with a few crops in the rotation, I emphasize the conditions that I'm going to put into this sentence, few crops in rotation, large-scale project, we see uncertainty shrink to below 3%. 2.78 is what our largest project has, and it's millions of acres. Average uncertainty with slightly different parameters would land between 5 and 8%. This is economically extremely viable. It means that your buffer pool is pretty small, manageable, and knowable. To answer, Hannes, your question, when does it become too much? So how much is what I just mentioned? It's actually not that much. Of course, what I'm talking about is large-scale projects. All the comments previously on the panel were valid in previous days, that if you have a small project, you can just soil sample, you don't have to model or remote sense. But what becomes too much is when the uncertainty is either not disclosed or not quantified. If we don't know what we're actually dealing with. Then the other element I want to bring is that there is clear regulation on confidence intervals. And if CAR or Vera say it's 30 to 33%, we're sure that CRCF will support, or we're hoping, it's a reasonable thing to do, to support those certification frameworks. And with these two pieces of information, we know exactly what to do. We know what the model uncertainty is. We know that with more data, everything is more cost effective because we have the law of large numbers. And we know what to do with that data when we hand it over down the supply chain so that Konstantinos and other farmers can get remunerated higher The reason we talk about uncertainty is because it's a deduction from the credit. So if you bring your own data to a project, any other data too, not just soil samples, management data, it means that you should improve the confidence, lower the uncertainty, and you should literally see higher payout.
Do you want to go ahead, Konstantinos?
From a farmer's point of view, the risk of something new and the uncertainty that this have is something important. And also, probably the data that the farmer has to manage is something difficult, not always, but it can produce fear for extra work already in an environment that we have to do many things to our business. So, except for this, something important is how this data can be absorbed by the farmer and understand. So the part of knowledge and believing for the transition is something important for the farmers, for sure. This is my perspective.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we have already a first tension that uncertainty is normal, it's there, but markets and farmers, they need somehow kind of threshold to work with it to make it practical. So that's why I want to move the discussion from the uncertainty to transparency and also like inclusion of all the stakeholders into this system. So my first question would be going to Francesco. From your perspective, when we are dividing, where should be the dividing line between models, measurement, and default factors? From a view like, okay, it should be scientifically robust, but also shouldn't exclude like small operators, small projects, and so on.
So it's a little difficult to say. So I mean, just to define a line. So it depends on many factors. So I mean, it depends on the risk base of a tier or the purpose driven of a project. So I mean, so it's clear that we can use the default factors if a project is a small project. If maybe the expectations are not so high, and also if the variability of the site of areas is not so high. So once the uncertainty and once the variability start to increase, and also the financial stakes start to increase, so we have to a little bit to move up. So it means, to my point of view, the hybrid model, solution is the best one, as it was saying that, the colleague here, and but also, just to turn and to move into the field, field analysis and so on, it will cost a lot of money and it should be justified. But I wanted to say something, because even when we talk about, maybe low expectation projects, just a few days ago, a friend of mine here just sent me, an article from an Italian daily, and it's called Italia Oggi, and it was a little bit upsetting because the title is Carbon Farming. So I don't translate in Italian. So carbon farming at risk, money in exchange for uncertified credit. So you know that in 2023 the Italian government just approve the Italian National Register. And, this is something that why it was upsetting. We have not just started to be operational, and there are risks of fraud. And so that's why I say it's important just to have a monitoring operation which is clear, transparent, and as much as possible accurate.
Okay. Maybe this is also linked to Konstantinos. I want to bring you in again, as you also told already about the effort to collect the data. From your perspective, when these systems become more detailed or data heavy, what feels like reasonable for you? What starts to to feel too much, too heavy, to have the load you have on your daily work?
Sorry. Farmers also have a huge load with farm works, paperworks, and all this. And I don't know if they have the courage to manage more infos. It's a little bit difficult, at least in my region, in my country. It's something that we live with it. So I believe that it's important to have reliable partners, accurate infos, and everything can work after this. And also the transfer of knowledge to the farmers, because we have huge lack of knowledge about regenerative agriculture, which is the first step, I believe, for carbon farming. So it's more complicated for us, I believe.
Yeah. So I hope we all got an impression, like, to keep the balance between model uncertainty or model robustness and also like practical in the field. It's quite hard to find the sweet spot. But I want to go further in our discussion to transition to there is uncertainty in the system. The next question would be obvious, like, if something goes wrong, who carries the consequences? So that's why I want to bring Anna into the discussion. As I mentioned already in the introduction, and also Kirsten Dunlop made some slides yesterday about you co-led the publication about the risk assessment. Maybe you can give us some insights about it, and also like what is really relevant for carbon farming and for the different stakeholders in the carbon farming chain.
Yes, thank you, Hannes. Hello, everyone. Yes, this is a piece of work that was published by the European Commission, DG Agri, so it's fantastic to have a really good representation of DG Agri here in the room, as well as the European Investment Bank. So we quantify the current and future risks to European agriculture, so climate-related financial risks. And the financial bit is the really crucial part here. So we evaluated as well the performance of insurance systems, of current insurance systems across the 27 countries of the European Union, and also the protection gap. And we did this for current levels of risk, so for now, and into 2050. So we used the type of metrics as well that are used by the global risk capital markets. That's, for example, names like annual average loss, probable maximum loss. And these risk capital markets include insurance, reinsurance, we have Alexa here, catastrophe bonds. And these are the metrics of how these markets price risk. And that means informing about $7 trillion a year of premium. These metrics are also used by insurance regulators, so including the European Insurance and Occupational Pensions Authority, of course, by credit rating agencies, and of course by all member states' insurance supervisors. This is just to give a bit of context of just this rigor and the seriousness of these metrics. There are, of course, many methodologies to understand risk, but only these ones translate into financial protection products. And these metrics reflect current levels of risk, not only historic risk, but what are the levels of risk at current conditions. And we apply the same thing into the future. This analysis and plenty of modeling, entire conference dedicated to this type of modeling, and include techniques of engineering, geography, physics, climate change science, and actuarial science. Many different streams involved here. It was the first time that this quantification was carried out across all the European Union countries and for all types of perils and crops, a massive computational exercise. In terms of extreme events, of catastrophic events, we quantified events that in 1 in 50-year return period, so 2% annual probability of occurring. Of course, it is not the most extreme scenario, and for example, regulators ask insurance reinsurers to have enough capital in their reserves to cover 1 in 200-year return periods, so that's 0.5% annual probability. So 2% is not that much of a catastrophic extreme year. Even then, just sharing here quickly some of the results that we have. The current annual average loss in European agriculture is 28 billion euros. It doesn't mean that Europe is losing that every single year. So there are years that will be more and there are years that will be less, but that's the annual average loss. 28 billion. A catastrophic year at 2% annual probability, 60 billion euros. In the analysis of the protection gap that we did, only 20 to 30%, of course it varies a lot by national circumstances, but on average, only 20 to 30% of that risk is insured. The rest is falling on farmers and on governments. 50% of all that risk is driven by drought, and this affects not only the Mediterranean countries, but also Northern European countries. For example, one of the most surprising figures was Sweden. Drought is driving 60% of the losses. So drought affects us all. By 2050, we expect a 40 to 60% increase on this, depending on the climate change scenario, the emissions scenario that we look into. Now, for carbon farming, okay, again, so this is a very long discussion, but you can see, so with drought driving already 50% of the losses, the implications for carbon increases are huge. So in terms of carbon farming, this is important information to bring together in uncertainty, in expectations of what carbon increases we can hope for. And also, as well, absolutely, on a more positive note as well, I think as well this level of quantification, it also highlights to us that now that we know the level of risk that we have to European agriculture, we also know the level of massive adaptation that very quickly, very rapidly, we need to do across agriculture, starting by soil itself. So the crucial just momentum that carbon farming brings, as so many of the presentations yesterday were pointing out, we are not just talking about carbon increases, but we are talking about practices that create and change our soil structure for a more resilient agriculture. And we see now with this quantification of risk, how much we need that. So altogether, I think it's an exciting moment to bring carbon farming, and as Kerstin was saying yesterday, as a positive tipping point into the system.
Maybe I want to follow up with Konstantinos. When you hear, as a farmer, these terms we are talking about right now, reversal liabilities, permanence, verification, and so on, what sounds manageable for you, what sounds risky, or maybe what sounds also like not effective. It's fine. We can continue. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Maybe we switch to Anastasia. I think you also read the last draft of the methodologies of the supplementing regulation, and most of the time we are distinguishing between avoidable and unavoidable reversals. And is this distinction workable for you in practice as a MRV system developer, or is reality somewhere in between?
I also want to help us all center into why, in my opinion, this panel is having some of the most important conversations that will continue for the next 5 years, because we can get all the food companies to fund all of the farmers, either through credits or, to the question on the screen, we don't have to do credits. If you are a farmer has adopted already the practices like Konstantinos, you can get premium because you are providing a lower emission factor commodity into your supply chain. So this is something that can be negotiated. In fact, that is a very direct way of incentivizing the farmers. But even if we do all of that, if we take the food companies, their suppliers, if we onboard the farmers in this food supply chain, there's not enough money in FMCG to pay for the transition. And there's not enough money separately in the public space, in the government, to pay for the transition. So we're trying to also reach into the areas of capital where farmers usually go, into lending and insurance. And that's what Anna was saying, that's why it's so important, because I was in London last week and we talked with asset allocation managers. They literally said that the last 3 years was 1 in a 50-year event every year for the properties that they manage agriculturally. And that's for what they said, but we see in our data for the last 5 years, it's just a question of which geography gets that event. And now every geography will get 1 in a 50-year event. Is it flood, or is it drought, or is it something in between? So this is extremely material. And I'm excited that Anna and Alex are here, because we need to work together to understand how can data and good modeling and good effort to bring the farmers the incentives that they need can help unlock the pockets of capital that are so far not quite able to get engaged. That's what this panel is about, because ultimately we're trying to not have a non-viable economy. If nothing is insurable, no capital flows. That is literally what happens. Now, in terms of the risk, what's unavoidable, what's avoidable? Let's say we have a prevent plan scenario where we have a flood and the farmer needs to decide. The flood happens the 3rd year into the program. Well, let's actually say 2nd year. So they just started, they just implemented maybe crop rotation practice, reduced their nitrogen. It's the 2nd year, a huge flood happens, and the farmer may have to do a practice that is against what they signed up to. So from the contract perspective, this risk is avoidable. From the farmer perspective and climate shock adaptation, this might not be avoidable, because the payments, the way that they're structured, is not fully supporting right now the full farmer P&L. It's not like we're providing a first loss yield risk guarantee so that they can actually follow through with all of the avoidable risks. That is the question we should really be asking ourselves. So this distinction between contract and the climate point of view matters because of the assignment of liability. Because ultimately, when you're an insurance claim adjuster, this is why you have to answer that question. And agronomically, it's very clear that farmer does what is best for the soil and what they're motivated to do financially. Which one outweighs? I would say the financial one, probably. So we need to provide them the incentives in order for avoidable risks to actually be avoidable, because they will know the P&L can support.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Konstantinos.
We must not forget that most of the farmers globally have a business with no roof. So, and the best example of a disaster for us, at least in 2024, was the solar activity during March and April, which is a disaster for our plants. we saw plants burning totally, which is something that you cannot manage because there are things that are avoidable, like prescription from your agronomist for an application of foliar feeding, for example, and unavoidable, like the March and April of 2024. So it's to hold this environment, the farmers have to make profit and to proceed for the next cultivation. Except for this, there are so many factors that give the result of projects. First of all, farming for my business. After this, the carbon farming. So it's very difficult because as alive is our soil, so alive is the changes in our condition that we have to make farming. So I believe that the less synthesis must be for the farming sector and not because it's the source of everything. Everything starts and finishes in farmers.
That's maybe a good point right now to bring Alexa in. Anastasia already taught a lot about the distinction, but I really want to hear your perspective as an insurer. Like, how clear do we need these distinctions, or how flexible are insurance products when we have like mixed courses like drought plus management decisions?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for giving me the floor here, and thank you for inviting me. I mean, in principle, insurance companies do give their balance sheet money to their risk assessment and to their risk calculation. And we heard a lot of these loose ends, and I try to tie them up. I mean, you brought up the average annual loss, which is a very, very important metric, but it is about data, and it's about our assessment, and it's about our calculation, and then we bring our money from our shareholders to that, and then we make a premium out of it. I also heard that liability. I mean, what are we insuring? We are insuring on the basis of a contract, and we have a lot of possible insurance angles here. Anna told about crop, so you can insure your wheat. You can insure your wheat for the yield. You can insure your yield against hail only. What happens, and let's take the very traditional hail-only insurance and make a case here to tie all this. We have a clear peril, which is the hail, which we can model. That goes into your direction. You put hazard, vulnerability, and exposure to the plant. We also use that logic, but we interpret it differently. But coming back to the hail insurance, so we have hail. We can model hail as the occurrence in certain areas, as it happened a lot. We can then put assessment, so we can say, okay, it's maize in June. This is the most susceptible period. So if there is hail modeled in June, it is a lot higher of risk. And then you assess that hail risk in August or September, and then some plants might have recovered, others not. So then the vulnerability of that entire nature system come into play. You might also have an agroforestry system, which we have already talked about, that is less susceptible, less vulnerable to hail, to the crops below there. So you can do something about the vulnerability. So factoring all these three into account, so the peril, in that case hail, the vulnerability in case of, you know, the season, as well as what you can prevent. I mean, there are also, by the way, hail nets out there. So you reduce the vulnerability to a certain, to a large extent. Only if the hail crashes the net, then there is some losses. So you can do a lot in vulnerability. And then, of course, you have the exposure in terms of what value is there. And this is how we think insurance, and this is how we calculate insurance. And then there is a rate that comes into play. So, and if this rate is not attractive for a farmer to sign that insurance contract because it's too expensive, as of these three calculations, then this is what Anna says, there is no insurance market. And what she didn't mention is that maybe around 50%, even more, 60% of the European crop insurance schemes are funded by the government in premium, by the way, also in the US, heavily, because the simple calculation of hazard, vulnerability, and exposure is simply too expensive for the farming business. And this is a shame. This is a shame that they cannot manage their risk themselves. They have to rely on subsidies. And this all comes down to whom are we selling insurance to? We are selling insurance to business who managing their risk, and they're managing their risk in reducing the vulnerability and then transferring the residual value to the insurer. This is the concept of insurance. And to also tie another answer, why I refer to Anna, I refer to now Anastasia on your point in terms of, I mean, opportunity cost, right? I mean, what is the most efficient? It is either insurance or doing some other risk management stuff, which is more efficient to it. And now, if we come down to the carbon and why we're here, and tying, you know, that easy and marketable hail insurance to our carbon logic, why we're here at, is what are we insuring in terms of carbon? And there are already products out there, and you have to distinguish between the phase before certification, so all the run-up, all the costs until the delivery, and then after the delivery, meaning some reversals, but also potentially some climate effects. And that is a tricky one after certification, because then you have the avoidable and unavoidable metric, and this is again where you have conflict of interest as a farmer. And I can tell you, because I'm a farmer myself, eventually my very first target is to produce food. So that is where the money comes from. And if I have to jeopardize some other goals because I'd like to produce food, because I have to fulfill my contracts, then I have to do that. And then I have to compromise on a good soil or a carbon in the soil, which is in a way then measured or non-measured. But I mean, this is where the money comes from, and this is where I do have to fulfill my contracts. And this is exactly what you say with unavoidable, avoidable. You have this opportunity cost. Is it? And if I have two interesting targets, the one is carbon as a business model for a farmer, or producing food as a business model for a farmer. And if they are equally attractive, then my opportunity cost thinking in terms of do I go this way or that way is equal. And then I really have to have another decision point. What is the more strict contract I have to breach? Is it not producing enough grain as a ton for my forward contract, or is it the buyer of my carbon credit whom I cannot deliver because I have to plow, for example, and then this is released. But we are not yet there that farmers understand carbon as a business model itself. Because it's not as attractive. We are talking about incentives and then additionality and can I stack or not. I mean, have the farmer pull in all the money he can get. And if this is then attractive for him, then he will be a carbon farmer. I'm coming from Bavaria, and back then when the German government introduced the rooftop photovoltaic cells back in the early 2000s, I mean, each farmer was able to, because they have big, big sheds and big, big roofs, and everyone, you know, there were pioneers that had the first ones, and then there were laggards, they onboarded it 10 years after, but they've seen everywhere these PV rooftops, and it's a business model, it's an energy farming, and it's a business model and it pays off, and we have all these energy right now on the sheds. So that is, in a way, it is a no-brainer when it is an attractive business model. So, and again, coming to the insurance, we sell insurance to these ones who have a liability, where money is at stake for the business model. And if I may also circle back to the element of liability, because, you know, there were so many, in a way, hooks I can now take. What are we insuring? We are insuring a liability that is hurting the insured. And how do we distinguish the liability in terms of whose fault was it? We can't do. We can do it in two ways. And if I, as a manageable or unmanageable or avoidable or unavoidable distinction, I take the car insurance, for example, now. So I cannot distinguish between my fault of crashing my car or some other whatever happened and I crashed my car and I was not the reason for it. How do we incentivize the driver, and every one of us is a driver, how do we incentivize the driver to really be cautious with the self-retention of the insurance? So if your self-retention is high, then I might be cautious because it financially hurts me again. But I, as an insurer, I will not distinguish between is crashing the car was intentional, not intentional. I mean, taking aside the thing that I'm drunken and this is something where insurance is not paying. You know, I mean, that is, but the other two things, if I do it intentionally or not intentionally, we don't distinguish. We pay what is, you know, on the insurance policy, but we also deduct the self-retention. And if I do it intentionally, that hurts me. So in a way, there are inbuilt elements in the insurance contract we all know, but this we have to transfer into the carbon space. And again, carbon, if we'd like to insure it, there is products out there already before certification. After certification, we have a lot of discussion going on there, what we can do or we can't do. But now I let you digest. I can talk for hours on insurance, so I'm passionate about it. And give the floor back to Hannes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alexa. Yeah, good insights. Yeah, time is running, as you told. So I had a lot of topics to discuss, and I just want to make some quick dives into some topics. I have prepared. But hopefully you can keep it short, that we are not running out of time. Maybe we can answer also a question from the audience. So one thing you also mentioned, or you said about, was the real-world constraints, or so-called real-world constraints as a farmer. And this is something I have a question to Anna, for instance, about the early termination. Right now, it's treated as a full reversal in the draft. Is this not something which is like that this risk is discouraging the participation for businesses or for farms, out of your point of view?
First, we have to see that the cultivation plan and approach of every farmer can change. Oh, I'm blocked, sorry. I'm blocked.
Well, just that after, yes, thinking about just the latest interventions, so everything you presented, Panos, what you were talking, Anastasia, about how ultimately what we really need to do, and this is it, and what is this, the ultimate objective is we have a transition to resilience to make. That transition is very expensive. And we need to find ways of mobilizing as much funding as possible to the ground, to farmers. And hearing just your experience directly from the ground, Konstantinos, is just so compelling. And on what Anastasia, what Alexa, you were, all the different learnings that you were mentioning now. I think what we have now with carbon farming, and it's just a tremendous opportunity for risk sharing across the value chain. We are bringing carbon farming at a time when we, as we were mentioning earlier, up to 80% of the current losses in agriculture are not insured. So they are falling mainly on farmers. And of course, when it's very extreme events, on governments. The impact that is having in our farming system, in the future of farming in Europe, is huge. The average farmer is 60 years old. So here we are talking about resilient soils, and we are talking about changing the structure of our soils. So it is just such a great opportunity to just build this resilience, risk share across the different actors in the value chain, from project developers to buyers, of course public sector, private sector, and to take as much burden as possible away from farmers, to make sure that already the losses up to 80% of farmers are incurring, they don't become even bigger with carbon credits that are going to suffer because of drought, well as we can build a virtuous circle around resilience.
Yeah, short comment from Alexa.
Well, okay. I take the intervention of drought harming carbon in the soil, and therefore it is a certain stress also to the CRCF units. Coming back to your models, I mean, I think it would be really smart if one can, if one has models who model the climate factors as a variability. In other words, as input factor. In a way, if it is dry, i.e. no precipitation, for a certain period, then the carbon in the soil is decreasing by X, Y, Z. If it is in combination with heat, then it is, you know, modeled as such. So that would give us a position to calculate the probability, the AAL, as you said, on that. And then let's see what comes out and if this is something which is attractive for the market in terms of, you know, ensuring drought for the farmer, the buyer. I mean, who is interested in this? The European Commission, the government, who is interested in it? Buying that insurance. But if you put it the other way around, and this is my last point here, again on the opportunity cost, if I calculate that money, which the insurance costs based on your model, for a drought situation, and let's say that costs 100 euros, just to say something, that can also be invested in resilience, right? I mean, I don't have to pay that insurance a premium. I can also take that and invest in resilience as a theoretical thought, and then I don't have to pay because I have in-kind insurance in my own right. Thank you, Hannes.
Yep, Panos, go ahead.
Yes, if I can rebound a little bit, just to make the things a little bit more clear. We should distinguish, for agricultural soils, first of all, we should distinguish about the extreme events, right? You spoke about agricultural productivity that may be lost due to extreme events, probability of extreme events, and having so much losses in crops, etc., etc. And the normality. The normality means that soil organic carbon is not changing rapidly. I mean, you will not see changes in soil organic carbon in our soils from one year to another, even if you have I'm not speaking about extreme situations. I mean, if you have a drier year or if you have a more wet year, you will not see the change from one year to another. We see this because we monitor our soils with Lucas, that the changes takes place quite slowly. In order to respond to your question, we take into account in our conceptual model that combines vulnerability and hazard, and in the hazard you have seen that we take into account the soil organic carbon losses due to climatic conditions. I mean, there is a climate change, and due to climate change, particularly increase of temperature, we have shock losses in certain areas. So this is taken into account, but I'm speaking about the normal condition, not the extreme ones. Regarding the afforestation projects, I mentioned before that the two factors that are taken into account is the intensity of events. Intensity of events means intensity of windstorms, of fires, of heat waves, plus the returning periods of those intense events. Thank you.
Thanks. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. I would say maybe we start with you, Francesco, but we make the whole round. I want to have like one sentence of you about what is the one thing that would most improve trust in common farming risk management. The one thing out of your position.
Yes, from
one sentence.
No, so I mean, from a scientific point of view and modeling point of view, I would just strongly support the user ensemble of models. So I know it's difficult to manage the variability, so it's difficult also to understand the uncertainty, but I think at this point I would prefer to have an average value and the distribution of the potential, outcomes of a model rather than just so to have just one single number. So this is what I would strongly suggest. And also I think we have seen also previously how much data is coming from this long-term monitoring. And I think, so for next year, we will have a calibrating model, much better calibrating model. So I'm very optimistic about that. Yeah.
So let's continue maybe with Anastasia, really one sentence. What would be the one thing to put more trust into the carbon farming risk management?
Government-aligned insurance with regenerative agriculture.
Cool. Yeah, maybe if you have one sentence out of a farmer's view, what do you think would be the one thing to improve carbon farming risk management for trust, that you as a farmer trust into it?
I don't know exactly. I believe that the panelists know better. I don't know what could be like an insurance, because we have so many variables that I cannot be exactly what will be.
So it's more like, okay, to have a robust team out of the different stakeholders who support each other, that you can trust your chain in the carbon farming framework.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Only strong relationships can achieve the goals.
Yep.
And except for this, the farmers must deliver the infos and all the psychology of the soil, because they live with the soil. Except for the data and the MRV, they are science you can understand that the MRV probably cannot find it.
Yep.
And except I was looking the
Yeah,
question.
if you want to, perfect.
Can I ask
Rich,
it?
you can answer the question. Yeah,
okay,
sure.
okay. 1 week before we had the biggest agriculture exhibition in Greece, Agrotica, and it was someone from a company. When I told him that we try with regenerative cover cropping and all this, he told me, okay, he started working with carbon farming, theoretically, as I understood after that, after the conversation. And when I told him that we are 15 years in conservation agriculture and cover cropping and regenerative, he told me, oh, you are the loser. And I say, why I'm the loser? You have to start and plow your fields. And I say, why I have to destroy what I'm trying to fix 15 years? And he say, you must start from zero to see the change and start the carbon farming and take money. But the most important is the living soil, not the result is the carbon farming. If you don't have a live soil, it's crazy. And this category of people are outside and they try probably to do consulting.
Yeah.
I was laughing, it's crazy, totally crazy.
Yeah.
I'll just repeat it again, Hannes. Early adopters can get paid through the value chain. You do not have to plow your fields. And even if you will go and plow your fields, remote sensing will reveal it. So to Konstantinos's point, the truth prevails and there are incentives.
Yeah, maybe Alexa and then Anna, the last words.
Yeah, okay. I mean, sitting on my farmer's head, I 100% agree what Konstantinos is saying, because we are also early adopters. We will not earn any money out of the CRCF, and therefore, and that was also part of Valeria's slide, the very last one, is that there was some very cautious idea formulated that additionality might be rethought, because this is exactly and what I think, and coming back to my statement of carbon farming has to be a business in itself, like food farming and like energy farming. I mean, we have to pay farmers for keeping stock. And if they have more stock in carbon, they get more money. And if they have less stock, they get less money. And they have to get that money each and every year. Like insurance premiums, you have to pay each and every year. And this is a constant revenue flow for the farmer, and they also sell their wheat each and every
Only for your information, we are starting a bit late because all the other sessions were ending late, so we take 5 minutes more.
oso toccare perché non vorrei. Aspetta che sono accesi.
People think they're losing battery, but they're just on mute.
Okay. Quite simple. Can we start? Can we start?
Yeah, the problem is there's lots of people still on coffee because we had this.
Yeah,
but if you
But Alessandro, can we start? Can we start? You have been there?
The coffee break is full of people.
That's the thing. That's what I would say. Is that
so do you recommend to wait?
If you want to start, you're very welcome to. But obviously, there's still lots of people outside. You are welcome to wait if you want.
Okay. Okay. So you recommend to wait.
I
Also,
would, I
the
would
other
recommend
session.
I'm going to go. I'm going to go make an announcement to try and get people in.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Yeah.
At the moment, because the last session finished a bit late.
Yeah, we saw.
And what do you think the other session are? Wait, the other session are waiting?
Some are starting, some are waiting.
Okay.
It's just kind of back to it.
Okay.
So if you want to make a start, please feel free. I'll try and get people in.
Yeah. Okay. They recommend to wait for a few minutes because it's still a coffee break.
In this case, it's not a responsibility of Italians. Because normally...
The delays are tend not to be... maybe we can start. What do you think?
I think more or less the number of people.
Yeah, because we're going to be 50 each session. So, yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the session on innovative financial model to scale carbon forestry. I'm Davide Petanella. I'm a professor of forest economics here in Padua, at the University of Padua. And you know probably from the program that we have a keynote speaker that will introduce a topic of innovative financial models. And then a panel discussion with 6 representatives, quite important person for their very large different background that in some way will allow us to touch the issue that has been so much discussed in these 2 days of the buyers group, or better, the demand side. So the focus of this session, in fact, is to get deeper on the motivation and the way in which we can stimulate the demand for carbon credits, and how can we coordinate different public and private actors working in this field. So I think a crucial topic for the overall discussion that we are having in these days. I stop here. I don't want to take time to the speaker, so I give the floor to Alessandro Leonardi, the CEO of E4, a benefits company that is a spillover of University of Padua. Alessandro, you have 20 minutes, and I will give you a sign when, let's say, 2-3 minutes left.
Shall we start with the
oh, yes.
Slido?
Oh, yes, sorry. We will make use of this service software by Slido. As a matter of fact, I think we will have no time for making questions at the end. But I would like to ask you to make comments. So to express your opinion, we will be able to record all these statements that you will like to make. And as you probably know, at the end of each session, the chairman has to report the conclusion, the outcomes of the work done to the general organization. That will be an input for the European Commission and other organizations in order to better improve their activity in carbon farming implementation. So the info that you can give us, your opinion, your critical judgment are much welcome. You can get the connection there. So Alessandro.
Yeah. Thank you, Davide, and welcome to everyone. Good afternoon. So I'm going to talk about innovative financing model to scale carbon forestry. The keynote thing maybe raised too much the expectation, but I put some slide that comes from the experience of our work with in the project development side, but also corporate markets. But first of all, I'd like to introduce E4, which is a spin-off of Padova University. So we're based here in Padova, even though we work internationally, around 45 countries in the world. And we are specialized in trying to put nature at the center, at the heart of the decision-making in governments and corporates. And of course, we do it by providing science-based solutions. I'm really proud, also because I'm part of a very big team, quite young, and also with a very good gender balance. We work across several areas, because whenever you work at the landscape level, you need to tackle ecosystem restoration, including regenerative agriculture, nature governance, and finance, so governance with the public sector and the private sector. We also support nature positive strategy for corporates, so on the demand side, and also working on bioeconomy, regenerative tourism, and also in edutainment through a digital platform, of course, on the environmental topics. But let's move to the contents of the presentation. So I'll flow through an initial slides on market trends, what are, for me, the market trends on the topic of carbon, biodiversity, and water. Biodiversity business model and financial instrument, and some example of project we're being engaged with, and finally some conclusions. So one of the first trends is that a lot of corporates are moving from carbon and integrating more and more biodiversity and water. So biodiversity and water are nowadays becoming a driver for carbon projects that can also demonstrate co-benefits. And of course, more and more international companies are adopting frameworks such as SBTN, SBTI, TNFD, all those frameworks that help corporates to integrate biodiversity and water and carbons into their strategies. Another trend, very important for carbon farming, is the concept of in-supply chain carbon removals, or insetting. So at international level, SBTI, Science-Based Targets Initiative, almost represent 25% of global revenues. So a lot of companies, the bigger ones, have signed and committed to Science-Based Targets Initiative. For those companies within SBTI that have land-related emissions, they commit to SBTI flag, which is basically saying that each company has to reduce almost 1/3 of their land emission within 7 years after the commitment with SBTI, and reducing 70% of their emission by 2050. That's a lot. And of course, in-supply chain removal should contribute to at least 50% of those removal. That means that 50% is a demand for carbon removals in the agriculture sector. However, purchased carbon offset do not count as a removal. So this is a big driver for insetting project, so providing carbon removal within the value chain. The next trend is this. So the past, the corporates were moving toward an offsetting approach. So compensating impacts, emission on water, carbon, and biodiversity outside of the value chain. Nowadays, we're talking more and more about insetting, so compensate within the value chain. So if I have an impact on land because I purchase a lot of wheat or agriculture commodities, then I tackle the problem of emission by regenerative agriculture, by promoting regenerative agriculture through my farmers and so on. The next step, and something that we see more growing a lot, is the collective action approach. Because there is one finding: supply chains are not just linear, they're complex, they cross each other, and so we know that we need to tackle this problem of resilience and compensation within the value chain, but also at the landscape level, and also engaging a variety of stakeholders. So these are called collective action, and more brands are adopting this approach at landscape level with a multi-actor approach. So how carbon farming project can integrate these trends into their business model and financial instrument? That is a big question, and I guess also the CRCF is also with a big question mark regarding this, that the market is moving toward insetting. So talking about project, we don't have to rely only on one single business model when we develop a project. We have to rely on several business models. We have business model related to market base, such as carbon credits, business model related to cost saving, monetization of co-benefits. So we said that water and biodiversity are really important, so we need to be able to sell the biodiversity co-benefits of our carbon credits, for example. Value creation, so increasing the value of our assets, of our lands. Policy, subsidies, or tax-based models, so making sure that we use the public finance as well. And finally, models that are based on the blending finance, so a pool of different instruments and risk reduction. This is just an image to say there is a huge amount, there is a huge basket of financing instrument that we can use to put it together to make sure that our project is stable from a financial point of view. But here's the concept. I haven't met or known a project so far that is able to sustain itself on one single financing instrument. So this is the concept of blended finance. So how we can use a public finance and different instruments to make leverage for the private capital or private investment. Basically, by using public finance, we de-risk the investment from the private sector, and we increase the money available for the project. And of course, we also reduce the risk because having different revenue stream, we reduce the risk. So blended finance means using grants, technical assistance, guarantees, incentives, subsidized finance, and so on. Let's move to the example very quickly. So the first example is within a LIFE project in Spain, where we developed a system for carbon in wood harvested products. We basically use the FSC standards within key wood supply chain in Spain and Italy, especially in wood frames for houses and so on. And we were able to connect the FSC chain of custody that allowed the traceability of each cubic meter in the supply chain, together with the carbon farming regulation. So making sure that we have a trace of the carbon credits within the supply chain, and also by developing models for benefits and impact sharing within the supply. Because of course, there was a big question mark how we divided the benefits of these credits between the forest manager, the processing companies, and the building out in the market. Another example of blended finance comes from the Lombardy region here in Italy. We said we want to innovate the way we do grant finance for forestry, biodiversity, and climate. So we engaged with the Lombardy region and we developed this innovative project, which is called BioClima. So we developed a grant focusing on forestry and climate action at the regional level. And we said each of the applicants to this grant call for funding had to measure the impacts of their project. So they were submitting a proposal to the Lombardy region, and within the proposal, there was several measures such as reforestation, improved forest management, and so on. But they had to certify those interventions and measure the impacts using, in this case, the FSC ecosystem service procedure. So at the end, we got a portfolio of 12 regional projects which were certified according to the FSC procedure with X amount of carbon removals, biodiversity improvements, and other impacts. And these impacts were sponsored by several companies that were facilitated by ETIFOR through a technical assistance. And so we were basically doing the match funding between the beneficiary, so regional parks, landowners, and so on, with the private corporates that were acquiring the impacts. So we created a regional markets, more or less the transaction were around 7-8 million. This is already funded. It has been closed last year. It ran for 4 years. The last example, and then I'm done. It's on the water sector. As I said, it's a trend that is also a driver for carbon removals. Here we move to the fashion industry. It's and I'm talking about the Caring Water Positive strategy. So the Caring Group is one of the biggest fashion groups in the world, and they have set a water positive strategy. And by 2035, they want to build 10 collective actions in the key water basin, where they have the biggest part of their production concentrated. So they started from Italy. Tuscany is one of the first basin where they concentrate most of their production. And they said, we want to tackle water problems, water risk, and water consumption through a collective action. So we started in the Arno Basin, basically creating a collective action partnership through the public sector and the private sector. So a lot of consultation, gathering, and so on. We tried to align public goals on water quality, water quantities, and so on, with the private sector goals. And of course, the private sector goals were de-risking the operation because they suffer from flooding, lack of water, certain time in summer, and so on. So the result was we launched this year the Arno Water Resilience Lab. It's a lab, it's a collective partnership at the basin level, which use several funding streams, several tools, and which is the connection of agriculture? Well, in Tuscany, there is a lot of abandoned land, and the abandoned land means more hydraulic risk, more risk in terms of water, and so on. So what many projects that we are focusing on is on regenerative agriculture. A lot of farmers are also taking care of water streams and increasing the carbon organic soil in the soil to retain water and so on. So here is another example of how blended finance and collective action can also bring revenue stream for forests and farmers. So getting to conclusions, while developing carbon farming and forestry projects, let's focus on two key elements. On one side, farmers or forest owner, and on the other side, on clients. We need to focus on the market side, and the business model theory can help us on this. Offsetting markets, let's remind ourselves that, at least for our perception, are moving toward insetting and collective action landscape approach. So let's think and be creative on how the carbon farming regulation can also tackle this kind of business model and approaches. Each project should employ a set of different financing instruments, so using a blend financing instrument approach, and of course, for the public and policies, using the public finance to leverage the private one, because we need to make sure that we use well those resources to leverage more capital. And finally, innovation, creativity, digitalization, and the use of business model theory. So use the practice from the entrepreneurship world, the investment world, to apply also to project development. And that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandro. Very inspiring presentation. You gave us the conceptual frame for opening the discussion. I think that really you touch all key concepts, the key idea, from offsetting to insetting, blended finance, so the need of public-private partnership, and so the idea itself of not concentrating on one ecosystem services, but working on a broad set of services. So I think this has been a very nice way to start our work, and I would like to invite the 6 panelists to come here to join me, please. And we are going to organize this session in 3 steps. The first one, very simple, will be a presentation by each panelist, presentation both of personal experience in activation, in promoting the use of carbon credits, and of course some info also on the organization they are representing here, the experience that this organization has gained in the field of carbon farming. So I start following our initial ideas, giving the floor to Francesco Tomaiolo from Arpinge, and take into consideration no more than a couple of minutes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Just a few words about us. Arpinge Natural Capital is an Italian institutional investor focused on nature-based solutions, and also technology infrastructure for carbon removal. We are part of Arpinge Group, a long-term infrastructure investor focused totally on climate transition. We have a strong track record on renewable, sustainable mobility, and circular economy. Here today, we want to bring the perspective on institutional investors that have three characteristics. Have a huge amount of capital, good. Have long-term horizons, very good. But because they manage funds on behalf of third party, they are typically risk adverse. So we are happy to be here to bring this perspective. We know that we have to invest more and more money into nature and into climate mitigation. We see a growing interest from institutional investors. We have to understand what works for that type of investors. I can anticipate two things: clear rules and predictable demand. We know these barriers. At Arpinge, we are trying to building some bridges because we are early mover in this market, and of course we are facing higher risk that we are trying to mitigate through innovative solutions, innovative financial models. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Francesco. Your presentation is stimulating a lot of curiosity, I think, in the public. So the second panelist is Steve Hard from the European Investment Bank.
Hello, I'm Stephen Hart. I work in our advisory division at the European Investment Bank. For those of you who don't know who the European Investment Bank are, we are created by the Treaty of the European Union. We are, in fact, say, an EU body. So we're the European Union's long-term financing institution, which means that we promote various EU objectives. And some years ago, we were branded as the Climate Bank. In fact, branded ourselves. It was a bottom-up process. We're very proud of that. Within that context, various, you might say, climate-related topics, adaptation, but also nature-based solutions are an important element. What we did together with the Commission over a number of years, ending in 22, is we ran something called the Natural Capital Financing Facility. And it was the world's first really dedicated financial instrument for nature and nature-based climate adaptation. It ran for a number of years, and it was a pilot. You know, is it even possible to provide repayable finance for things in nature? So what's interesting about this is that we really managed to use every possible financial product under the sun. Corporate debt, public debt, debt to funds, fund investments, loans to banks. So in that sense, it became a very interesting pilot, you know, for Europe and everyone else. Several other instruments around the world are kind of fashioned in our experience. But we did conclude that at the time of ending, the market really was not a factor for scaling. And that the real story was not so much in the structuring of repayable capital, but in fact on the funding and revenue side. So since 22, we've actually pivoted our work much more towards developing revenues and funding models and how to blend funding. Just a bit about myself. I mean, I'm originally a water engineer. Then I moved into banking and nature. So I've developed some sympathy for bankers. But it's also given me a bit of a perspective because, you know, a newcomer coming into this field of finance, you know, you ask all the stupid questions and you realize actually they're not so stupid. And especially in an area that is...
I think for
excellent
introduction, don't spoil all your knowledge and information. So, for the panelist is Andrei Tarabus from FSC International, so the well-known certification scheme for responsible forest management. Andrei.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm coming from FSC, which I believe everyone knows from, well, your local stores and the label. But at FSC, I'm responsible for ecosystem services and emerging nature markets in general. And mostly for the verified impact program, which is kind of built on a very similar architecture as carbon credits, but they are not necessarily generating credits, but more of environmental claims and data on the from the forest. So in that sense, we are not only covering carbon, but we are also in other ecosystem services like biodiversity, water, soil or air, and we are also into the social aspect of it. So we are also having impacts on the cultural services or recreation. And on the top of that, we are actually in the process of developing both carbon and biodiversity credit scheme. So we are very much working on that, and here, well, I'm kind of bringing the 7 years of experience through these markets and how actually the nature markets are reacting to different claims, credits, and so on.
Thanks, Andrei. And now we have a representative of one of the leading consultancy company. The office based in Vienna is Johannes Tinter-Olifers, please.
Thank you. As you said, come from Vienna. EY Denkstadt is the consulting, the sustainability consulting of Ernst & Young in Austria, and I have there a team on decarbonization and climate risk analysis. And what we actually do is supporting clients tackling specific client needs with solutions. So whenever we focus on projects, like carbon farming projects, we have to find a specific incentive, a specific need of the company. And I think here we had, over the last years, really considerable changes. So for quite a long time, it was highly driven by public perceptions, especially in the B2C sector. Since 2022 until at the beginning of last year, we had clear regulatory focus and we had quite clear regulations, which changed the whole driving pressure considerably. So we had there an exponential increase of interest of companies in doing something within the value chain. The whole story last year about Omnibus was not super helpful for that pressure, I would say. But so now it's time to find here new incentives.
Good point, good point. In the opening, I was saying that in this panel discussion, we were involving a representative of the demand side. I was not fully correct. In the sense that the new panelist that I'm going to introduce is a representative of a landowner, and he is providing a service to the landowner. But in the same time, this is a so special landowner that in one way is interesting to be considered in this panel also because assuming a responsibility that we are not used to consider in the forestry field is giving us an idea that also some special owners may take initiative in order to, of course, support the supply, but also activate the market. And that is Klaus that is representing Caritas. Caritas, the office, the structure, depending from the bishops of Vienna. Please, Klaus.
Thanks for having me here. You may wonder why the Caritas is engaging in such a subject. And we realized early on, because the welfare both of of communities as of individuals is at the focus of the Caritas of the Archdiocese of Vienna, that communities both in the global south, like in Sudan, where we are working, but also in Austria, where pupils are not able to learn to full capacity because it's that hot that they cannot sleep at night anymore, that communities are really already hard hit by climate change. And I think it's very important that this is something which is getting more and more real and affecting real individuals and big communities. And realizing that, the Caritas put to help solve the climate crisis also into the core of their activities. Before that, it was mainly social welfare, but to ensure social welfare, you have also to work on the social crisis. You cannot divide those aspects anymore. And because the church in Austria, different parts of the church own a lot of forest, we realized that those forests could be a big part of the solution. And the first thing we did is we have to find forest projects of the highest integrity. So we did some vetting of project developers all over Europe. But afterwards, when we found the best possible technology, we also realized that financing is going to be a key aspect.
Thanks a lot. I don't want you spoil all your background information. And now we come to the last member of this panel, that is Axel Dukos from the experience of a project developer.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's really nice to be here. Indeed, I represent Landlife. We are a project developer. We are specialized in afforestation and reforestation, and typically work on degraded land. So that could be land that has been abandoned for many years. That could be land that has been devastated by a wildfire, or that has been overexploited and is now quite depleted. Our philosophy and what really we want to bring back is we want to bring back natural forests, which means forests that are full of native and many species in the landscape. And we really want to bring back that healthy ecosystem, that the sole purpose is to deliver those beautiful ecosystem services that they bring, and that also play a role, of course, in supporting resilience of the supply sheds and supply chains that the landscape hosts. We work in multiple countries. In the EU, we work in Portugal and in Spain. But we also work in Australia, in the US, and in Indonesia. And that has given us quite a lot of opportunities to test different models, and I will share our experience here, going from philanthropy to blended public-private to direct investment. To date, we have restored across our locations around 12,000 hectares. And really, we see the financing models as a way to scale up. We need to unlock this to be able to, us and others, of course, to scale up and restore the land which is badly needed. So we very much welcome the CRCF and the Buyers Club that will be coming with it. And we're very hopeful that in the methodologies, but also in the Buyers Club, It will be supportive of the business cases, right, of positive business cases, so that projects can get started, so that project developers can also work across multiple years, and that also reflect the reality of the reforestation economic model. So very happy to share that with you in this panel. Thank you.
Thanks, Axel. Very good. Thanks for this brief presentation. You will have time now to go deeper in your experience in this second round, in which I make some specific questions to each of you and give you 5 minutes to answer. So take into consideration this time constraint. And of course, I start with the Arpinge experience, the experience of institutional investor. Francesco, you already mentioned the barrier that you are facing. So you can get back, go deeper, but I would like also to hear from you which are the possible solutions, possible tracks in order to solve the problem created by the investment condition in the forest sector, in general, in carbon farming.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. I will make a comparison to let all of you understand what is the landscape of investment for climate mitigation. How much private funds have been invested in climate mitigation in the last 20 years? If we look at Europe, in the energy sector only have been invested by private companies 400 trillion euros. If we look at the global level for only voluntary carbon market, we are talking about $10 billion. 400 trillions versus 10 billion. So 40,000 times more in energy only in Europe than global investor on nature. Why? We can say that renewables taught us what works. I have already said, clear rules and bankable financial structures. Today, carbon and biodiversity markets miss bankability. To be bankable, a project needs to have 4 criteria. Clear regulatory framework, predictable revenue, insurable risks, and asset collateral. This is what institutional investors look at. We know Buyers Club is a good news, but what we see here is the lack of clear use case for credit, but also for biodiversity. Companies, buyers, don't know how to use such credits for their ESG or compliance frameworks. So without clear use case, can be at scale long-term purchase commitments, and there are not bankable revenue. Also, insurance we are seeing many progresses, okay, but we are far from having standardized insurance product for reversal risks, regulatory risks. And third one, we have no asset collateral, especially where investors don't buy the land, but work beside landowners. I want just give you another little element of the barriers, and then we can move to, to possible solutions. Today, in many jurisdictions, we don't know either what is the legal nature of these credits. Are they intangible assets, contractual rights, digital assets? For institutional investors, this is another risk. They don't know how to deal with within contract, within tax department, and so on. Our effort as a community of practitioners should be working together to make this market the new renewable market by building a clear regulatory frameworks. Of course, in the meanwhile, we have to move forward and we need to be creative in this sense. At Arpinge, we are experimenting two pathways. The first one is investing in companies and not in projects. So adopting a private equity approach. We are looking at operators with diversified business models in order to bypass the non-bankable problem. But we are looking also to projects investments with innovative approach in the sense already explained by Alessandro. We are looking to blended finance schemes where us as institutional investor can put the equity part of the projects. We can raise some funds from public grants, from European or national schemes. We can take a debt not only from traditional banks, but also from other investors through mini bond, basket bonds, and green bonds. We are looking at a special purpose vehicle built around these three main sources of money. Another engagement that could be done is from retail investors through crowdfunding, for example. In these models are important public de-risking tools. For example, first tranche losses, guarantees are not needed money itself, but guarantee that ask the risking projects, yes. One thing is important, to have some visibility on revenue stream. So another point is not build this kind of project only around one stream of revenue. So we are looking to projects that diversify the revenue streams, for example, through combination of timber, carbon, ecosystem services. This is what we are looking at. Now, besides this, we are also trying to integrate natural capital investment into other asset classes. For example, we are active in the biogas sectors that already works with farmers or already works with the agri-food industry, and there we look at many possibility to build integrated revenue stream diversified risks. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Francesco. Really very stimulating points. I think that Stefan, from the perspective of the European Investment Bank, can in some way complement your vision based, referring to the experience of the bank as already Stefan was underlined, in supporting nature-based investment. And yes, if I could add some curiosity or elements of interest, is in how the bank is in one way finding its way to support this institutional initiative by the European Union connected with carbon farming, and also the important regulation on nature restoration. We know that no special funds have been allocated for this regulation, and that there is a certain maybe informal discussion about the idea of starting to sell, starting to open a market for nature credits deriving from these investments. And in some way, this is consistent with the idea of Francesco of creating different streams of revenue. So, all open points that you may touch and discuss. In 5 minutes.
Okay, first of all, so the Buyers Club, I mean, what we try to make clear is that, you know, our role as a bank is to solve, you might say, the question of repayable finance. So in that sense, our role in that space isn't necessarily as a buyer, but we try to, say, advise the Commission, you might say, on understanding the financial architecture, you might say, that will go along with it. But today, I would say, we approach the question of carbon as we would any other, I would say, proposal, which is we look at the revenue side. Does it stack up? We would be faced with many of the same issues around the novelty of voluntary markets and so on. So the way we often approach this is that we work through intermediaries. So we've invested in a number of funds, for example, that, you know, can offer a diversity of financial products and in a way have different revenue models. But overall, I say the most successful strategies we see, I mean, are the ones exactly that manage to partner up and crowd in. What we're looking for is some kind of scalability, which means at the end of the day, you know, all the revenue components and non-repayable components come to at least 100%. If there's a shortfall, it's like zero, and therefore things will not scale. So we're really trying to build the revenue model side. The most successful, I said, ventures we see also have a very clear idea about land. Land is always in the middle of all this. And opportunity costs. All these things must be addressed. And it was pointed out, there's some very successful landscape ventures going on where keystone funders have gone in and they're really putting in the upfront work. But I mean, even they come to a point where they want other people to take over or to share the burden. And I think that's where we are now, and we want to support these processes. I think clearly one of the cases is where you have some multi-use landscapes. They're very fertile ground for multiple revenues, and some entities have been very good at that. I invite you to look up the city of Aarhus, where they are using the water company as a keystone funding. They are using municipal planning to limit the speculation value of land. And they're partnering up with aggregators who are active in the carbon markets, and it's a fantastic model. You should look it up. Okay, on the question of the NRR, indeed we're supporting the NRR process. We're on the working group, but we're specifically looking at funding strategies for the nature restoration law and what could be, say, recommendations in the future. So the NCFF entered in 22. So there'll be a gap of 5 years without the European financing instrument for nature, actually. So what will be the future? And of course, I speak under lots of control and it's not negotiated, but I think it's interesting just to highlight some ideas. I mean, no matter how you square this, and when you start stacking up all the revenues, there's always a hole. There's a gap somewhere. And next to all the models you see in carbon, ecosystem services, voluntary, what's that missing piece? And frankly, it has to be a regulated revenue stream of some sort. Now, before people cry taxes, actually, we're taking inspiration from other sectors, like the energy sector, where you have things like obligated parties, where power producers and other people active in the energy space collect revenues, which are then put in funds that are used for energy efficiency measures, for example. We have other models, extended producer liability models, for example. So it's not a crazy thought to think that you can actually introduce new, say, levies or regulated instruments based on narratives, you might say, for, say, the marine or for pizza making or whatever, you know, but in a way, some kind of supply chain actors that have a footprint. Going forward, I mean, clearly the instruments that we want are to support the scale builders, the aggregators, the developers, and again, we can build on some existing models that we see. I mean, in the venture space, we have a fantastic ecosystem to support the earliest startups to late stage growth and so on. And we would like to propose something along those lines exactly to support these people in the ecosystem. Even if we, in a way, marry this also with some kind of innovation. So as we're looking into, say, new aggregators, new forms, project developers in this space, there is a real synergy with technology and innovation that we can also bring into that picture. I think just one thing I would like to say is that people talk about de-risking a lot. And it's often talked about as the first topic. But as I've learned since I became a banker, it is actually the last step. It's the cherry on top. So you must structure the system first, and then you can cost effectively de-risk certain aspects, but it is really the last step. I will leave it at that.
Thanks a lot. And I go on with this idea of finding innovative way to support the provision of ecosystem services. We know all that FSC has been investing a lot in developing new standards for ecosystem services. Even they are starting to use the certification standards for some limited activity of insetting. And in which way do you think you can be a tool? I mean, FSC certification can be a tool for innovating in the provision of non-market ecosystem services. Maybe you also can give us some insights on the FSC Climate and Biodiversity Credit Initiative.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's quite a common question we are receiving at FSC when the companies are obviously buying the material with a claim, which is saying, okay, well, this material is produced a bit fulfilling certain requirements. But indeed, more and more we are getting the question, but what it actually means when it comes to biodiversity or carbon or water, like what is the positive impact of the certification, right? So we are obviously having this question internally as well, and we are asking like how we can provide this information throughout the supply chain. And yeah, we are not sleeping. We are actually working on it. We do have a number of pilots going on, and number of companies are kind of looking into how to use the already developed supply chain, because yeah, indeed we have like 65,000 chain of custody certified organizations, so quite a lot of companies who are already in the supply chain and passing the FSC certified claim already. And we have kind of two ways which are both linked with the verified impact system. So first is kind of the footprinting, which is not necessarily the type of carbon accounting we know in the voluntary carbon market, but it's more like yeah, the inventory type of accounting where we compare the carbon stocks over the years. And this is quite easy to be done, and then also like to be then shipped throughout the supply chain. the downside of this is that we have quite realized that there is no price premium behind this, because while yes, there is like ESG reportings and sustainability reports and so on, where the companies are willing to include this information, and it's not only about carbon, but like broader ecosystem services. There is not really the incentive of like, yeah, kind of the presumption is like you are not actually changing anything because you would be certified anyway. So there is not a financial incentive to do this. On the other hand, we do have also the methodology for the intervention type of accounting, which would already require some changes and is indeed more complex in like showing the real impact and so on. And this is something what, well, we are already like testing with the companies and how would that kind of go throughout the supply chain. But I still do see two major challenges there. The first one is, and it was already mentioned in the panel, like there is really a lack of clear rules. So also like what happened with the greenhouse gas protocol in past weeks, where forestry was not included in the land sector removal guidance, kind of left us in the vacuum a bit, because we, and I think like many others in the sector, were relying on the rules that they will come and provide us a clear pathway how to do the things. A bit similar thing is a bit SBTI, which doesn't really help to kind of, well, ground the rules and provide a better rule book. So yeah, I mean, indeed, we do need this, because obviously the corporates are not willing to invest in something and then realize that the investment got vanished because the rules are different and the investment doesn't comply with the rules, right? So like, as far as we don't sort out these, then we are not really really able to do, like, at least not scale it, right? So we might be like staying at the pilot stage, and like few companies do few projects and so on. And the second bottleneck we are seeing is the traceability itself, and that's actually quite nice, because we kind of see how the other European directives are helping, no? So like we can quite clearly see how EUDR is helping to solve this like traceability issue, because it strengthened the rules on traceability, it brings some additional requirements on it, and while implementing the system for the EUDR, it already gives quite a nice way how to sort out the traceability issues and so on. And obviously we are also working on that front, so we do have a digital system to pass on the claims, and now we can integrate more information, not just carbon, but the impacts on water or on soil, or yeah, if it comes from community engagement and so on. So that's kind of provides us the option to pass much more information through the supply chain, and that seems quite promising.
Thanks a lot, Andrei. Very interesting points, also this one. And I pass to Johannes with a question based on the experience of Ernst & Young as a consultant, with a focus on the European context. Which can be the lesson that you learned in terms of most successful investments done by European organization companies? Also, considering all the tools, the instruments, the input that comes from the European Commission in terms of regulation on ESG reporting, the taxonomy, so all the sustainable finance. Also this topic that Johannes was touching about, Andrei, sorry, was touching about traceability. Which is the request and the most successful cases and the reason for this successful work that you have done in the consultancy activity?
I think what we see, starting with the upcoming regulations, CSRD, Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive, EU taxonomy, it made clear that how target setting and carbon accounting and target setting is understood in the European Commission. So the focus changed on decarbonization primarily on the own emissions. This was not clear before, and this was set clear, and this stays clear, and this will survive. Yeah? This leads to the fact that the neutralization, and here comes SBTI into place because CSRD demanded to report whether or not, or whether how companies have a decarbonization plan according to the 1.5 degree scenario, and there we had that exponential increase of science-based targets set by the companies because SBTI delivers here guidance how to do that. So we already heard we need clear guidances and clear targets. What changed now, actually the target demand was somehow changed because of the levels of companies that have to fulfill CSRD. So yes, the regulatory pressure now for a broad range of companies has been reduced. For instance, for the big retailers, they stay in the compliance, and also the big companies in food industry and in pulp and paper industry. So there is still somehow the regulatory pressure, but it's clear that we need other storylines. And the storylines, on the one hand, are these science-based targets, because many of these clients, especially in the B2C, they don't retreat, or at least some of them already think about rejecting their climate targets, but most of them try to keep them. And setting the targets, let's say 2 to 3 years ago, now the reality comes that these targets are not self-fulfilling prophecies, but it needs actions. And so we have to take, especially these clients, by their own pledges that they made. They declared to decarbonize, they declared to set targets, and as Alessandra already mentioned, those clients that we have in the agricultural sector and in the forestry sector, they have set flag targets. So they have set targets where they can include in their inventory not only decarbonization effects, emission reductions, but also the removals. These removals have to follow the greenhouse gas protocol. In the agricultural sector, it's quite good because there we have here the clear guidance of the GHG protocol. In forestry carbon accounting, as you mentioned, the new land sector removal standard did not conclude on the right approach of forest carbon accounting and left this topic open, which is not super helpful, but we have to wait here further for a solution because we need that clear regulation, the clear guidance. Investments of companies need a clear planability, and that's key. The other area where I see rising interests to invest not only postal coins, but really substantial amounts of net revenues are those sectors that realize how strongly they are affected by climate risks. So especially food industry realizes that without agricultural production, the core business of these industries is tackled. And then we really talk about substantial money there. There we need supplier engagement dialogue formats, and this is what you also mentioned in the beginning. I think this is key to bring here the stakeholders together. They have a common interest. What I see here as relevant to
supply clients across the whole value chain with an efficient data management. Currently, this is really very a burden for retailers, for finance industry to get the right data in an easy and efficient way, and it's the same burden also for the primary producers, for the farmers, for the forest owners. So I think SBTI is one of the key drivers, climate risks is one of the key drivers, and it's clear that up to a certain degree it's in the hand of the European Commission also to set here clear rules on decarbonization. Yeah? If we look into the Green Deal, it was a strategic decision to set here obligatory rules. It was also a strategic decision to weaken them up. But I think at the end also the European Commission is in the duty of reacting to the necessities of climate risks. And so there would be a really big lever if we have obligatory rules for decarbonization plans. We don't have to talk about innovative markets, innovative finance models, because then we have a market.
Thanks, Johannes. Very interesting also these points that you were presenting us. And we go now to the experience of Caritas with Klaus. Klaus, you already mentioned a bit, but can you go a bit deeper on the motivation and the impacts? And I dare to make a special question to you, because when I saw in the program that you were going to present this experience that is coming from, say, a Catholic world, I was immediately referring to one point of the Laudato Si, where Pope was quite critical.
Yes.
And then also at the COP in Belen, there was a quite important declaration by the Bishop Council of Latin America, Africa, and Oceania against carbon credits. So could you a bit also discuss the motivation, the ethical motivation for going in this business?
It's true that there has been in the past done also projects had been put to bad effect for communities, if you talk about land grabbing in the global south and so on. Thus, for the Caritas of Austria, it was very important to look within Austria for carbon projects to help solve the climate crisis. So this is like one consequence we drew from that. And the second consequence is that it was for the utmost importance for us that any carbon projects done on in church-affiliated landscapes have to be of the highest integrity, not to be a kind of modern offsetting scheme which does more harm than good. So I think we have done our homework in that respect. I think we would be prepared to do a lot of carbon removal in Austrian forests, but what we would need is a stable outlook, how that could work in the long run within society. There's many forest owners in Austria who are thinking that ecosystem services have been performed without any revenue in the past. And if we have to change the management practices in our forests, we have to be aware that what we are doing now will have effect for the next 100 years. So we need this kind of stable outlook in order to change our management practice to be even of more effect in regards to ecosystem services, especially in the direction of carbon. But on the other hand, I think it's very important to not always discuss that in a theoretically frame, but to be aware how hard communities are already affected by climate crisis. And this is some cardinal factor, which I think is a moral imperative for us to get going. And for us, the Caritas of the Archdiocese of Vienna also tried to give some show of faith that these things can be done, and bought carbon credits by themselves. This is one part of the actions we did for us to show that the hard-to-abate emissions of the Caritas we would like to take responsibility for. And the second one is that we would be very prepared to do everything we can to offer to any buyer's club what should be needed from forests to make those things going, to come with our experience both from the forest side but also from a buyer side to a buyer's club, and to share our experience and to help make those things work, because the climate crisis does not wait for us to solve all the details. We have to be aware that we have to act now, and if we do not act now, it will be very hard for many individuals and for many communities.
Thanks a lot. I fully agree on your vision. And so the point of view of an aggregator that has made a lot of experience in forest land restoration. So Axel, can you try to give us some ideas about which have been the key technical and financial conditions favoring your positive outcomes of your work, especially related to forest restoration?
Absolutely, thanks. And first, I want to say that I recognize a lot of what was shared, particularly the perspective of the investor. I think we're all seeing challenges and problems, and now it's good to share what each of our perspectives are so that we can find common solutions. Because there is no doubt that the financing models are really critical, both for the viability of a given project, but also for the financial health of project developers and all of their partners and suppliers, and that we need we need to some extent, all of us, to be financially stable enough that we can keep on doing the work, keep on scaling, and be there in the long time for multiple planting and to take care of the land over time. So in our experience, we've tried multiple models. We've seen that blended public-private finance is as well as direct investment models that recognize co-benefits are quite good and helpful, but we also know that we need to find more and more models as the needs evolve from investors, and we're very much looking to do that. Now, maybe what's important is, Francesco, you really summarized well the needs of investors. What I'll try to do here is also summarize the needs from a project developer. Because when you think about the basic economics of how our projects work, maybe we can find, therefore, solutions to meet them. There are two important curves when you think about a project and, therefore, the financial viability of a project developer. The first one is simply your cost curve, right? How much cost you have at what time over 40 years. And then the second important curve is your carbon sequestration curve, which is how much carbon gets sequestered by your forest over a long period of time. So there we have a couple of challenging dynamics that take place. The first one, the first challenging dynamics is the time gap between when those two curves, if you will, intersect. From the cost perspective, a lot of the cost of a project is upfront, at the moment of planting, but also before planting, because you need to work with your nurseries to have the seedlings, and you need to secure those seedlings usually a year in advance, right? And you need to also prepay them. Same, you need to secure your crews, you need to secure your machinery. So all that even before the project has formally started and the planting starts. Then, of course, you have year one, which is when your implementation starts, and this is the bulk of your cost. Then, in the following years, let's say years 2 to 40, you have, of course, some costs around maintenance, around monitoring, around issuance, but this is much smaller. So let's say, just for simplicity, 80% upfront and 20% through the rest of the years. Now, if you look at the carbon sequestration curve, it's a curve that builds up slowly, right? Because the trees need time to grow and to secure. So you have a slow curve, and then you can imagine maybe like a wave going up. In Europe, we have mostly temperate forests, and we have trees that take quite a bit of time to grow and to secure a meaningful amount of biomass and soil organic carbon. So typically you will have, let's say, 8 to 10 years before you can meaningfully and economically issue your first credits. That is a long time, and you need to have financial solutions to carry this. Financial solutions that are not lethal because they are so expensive to your business case. So that's the first dynamic that we collectively need to resolve. The second dynamic is, of course, the shape of your carbon sequestration work. And there you have a bit of a trade-off between carbon and optimizing for carbon versus biodiversity and optimizing for biodiversity. If you want to optimize for carbon and therefore make your carbon business case the best, you will plant a lot of faster growing trees. If you optimize for biodiversity and for all the good things that this will come, you will bring some more slow growing trees. Now, slow growing trees, you can figure out, will make the curve a little bit slower and probably a little bit lower, which again is a challenge as part of your business case that is based on carbon. So we need to also find solutions that value and recognize, right, biodiversity in whichever form as a service that it delivers. And then the third dynamic is the accuracy of that curve. You mentioned it, of course, any investor wants to have a good sense of what will come out, right? And today, most of the curves are based on national average, which makes them not necessarily, reliable when you look at the project level. So for our company, we've built our own modeling around carbon sequestration that is, adjusted to the location we plant. So it's not the same one in Spain versus in Australia. That's also adjusted to the site. So is it north-facing, south-facing? And that is adjusted to what we're going to plant on it. So we've tried to really alleviate the worries of buyers and investors on that front. However, this is, of course, the projected carbon capture. What happens in reality with a better year, with better rain? Maybe it will go a bit faster. A year that has a hotter summer, maybe the curve will go a little bit slower. And this is where you have this topic of volumetric risk. There are many risks that we can talk about, but here I'm going to speak specifically about the volumetric one. And so these variations in nature, right, also mean that we need to find funding solutions that balance the risk between the different participants, between the project developer, between the investor, between the buyers. They cannot rely entirely on the project developers because these companies are maybe the smallest and most vulnerable ones in that equation. So this is what we see. In terms of the successes we've had, as I shared, we've been working with blended public and private finance. In Australia, in a state, there is a public scheme to encourage private landowners to restore their land. Of course, it's a benefit to everyone, but they need some encouragement to do that. And that is very beneficial because first, it also aggregates a bit of volume for us, making it more economical also. But it really encourages people to bring their land for restoration. We've also done a lot of direct investment. We've been very fortunate to find customers who are, I would say, quite visionary and have invested and followed us in this. They typically come from the financial sectors, whether banks or insurances, the energy sector, renewables, and some consumer goods. And I think what they like in the direct investment is that it brings a lot of transparency and they are part of the project really from the beginning. So that has allowed us to scale in Iberia. We've restored nearly 5,000 hectares But we know, of course, that there is a limit to this model, and we need to collectively find other ways to bring more buyers into the scheme. So I think what really happens is how we find solutions that work for the different actors and parties in the whole system, and also, of course, not forgetting the landowners, because very often landowners are also communities, rural communities, and restoring the land has a very big social benefit to them as well. So,
thanks a lot. Thanks, Axel. I think that your thoughts are really absolutely appropriate to introduce the last question. Of course, as always, we are short of time, and so I am asking you really a sharp, short answer to this question. You were referring to different curves, and so different carbon sink potential of forestry. Things are becoming even more complicated if you add consideration on harvest wood products. But things are coming, by sure, becoming much more complicated. If you think that in the last 10 years, we have been concentrating on carbon credits. But now we are facing the development of other fields of interest, also other fields of business that are connected with the biodiversity credit. But you have seen also from the Alessandro presentation how relevant is also the issue of water regulation, not mentioning general landscape. And I think that simplifying a lot the future potential development, what we see is that we could go on working on single type of credits like the carbon and the work that we have done, separate from the biodiversity credits. And by the way, this seems the developing path assumed by the European Union. We could work on the idea of, let's say, accumulating, stacking the credits. So in a project, you will be able to produce carbon credits, biodiversity credits, water credits, and maybe also selling them to the 3 separate buyers. And the third alternative is bundled credits. And we have seen already some ideas connected with the sustainability credits. So again, looking at the demand side, which do you think should be the best development path among the 3 options? Probably there is not one best, but different products for different clients. But can you be so efficient with a simple statement giving me an answer? Can I start with Francesco?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think that, as you mentioned, as is European vision, it seems that things goes on different tracks. So stacking seems to be for investor more resilient today because decarbonization has its own rules and ecosystem restoration has their rules. In my opinion, this is not the ideal solution. The ideal solution should be to value together carbon and biodiversity. Also because we need to differentiate carbon farming from technological removal, because technological removal can do only removal, no more. Carbon farming has a great asset that is on biodiversity and ecosystem service. So I answered.
Thanks, very clear. Good. So now, Stefan, which is your position? I don't know if it is an embarrassing question for a member of the European Investment Bank.
No. A few years ago, about 4 or 5 years ago, we started developing the Irish peatland standard, building on the shoulder of giants, which is the UK peatland code, only we're making it better. So the idea was exactly to introduce, how to say, a bundled ecosystem certificate relating to peatland restoration that combines carbon, water, biodiversity, resilience, even social. Because we wanted a Swiss Army knife so we can sell the same thing to different potential buyers. That's simple. And in a way, it's a simplification, although it sounds like it's not. But the beauty in this case is that the metrics we have are mutually reinforcing. It's all down to the water table and whether something grows, and then you have carbon, right? So it's a great thing. But what we find, though, is that having put this wonderful product on the market, I think we've trained our buyers to be enormously siloed. So you're either talking to the carbon team or the water team or the sustainability inside the buyers, even though we bring something, right? But we did a survey among corporates, really, and the state of play today is certainly that, say, the tendency of credits focusing on integrity and outcomes and so on, really crashes into the reality of how corporates work, because they have their own metrics on footprint and risk, for example, that don't match up with the outcome logic, right? Then there's a huge time mismatch. Corporates don't, okay, Microsoft may have 15, but the average corporate has a 2-year time span. So when we're talking about 40-year perspectives, forget it. That's just not where the buyers are at. So I would posit, actually, use your own word, simplification. I mean, honestly, 10 years from now, our landscapes will be parched or underwater. We really need soil ecosystems that can hold water, be resilient. And it's the actions that drive that state 10 years from now that matter. So another thing, if you take something like the nature restoration law, just to quickly finish, that is a fundamentally different regulation to outcome-based regulations. It's about actions. It's that in that place, on that time. And you can actually build a financing model around that that's a lot simpler than market-based mechanisms, right? So just putting it out there.
Thanks. I know that the question is complex, and so I'm really sorry to restrict the time of discussion. Andre, thinking to the genetic of FSC is much connected with multifunctionality. But then if we see the progress, this initiative of defining 5 sub-standards for 5 ecosystem services seems that in some way you are going towards an idea of stocking. But what is your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, so like from ecological standpoint, it's like separating the ecosystem services seems really like an artificial thing to do. But yeah, I mean, we also have like a lot of experience with it because like our verified impact is having 7 ecosystem services, and we spend like endless time on finding the right rules about how to kind of define when the stacking or bundling can be done and so on. And yeah, I must say it's not really an easy exercise. And we had like, it's also because sometimes the projects, like I can bring one example. We have an example where there's a tomato paste producer who was funding forest nearby to make sure that the water regulation goes well and they have enough water for their crops. And that was kind of a typical payment for ecosystem services project. But as the time goes, the forest kind of realize, okay, but now we have done these changes and there is extra carbon being sequestrated. So why we wouldn't go to the market and find like additional finance? So I just like trying to demonstrate that it's like really a difficult question. I think like for a while the stacking will be allowed, then we will probably go more on the bundling type of using the claims, and I would hope we will end up with something like integrated nature credits where all these will be kind of part of one, you know, framework. That would be my preferred solution, I think.
Thanks. Thanks. Seems a logical answer from your point of view. Johannes, looking at the demand from your clients or what you can understand, let's say.
CZD demanded the companies to perform a double materiality analysis. So they had to carve out what topics are material and what topics are not material. And they only are allowed to report on material topics. Usually in the value chains of agriculture and forestry, climate and biodiversity both became material. So they have to report. The pressure on report content, honestly, is very low. You can report that you have nothing to say. In climate chapter, there is a strong stakeholder pressure not to do so. But in biodiversity, we currently see here really very low pressure. So only due to biodiversity, no company will invest a lot of money. But if you are the farmer or the forest owner that can supply the supply chain not only with carbon data, but also with resilience data, water data, biodiversity, if that's a charming offer, then you will become preferred supplier. That's highly attractive. Not focusing on the topic, but if you bring it together with the carbon topic, then it becomes really attractive. And I think that's the way to go. Bundling credits has the strong drawback of problems with transparency. And I think that's one of the biggest achievements over the last years, that transparency became key. European Commission made it very clear in all the regulations that transparency must be given. Also in the GHG protocol here, there is a strong focus on that. And this is somehow counteracted if you bundle credits together for clients, I guess.
Thanks, seems very logical. So, Klaus, from a perspective of your partner, the church in Vienna, what do you think will be the request in terms of credits, specification or not?
Generally speaking, I think both aspects are of really big importance. We have those two big crises, like the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis, and both have to be solved if humanity will have a meaningful perspective in the foreseeable future. And from that perspective, I think it's very important to take both issues into account. From the perspective of a sole forest owner, I think it's very important to, in a very short time perspective, show that the promises which had been to some extent made, that there is going to be a liquid market for carbon, that those promises are fulfilled in order to get credibility, that one can invest into ecosystem services in the long run and be a meaningful part of the solution, and not the one who is the one who has to pay because he moved first. There's some fear in the value chain that who is the first to take the responsibility will get the whole responsibility regarding funding, and there has to be a meaningful effort sharing mechanism.
Axel, I suppose that for an aggregator, this question is really quite crucial. You are facing new challenging problems. What to aggregate?
Yeah. So as a project developer, actually, when we look at nature, of course, we see an integrated system, right? And when we plan our restoration, we plan an integrated, design that will cover on biodiversity and carbon. So you would think it makes most sense to get to an integrated credit. That being said, this is, of course, heavily influenced by demand and where the demand is. And I would say that today, the buyers are not really interested or necessarily willing to pay for these, integrated credits. So I think some of them maybe value only certain co-benefits, as you said, maybe the one where they have double materiality. And some of them might not be interested in paying for verification and issuance, right, on some of those benefits, and might just be fine with a certification that just tell them, yes, this project is doing a good job. So I think in the short term, quite likely stacking will be prevalent. Stacking comes with its own set of complexity in terms of then how you allocate what part has been done by who has paid and what customers. So we, as a developer, we have a preference for bundling because it's a little bit simpler to work with. But of course, we will follow the demand and hopefully eventually it will get toward an integrated credit approach.
Thanks a lot. I think that we had a very enriching discussion, quite a lot of elements for future thoughts. I don't want to make a formal conclusion, but only to underline what I am perceiving as elements of complexity of the problem that we are facing. There are at least 3 groups of complex issues that we are dealing with. The first one is a complexity connected with the carbon credit market development, voluntary market development. I think that we are aware that in the coming years we will face 4 groups, 4 segments of carbon credits in the market, because we will have, as soon as possible, I hope, the carbon removal certification framework credits, but we still will have the national schemes that in many countries in Europe, starting from France, Germany, Netherlands, Denmark, they have, that they will have to find a compromise in order to be recognized under the CRC umbrella. And then, of course, we will still have the carbon credits certified under the international initiative. I mean, the Verra, Gold Standards, Plan Vivo. Probably these also standards will have to, or will try to be included under the European Union system, this umbrella. And then don't forget, that is a case we have in Italy, that we have also the carbon cowboys, with no certification, with the false certification, selling hot airs. And these players have a room now under this first level of complexity to grow. The second element of complexity is what we just discussed about the presence of different type of credits. Because, of course, the credits for carbon, the credits for harvest wood products, and the credits for biodiversity are already there, clear with the position. But new credits are created every day, from the Italian experience of Laudato Si credits to the koala credits, and so on. And there is no limit to fantasy. And I'm wondering if the European Commission should act here like it is acting in relation to environmental claims in order to put some limits or some precondition for developing this type of different types of credits. And finally, the third element of complexity is connected with what is changing in the world at this moment. I mean, the oil crisis is inducing different or changes in the pricing system. You know that ETS is under discussion. The price of the institutional market will influence the price of the regulatory market. You mentioned the omnibus, the stop the clock initiative. These are in some way factors that are disturbing and smooth development of the markets. So many elements of uncertainty. I would like to end my note only saying that I think that it remains clear that there are three fundamental concepts that we are all invited, I think, to take into consideration. The first is integrity, sure. Then is correct communication and transparency. So taking in consideration this point, I think that we can close here. You merit really an applause, but before finishing, I would like to enlarge my thanks also to Maria Giulia, that we know all have been the fundamental organizer of this session. So thanks a lot.